Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to Mtembei TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show. I'm glad that you have found time to join us, and we ask of you to call in as many as you can to join into tonight's discussion. Well, we have a cluster of things that we must look into. For the first time, it's gone public via one Livondo that there have been 2 attempts on the president's plane. That's President Uhuru Kenyatta. What is cooking? Is this forerunner for Sagana 3 or what is happening? And then, of course, Moses Kuria had a homecoming today, and UDA keeps off clearly. There was only one person from UDA that attended the ceremony. Is there a fallout? What is cooking there too? And then, of course, Baba is in the coast. He reassures all his supporters and his partners in Kilifi and elsewhere that he's in the race, and this time round is no business as usual. Well, you know that Tononoka is boiling. Tomorrow is the D-Day, so there is a lot to be looked at in this perspective. And of course, the DP and Kenya Kwanza Alliance were in THARAKA NITHI with promise after promise and after promise, and of course, attacks sustained against one Raila Odinga and the other people that are a threat to the race that he is in. Well, what do you think of the same? Welcome to the show, and wherever you are around the world, we're glad that you are joining us. Thank you so much. The link to use to get into the studio so that we can get talking is right now in the comment section. You click on it, allows StreamYard to have full control over your camera as well as your audio, and you will find yourself in studio with me and be able to talk at length. I want to salute Salome Mbone. You're the first one to join. Thank you so much. You say hi, everyone. How are you doing? We are doing great. Thank you so much. Loom says hi, team. Thank you so much. We are glad that you found time to watch and follow our broadcast tonight. Henry Odari Priest, thank you. You are tuned. Jimmy Kahuthu Mwai, karibu kwa show. Kuna Bernard Masiko, you're welcome to the show. Victor Victoria's Vicky, Gerard Joram Wangira, thank you so much. The link is right there in the comment section. Rose Farrar, good evening. Good evening to you. Thank you so much. John Agutu, send the link. The link is in the comments. Make use of it. Emily Sagala, you're welcome to the show. Tumanka Langoi, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Esther Wamboi, karibu kwa show. Kuna this brass sweet Solidad, tuned from Siaya. Thank you so much. We salute you. We have Eugene Japani. Thank you so much. Alex Tokong. Oh, majina inanilemea leo. Scarlett Jones, thank you. Susan Otieno, asante sana. Karibu kwa show. Kuna huyu anaitwa MB Ahazan Mwamtoa. Wewe. Unasema, okay. Let me see if I can read what you have written. Kuria kwani ko nanini kura hana wafuasi hana kuongea. Okay, whichever it is, we'll look into that. Thank you for your thoughts on the same. Topaz Omolo, Charles Oranga, Ocheng John, Betty Mwilimothe, Paul Nyamu, Job Kirwa, George Ogal, Isaiah Wekesa. Thank you for joining the show. IBN Yusuf, karibu kwa show. Dennis Musheba, karibu kwa show. Nicholas Otinda. Wow, kuna Kauko Paul. Thank you. Paul Nyam, I spoke of you already. Thank you. Those that are coming into the studio, we are glad that you're here, and let us get talking. Thank you. Those of you that are already here. The earliest bird catches the worm, so it is said. Okay. Haya, nawakumbusha tu tuhakikishe kwamba tunafuata sheria na maagizo yanayo tuhakikishia kuwa na debate ambayo inafaa, heshima idumu, alafu tujadili masuala yaliyomo ili tusikuwe na yeyote ambaye atasalia nyuma ama atachanganyikiwa. Sababu ya kuja na kipindi hiki ni kuelewesha Wakenya, ili uamuzi watakaofanya tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 utakuwa kutokana na ufahamu wala sio kuchanganyikiwa. Kwa hivyo wanasiasa wanajua jinsi ya kutumia siasa zao kuchanganya watu, lakini hapa ni sisi kudadisi na kuhakikisha kwamba tunatenga ukweli na uongo, ili kila Mkenya amakinike katika uamuzi wake wa kuchagua rais wake, MCA wake, mbunge wake, women rep wake, senator na governor. Kusikue na yeyote atakayesema hakuambiwa ama hakufafanuliwa ukweli. Hiyo ndio sababu ya kipindi hiki. Kwa hivyo ukijiunga nasi, hakikisha kwamba unaleta ukweli, sio propaganda. Asanteni sana kila mmoja. Nashukuru wote ambao mnatujoin kwa comment. Who is this Livondo? Kipkoech Rotich anauliza, utaambiwa mbivu na mbichi ndio hiyo inakuja. Kuna Gaylord Omhobe. Thank you. Now, Bwana Themba, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
I'm well. Good to see you early today. Mambo ni kama hayo. Livondo ndio huyo amekiri ya kwake, alafu UDA inamtoroka Moses Kuria. Anasema alifutwa kwa ajili yao, alisulubiwa kwa ajili yao, aliteswa kwa ajili yao, lakini hawakukuja kumuona. Nini kinachoendelea?
Yeah, that is hiyo ni anaitwa kwa nini inaitwa ni sadfa ama ni sadfa tatanishi. It's ironical that that could happen, but just to start up, good evening, good morning, everyone from wherever you are. I listened to Livondo, and of course, at some point, the MC was struggling to tell him imetosha Livondo. So I can imagine he's spilling the beans right now, if there are any beans to be spilled. I think there's a sense in which they're trying to send a message, and that message was addressed to specific people. You know, it's the same message that has been, if you notice across the board in the political, terrain, there has been people whose clear mandate or maybe motivation has been to wipe up emotions against Raila. And one of the things that one of the person who has consistently done that is Gachagua. So he still goes back to the central people, and he tells them that it is the same Uhuru who came here and told us that this person, Ikemodo, and we need to still remain there and tell him that this person, we are not going to accept him. The reason why Gachagua was using that line is they have been attacking the president a lot, but they have realized that that is not working. So the best thing they can do is try to endear themselves to the president, and also try to suggest that this is where the president left us and we are still there. Now, Livondo's narrative, as much as we may want to test its veracity, was, in my view, what I read from his communication was that he is trying to tell these people that the person that you're trying to move to is someone who did not have good intentions with their leader, and you cannot trust him right now. You can read that comment in the backdrop of what the governor, Mutua, said, that there's something that the president knows about this person that he has not told us. And therefore, if him who has been with him for all that time could change his mind about him, then there's something about him that he has not told us. So who are we to trust him? So the narrative now is to paint the lack of trust on the person of the deputy president. Will it succeed in doing that? I imagine it will, to an extent, because if there are people who will realize who are the thing that it raised, that statement raised, Livondo's question raised, was first of all the interest in terms of question mark. Is this actually what he was thinking? Now someone else will now want to know, is it true? And of course, before you arrive at a conclusion, there are several other information that will have come in, and definitely there are people who will be swayed by that. So I think Livondo's message, its veracity, of course, I don't expect him to be called by the police, because, I mean, if he's going to be called by the police to be asked that question, then several people need to be called and be asked questions, including Mohammed Ali, including Rashida Chesa, including Mudavadi, who had suggested that the president called him to State House and had made him to think that he shouldn't be a friend to the deputy president. And so he's using that in his campaigns across the board, saying that I cannot be an enemy of your enemy. So he's your enemy, but he's my friend. So he's using that, and therefore it cuts across. Such kind of rattling of feathers is something that has happened. I think also we need to, like I said yesterday, Bernard, starting next week as Motembe TV, we need to start highlighting on the good, the bad, and the ugly, and list of shame that we'll be highlighting on the people who are using the most insults, and we start giving them the tags here. For Baba in the coast, I think I like what is happening. He was in the coast while other things were going on. Their strategy is that every day, every weekend, there's something going on about Azimio. So there's no Azimio sleeping. I would want to hear your views on the absence of Governor King Githo in Kilifi. I don't know if he attended. I didn't see him. I don't know what that makes. But I think Baba reassured them of the Azimio consistency. I want to stop there for now because I know we still have the day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Themba, for that one. We are glad for a good kick start, and we move on. Mr. Wangira, probably you could weigh in on the question as we move.
How are you, Bernard?
I'm well. Thank you. How are you?
I'm all right. How is everybody? Habari zenyu? Guys don't want to say hi.
We're on great wave.
Okay. Bernard, as I have always told you, we are getting to very interesting times in the Republic of Kenya as we move closer to the 9th of August, 2022. Today was the homecoming of Moses Kuria after three months stay in Dubai, where he was undergoing medical treatment. And in his homecoming, I saw the governor of Kiambu, I saw Martha Karua, I saw Kabando wa Kabando. I think those are the major figures that I saw there. When Martha Karua was given the podium to address the gathering, for the first time I saw Martha Karua going spiritual, and she even led the crowd in singing the song by Kagame, this song we always sing, Nenda Nasi, you know. I know, Bernard, you know that song. After that, After that, he came out very boldly. First thing Martha Karua said was that Kenya is a multi-party democracy. So anybody who wants to push people into a corner of one particular party is a person who is after killing a democracy in this country, and is a person who should be avoided as much as possible. And he again says that larger political parties are breeding ground for madharau, or for despising other people. And he gave an example of when TNA and URP were separate entities. Things were working so well until they decided to merge and they became one big party called Jubilee. And you saw how badly things have gone. Then he also advised people not to mind so much about a party, but mind so much about a candidate. And she gave an example of her own county of Kirinyaga, where because of the party they elected a lady called Anne Waiguru, who has done almost nothing, especially in the healthcare sector, compared to Makueni, who despite being in the opposition elected one Kivuta Kibwana and are now enjoying better healthcare. Then she also said that they were planning for the Limuru tree. They were planning for the Limuru tree, and come March of this year, the Limuru tree will be held. The Limuru tree will be held. Then he also outlined the importance of the theme of Moses Kuria coming home, the importance of that theme of from personal healing to national healing. To national healing. Then Moses Kuria himself was invited to the podium. And bear with me because I was taking notes as I was listening to him. So you just bear with me as I go through my shorthand. Moses Kuria said that it was his wish that Ndindi Nyoro and Kabando be co-MCs for today's event. But unfortunately, every person in Jubilee was summoned by the Deputy President William Ruto and told never to step into Moses Kuria homecoming event today. And he took that opportunity to thank one gentleman who is the legal officer of UDA called Mwirui. I think it's called Mwirui, as being the only Jubilee guy, the only UDA guy who graced his event today. And when this guy tried to market UDA in that event today, and even when he tried to beseech Moses Kuria to join wings with UDA, people at the back there started jeering him. He was jeered. In fact, they did not want to hear anything called UDA in that meeting today. So Moses Kuria was very clear, because he said whoever becomes president in August 2022 will be forced to shake hands with whoever becomes the loser in 2022 elections will be forced to shake hands with whoever will be the winner. So he was telling the people of Mount Kenya that even if the followers of Jesus Christ wanted to know what share they had in that walk, so what is wrong with them also asking what share they have in this walk as we go towards August 2022? And he told them in Swahili kwamba watuwekee hapa kwanza, because he wanted them to be given their share, if it's in healthcare, if it's in agriculture, if it's in education. They should be told what their share will be before they decide who they will support as their presidential candidate come the 9th of August 2022. Then he was so, Moses Kuria seems not to be amused by what is transpiring within the UDA house, because he said before he left, he repeated the same thing that I said here, the same thing that he said at the JKL, that before he went to Dubai, they were being called, or their small parties, their village parties. Then when he went to Dubai, he later realized how now ANC and Ford Kenya had become bigger parties, and even said that they have always been called village parties. And he went as far as bragging that he was a proud villager, and he had nothing to apologize for being a villager. For being a villager. Then he told them that eventually that just stamping that is being experienced in UDA will come to an end. And he was even very clear that he'll ensure that most of those guys you have seen defecting to UDA, like you remember yesterday, the 25 MCAs from Nyeri who defected to the UDA. He said he's going to ensure that most of them are voted out come the 9th of August. And he had a lot of gratitude for Martha Karua and Kiunjuri and Kabando. And he said whatever party these people are going to run on, he'll support them on that particular party. But there's one point that he raised, which many people have been avoiding, because he asked the gathering there whether they are sure that Kabando lost during the nomination in 2017. So he was bringing this angle to show that guys like Kabando were rigged out in 2017 in favor of people who are aligned to William Ruto. Then he raised another very important point also. He said that UDA seems to be already occupied. There's no room for anybody else. For example, he gave example of the constituency where Ndindi Nyoro comes from, where Wallace Wahome comes from, and where Kimani Ichung'wah comes from. Then he was asking them, for example, if you are coming from Kandara and you want to run against Alice Wahome, what chances are there that UDA will give you that ticket to run against Alice Wahome? And the same applied to a guy like Ndindi Nyoro, then a guy like Ichung'wah. And that's why he was telling them that people should not be cheated to go into these bigger parties. They should go to their own homegrown political parties for their own good. Because if they rush into these bigger parties, they will be locked out, and there will be no avenue for them to get out. And you know what I mean, that by the 26th of March this year, you must be in a particular political party. And if you get in that particular political party and you move to the nominations, if you are rigged out or if you are thrown out, that becomes the end of your journey. That becomes the end of your journey. Then he was not happy at the way UDA has been castigating Uhuru Kenyatta. He was not happy with it at all. And I heard him speak in Kikuyu, telling these guys in Kikuyu language how things are not supposed to work like that. And he said that leaders from a particular region must always be respected. And that's why he even encouraged the Mount Kenya people to stand up for their own leaders. Just give me 1 minute. I'll just be finishing in 1 minute. Then he said that watu wengine wanatuambia awapangwangwi. You remember the atupangwangwi thing that has been selling in UDA. Then he said, kama awapangwangwi, pia sisi hapa Mount Kenya hatutapangwa. So he was emphasizing that Mount Kenya people are not going to be pangwad. They will also have to make their own decision and plan for their own way out come August 2022. And he talked of having met Uhuru Kenyatta in Dubai recently. And Uhuru Kenyatta reassured him that he's not going to extend his term by even one single second. Then what came into my mind was, if he met Uhuru Kenyatta and Uhuru Kenyatta told him that he was not going to extend his rail even by one simple second, what else did Uhuru Kenyatta tell him? Because reading between the line, as much as Moses Kuria was telling us that he's on the good side, but if you read in between the line, he was behaving the way Kalonzo Musyoka has been behaving, that now the way things stand, I've criticized UDA. I don't see anything good in UDA. So looking at where Ruto Dani, where Moses Kuria stands, he's a guy who is likely, having blasted UDA the way he did, this is a gentleman who is likely to join Azimio, the way I saw him today. He didn't want to be straight about it, but that's what I think he's going to do. Finally, we all heard what Livondo said, and as shocking as it is, we leave it where it is, because I don't want to speculate further, but we all heard what he said. And the way things, as we move on, I'll say in Kiswahili, naona vitu zikiendelea kuumana. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, thank you Mr. Wangira. Tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na uchambuzi. Tuendelee mbele. Tunatarajia kusikia mengi tunapoendelea na mjadala wa leo. I want to appreciate those of you in the comment section. Please, let's keep civility. No need of insulting anybody. We are all meeting on this line, on this platform, for the purpose of making Kenya better by ensuring that we split all the hairs to see to it that every Kenyan makes a very informed decision on August 9th, choosing leaders that are capable of propelling this country to move to the next level and not dig us back in the hole where we've been for now almost 60 years since independence. So this is a historical elections that you can't play around with. And so take it serious and ensure that as we share on different perspectives by different people, you are learning what you must learn, changing what you must change, and becoming better with every passing day. Thank you so much. Ni wakati wa kumwalika Mama Selina naye achangie. Vipi Madhe leo?
Hey, salama sana. Mambo poa, Kenya moto. Tukiendelea Penat, masiku sikienda, tunakaribia kumaliza February. Mambo sasa yanatoka. Wale Waswahili wanasema wanajua vile inakuwa. So kwanza nataka, kabla sijaenda mambo ya Tika, nataka kusema kuhusu kaunti yangu ya Nakuru. Niliona Jubilee leo walikuwa na mkutano ya kutrain, ilikuwa Bahati constituency, hapo ni kwa Kimani Ngojiri, na ukiangalia Jeremia Kioni walikuwa natoa tata vile kura siko na wakafunza, na ilinifurahisha sana kwa sababu waliambiwa maneno, na kwa hiyo watu ya Nakuru wakasema kwa kauli moja, tumekuwa tukiambiwa bottom up, tunataka watuletee hiyo ya bottom up, na wakasema wamesoma, na nikaona wote kwa kauli moja Jubilee wamekubaliana watafanya kazi na Azimio, na hata si Azimio. Jeremia Kioni anasema wameamua kwa kauli moja baba atakuwa presidential candidate yao. So walifanya kura za Rift Valley sawa, Kikuyu wakatoa na wakaambiana vile inaenda. Nikitoka hapo kulikuwa na mkutano Tika, lakini pia kulikuwa mkutano Lari katika Kiambu, ambapo Ichungwa aliongea kuhusu member of parliament, na hiyo member of parliament ni wale watu walifukuzwa kutoka Rift Valley, na ndio uliona crowd ilikuwa so hostile kwa Ichungwa. Hata tribute akajaribu kusimamisha, haikuwezekana. Kwa hivyo hiyo mkutano ilikuwa so awkward kwa UDA. Watu wameanza kubadilika na walikuwa naimba Azimio. Sasa nikikuja Tika, na nikienda Kapando wa Kapando, Martha Karua, kuna Kabogo, wale watu walirikiwa, waliambiana nani aliturik, mkiona kweli. Kwa hivyo wamechichuta, na ukiangalia wamesema chama sao, ngawa wakutacha Jubilee, lakini wameamua ya kwamba chama sao sa Central sitapaki vile iko. Na ukiangalia vile Martha Karua ama wote walisema pale kiti ya rais, ni kama wote wanajua kitu ya kufanya. Wacha niende Meru, kulikuwa mkutano Embu, Meru. Pia Kindiki alishautiwa, leo ilikuwa ni ngumu. Hakuna kitu wangeusa, hakuna kitu wangesema, ilikuwa ngumu kwao sana. Nikienda baba katika Kilifi, ni mkutano moja ilifaulu sana. Watu yote walikuwa wamehamia UDA, walirudi kwa baba kwa ODM, wakasema vile wanasimama viti, ni kama wote walirudi. Sasa wamesema wamekuja kwa baba. Alafu naona Amason Kingi hakukua kwa sababu hiyo mkutano ilikuwa ni ya ODM na watu walikuwa nakuja kudefect, na Amason Kingi yako na chama yake, ingawa anasema huko juu ana support baba, lakini kumaanisha ya kwamba ile mkutano tatu niliona ikiwa Kilifi, Rapai, kulikuwa Rafai na ingine, mambo ya Kilifi ni ngumu, ni ODM. Hiyo baba amefunga. Watu waliongea, ile mtu inanifurahisha kwa hizi mkutano sote ni kijana Babu Owino, anashikwa ya vijana, chenye UDA wangekuwa hivyo juu kampeni yao mingi ni vijana, lakini ukiona Babu Owino akiongea anashika chini, ni kama ameelewa vijana wanataka nini, hata anakuwa in demand. So hiyo ni moja niliona kwa mkutano ya baba. I don't think kama wanaweza waja Babu Owino mahali, hata kama saa zingine anasema vitu unafikiria ni mbaya. I think pia Crown vijana kuna mambo wanaelewa, wanataka kusikia. So wanasema kesho watakuwa na mkutano kubwa Mombasa. So Penat, kidogo ni kwamba dunia imebadilika. Dunia imebadilika. Kitambo ifike hiyo Sakana 3, sidhani kama kuna watu wataendelea. Mudavadi, ile mtu nimemhurumia sana sana. Watangula body language yake imechange kabisa. Ile hasira ile ya Muluya sasa inaonekana, hiyo ya Bukusu ile. Na Mudavadi anajaribu, wanashindwa hata kujaribu kuelezea shida moja. Baba mchawi hii yao, sijui musee, sijui kitendawili, hakuna kitu ingine wanajua. Lakini kwa sababu samani Central walikuwa wakiambiwa hiyo maneno, walikuwa nanunua hiyo mambo ya kitendawili na mchawi kwa sababu walikuwa na candidate. Lakini kwa sasa juu hawana candidate, hata wanashangaa hiyo mchawi mnauliza amefanya nini. Unasikia hata wanajiuliza na huyu baba amewakosea nini? Utuambie vitu mnaenda kutufanyia. So bottom up imekuwa ngumu, wameanza kuelewa. Hata sasa Jubilee wamepata time. Alafu nilifurahia kitu moja walisema. Martha Karua alisema wakati TNA na URP walikutana kila mtu, na ndio hiyo wakati ya 50-50. Hii ingine waliunda ikuwa ni mambo ya uhuru, ilikuwa ni mtu alikuwa naunda ndio akapche hizo kura zote za Central. So alikuwa anajua tukitengeneza Jubilee sasa nitaandiwa over hiyo kikapu yote bila hata mayai moja kutoka. So the reason ya kutengeneza hiyo Jubilee kwa haraka kwa watu, it was not kwa sababu ya Jubilee, it was because of those rich. Hiyo kura mingi iko Central, kuna mtu alikuwa amejua anaiweka kwa kikapu vile ilikuwa na atembee naye. Lakini sasa bahati mbaya kikapu inaitwa nini, msiko ilikuwa mingi, kikapu ikatopoka, mayai sasa simeruka sote, simetoka mpaka unajaribu kushikilia hata mayai kidogo batu sinaenda. So ya kwamba wakale walisema usiaichenga nyumba ya mtu ukifikiria utaingia. Siku ingine mtu akasema usichimbe kaburi mbali sana ukifikiria mtoto ya jirani ataingia. Wewe mwenyewe unaweza ingia ama mtoto yako anaweza ingia. So Jubilee, kuna watu walifanya hesabu wrong, wakafikiria tumepepa hiyo kunia. Sasa ni bahati mbaya, Jubilee itaanza mayai ile ilikuwa imeanguka inaanza kusanyana, itasimama. Mambo ya Livondo, mnajua Livondo alikuwa ni mtu ya, wakati watu wote walikuwa kwa NASA ama wakikuwa ile ya, alikuwa mtu ya Kibaki, wacha niseme hivyo. Alikuwa kijana mchachari sana kutoka Western. Hayo mambo wanasema palipo moshi ama pakosi. Hii watu wapi? Hii watu wanajua Kiswahili watusaidie. Ya kwamba mambo Livondo amesema
penye moshi hapakosi moto.
Bas, sasa kuna watu wengi wanajua hiyo mambo ilikuwa imeendelea, lakini sasa kabla ya, kwa sababu watu wengi wamesema hii watu wawili, kwa nini sisi tukasirika, watu waambie walikosania nini, na sasa inaenda kuchupuka. Kitambo tufike June tutakuwa tumejua hawa watu ya hata Matakarua anasema walikuwa brothers, walikuwa na tai sawa, tulikuwa Obama na Joe Biden, but so nafikiria itakuwa uchungu kwa watu wengine wakisikia mambo ikitoka, but lazima tuvumilie, kwa sababu ukipanda mahindi usitarajie kufuna marakwe. Umeenda kupanda mahindi utafuna mahindi, ukiweka marakwe utafuna marakwe. So kwa hivyo hile mchezo watu walicheza, hakuna kitu haina mwisho. Na pia huyu baba, huyu Raila, kuna wakati alikuwa kijana, hata yeye alikuwa nakimbia, lakini siasa zake za huko mbele hauwezi fananisha na siasa ya watu ya sahi. Raila was so careful, alikuwa anafanya siasa ya, lakini si ya kutusi watu ama si ya kufanya mambo. Hii ya UDA imesiti. Ningewaomba vijana waende polepole, juu hawana msee ya kuwasaidia. Walikataa, sasa watajua nyumba bila msee haikui. Kama nyumba ya UDA ingekuwa na wasee kadhaa na wamama, kuna mambo haingeharibika. Lakini sasa kwa sababu waliamua kukimbia peke yao, wakifika mwisho vile Uhuru walisema wasee wakuja wapite, sasa next time watachukua wasee waonyeshe direction. Asante.
Okay, asante sana Mama Selina kwa maoni yako. Tunashukuru kwa wasia wako na ushauri wako kwa nchi. Tunaamini kwamba tunamakinika tukifuata. Thank you those of you on the comment section. Please, let's give civility. You are free to question whatever you want to question, but respect every person's opinion. Ask your questions rightly. No insults. Let's respect one another, especially when somebody's giving their view. We are all entitled to our views, but that doesn't make your view superior or your view more right than the other one, except when we weigh it against the truth. So let's be here to build a better country by ensuring that we share information that is credible and necessary for helping Kenyans make informed decisions come 9th of August 2022 as we go to elect our leaders. Thank you so much. Franklin, is it Ongata?
Pema, hiyo mambo wanasema commissioner ya sitaki kukua rumors, Nini hiyo wanasema Nigeria High Commissioner, nini imefanyika?
I'm yet to confirm. I didn't want to dive into it. Themba confirm Machage. What's cooking? I saw some breaking news, but I needed to confirm before we talk about it.
Yes, he's dead. He's dead.
Okay.
Honorable Machage is dead.
So tutasema pole kwa sababu ni Mkenya mwenzetu na hiyo ni pole.
Okay, may his soul rest in peace, and pole to the family and everyone that is involved. Franklin Ongata.
Yes, Bernard. Habari ya Wakenya. I'm very grateful
Salama,
for
namna gani leo?
niko salama. Actually, nawasikiza nikiwa Qatar. I really appreciate this platform. It's giving us a platform to at least air out our opinions. Before nianze, I would like to kutuma condolences to the family, na Mungu awapatie nguvu at this time. And also I would like to appreciate mama yetu Selina for her opinions. Tumesikiza mama, tunakupenda sana, and my other two brothers that aired their opinion before. A lot has been said about this Moses Kuria event, and sita repeat ili kupatia wenzangu pia time, but I would like to just mention that few things. And one is that the Moses Kuria event, in my opinion, it was very underwhelming. It's not like how it was hyped it was gonna be, and angechukua that opportunity, the platform, to at least make a decision, even though the decision yenye watu wanasema anagemea upande Azimio like Kalonzo, in politics things can change anytime. So about Livondo though, and sisi kama Wakenya, this period of election, it's always icked with a lot of emotions, and I would really just caution Kenyans, not in a bad way though, that statements like this, and that was a political statement, statements like these ick emotions because we are still tribal, we're still tribalistic in our thinking, and so mtu akiingilia upande side moja, the tribe wanakusanya na wanakuwa na that mentality ya kuwa mtu wetu anaingiliwa, and so hizi ndo statements ile ya uchochezi huwa tunasikia, and I will really appreciate if across the political divide people would at least mind their how what kinds of statements that are being put out there. Lastly, I will really, because a lot has been said, lastly I would really love if kama Bernard ungekuwa na, as in unge create platform ya ile watu kuongelea mambo ya ichungwa budget proposal, because mimi as a UDA fan, as a UDA supporter, I think issue ya BBI enye ilikuwa inaleta things through with the financials and the budgets and pesa kwa counties, Kimani Ichung'wah ameleta budget proposal enye it captures some of those, and so we want to see if the Azimio are wanaenda kuipinga ama wanaenda kuisherekea. That is what we are going to look at that, and if kama in some time utatupatia platform ya ku-air our views, pia tutakuwa tumeshukuru. Thank you so much, and thank you all Kenyans. We wish you well.
Okay, thank you, Franklin. And it's interesting on the issue of the budget. Probably we'll get a show or two to dive into the details, but I don't see it supported in the House, especially from the proponents of BBI, because BBI sought something that is that is enshrined in the constitution, so that whoever leader comes into power cannot change it. We cannot allow it to be, watered down to be just a budget proposal. If it's a budget proposal, anybody can override it. So I don't see that, playing well. And in my opinion, Ichung'wah's proposal is political in the sense that the BBI campaign, especially in the mountain, is working against UDA and Kenya Kwanza, because they were in the open as they celebrated the defeat of BBI, and BBI was pro the mountain. And so they are looking on how to soften the hearts of the mountain people in supporting their presidential bid, without, being affected by the campaign that says we were bringing you 35%. These people insisted on 15%. And so whatever that is coming in play right now is just politics. But if we really want serious things about the BBI, we are waiting for the Supreme Court ruling. After the Supreme Court ruling, BBI can be the 7th candidate on the 2022 elections, August. So we wouldn't want it to be, split into pieces, so that you defeat it another time by trying to now make it a budget proposal. But watu wengine watachangia pia tukiendelea. But as soon as that is put in the limelight, we'll create a show for the same, and everyone will give their view. Asante sana Franklin kwa kuendelea kufuatilia matangazo yetu, na tunaomba kila mmoja tuchangie, tuhakikishe kwamba tunaendelea mbele na tunaendeleza nchi mbele. Hiyo ndio sababu ya sikuwa hapa katika hii platform. Tusiwe tu hapa kuzozana na kubadilishana, tuwe hapa kuhakikisha kwamba tunachangia kuifanya nchi ikuwe bora. Sio tufanye mwanasiasa ama chama, tufanye nchi ikuwe bora katika mawazo yetu na katika michango yetu. Thank you very much. Ni wakati wa Tumange. The other name hata itoki. Tumangla what? You are turning me into Langoini. Hey. Haya, unmute unieleze. Tumanga, microphone ndio iko kwa karibu na jina yako, una click hapo, inafunguka, alafu ukiongea tutasikia.
Niacheni. Okay, my name is Kamanga Langoi.
Naendelea.
Kamanga Langoi. Sasa mimi ningependelea tukuongelea about the rally that was said today that the stadium of Moses Kuria Thanksgiving. Ilikuwa just ilikuwa tu wao, ilikuwa tu poa, haikuwa na ubaya, but tumeona pia kuna politics. As we had Moses Kuria telling Mount Kenya people that you should not be lying. As we hear some people like our the UDA people, they are trying to gather, yani wanataka ku bring that thing called sorry. So
Paul nani ame drop off, labda ataendelea kirudi. Thank you. Mr. Kama.
Hello.
Vipi?
Poa sana, pole, nilikuwa na kunywa maji. I'm happy to see everybody alive and kicking. Leo ilikuwa siku ya maajabu. I think tumefika ile kipindi inaitangwa high-octane politics. Yeah, what Livondo said, whether it is true or not, it has really shaken. Hata on Twitter right now, I think he's a leading guy, trending on #1. I think Livondo is back. And I think Azimio should take him, wapatie hii nafasi ya defense ile nachezangwa na nani hii katika mpira, kuna namba back left defense because I don't want to say it is true or not true,
But what I want to say, it is a very important statement, because what it does, it makes people discuss characters of people, whether it is true, people can trust that person. Because as Madam Selena said, yeah, there's something he said that was very important, but people did not listen. He said that there was a time Raila was very aggressive in politics, to a point that he could not turn back. At that time, he was on what we call political adolescence. Alikuwa ana evolve, because I think at the age of 50, that is when you start now growing. And Ruto is at that age, political adolescence. Mahali, he's unmanageable, he's ungovernable, he's a head, kama vile Kuria amesema, aliita mkutano akaambia watu wa Central wasiende mkutano yake. He is a dictator. He wants to do everything. Giving him an opportunity, even one day, because right now he wants 5 years. And before we get to August, he'll have 2 days. He will say he wants a week. Even giving him a week, he might experiment this country to many things by maybe auctioning some of oceans, trees. And he's that level. I think he needs growth, so that in future, maybe 2032 or 42, he can come and ask for kuras when he is now settled, polite, not bitter. You know what I mean? So I know he's going to be very bitter because of Livondo saying that, and that is what is bringing him out. The reason I don't really support his policies is because I find he has trained his people. Because there's no politician who gets on his stage without being coached on what to say. They say everything. You know, if you look at Mr. Raila's side, it seems they don't have a coordination. They say what is in their heart. But on Ruto's side, it is coached. You're going to attack Uhuru, you're going to attack Baba, you're going to attack economy, you're going to attack. That is how they do. They are planned. It's a very funny side of politics. I want to tell Franklin on this issue of budget, so that he rests in his heart. The UDA don't want to solve problems in this country, because if they really needed to solve problems, these are people in government. Mr. Ruto is a chairman of parliamentary group called IBEC. I think IBEC. Yeah. He can allocate money even without any proposal, because they can discuss with the treasury. He is representing the counties and go and say add 2 billion each and every county because of this factor. So bringing stories in parliament is not an issue. It is just hoodwinking Kenyans so that they think these people have us at heart. They don't have us at heart. This is the first time they're holding kids. Unaona wanashika watoto because they want politics. Wanakula miwa, wanakula mahindi. Yeah, they are doing everything that is supposed to be done by a normal person. But once they get power, then you'll know their true colors. Wataweka limousine, na wakule mikate, na wakule keki na those. So Franklin, huyu mtu na hii group ilikuwa kwa serikali. Mtu anaitwa Ishongwa mwenyewe ameandika hiyo proposal, was the head or chair of budget since 2013 to 2017. Hawakujua mambo ya hasla saa hii. Ange prioritize hiyo, tuache kujenga mabarabara, tupatie hustlers each and every ward billions of shillings anyhowly, because that's how they are saying. Ati ataleta billions, 50 billion, at least 6,000, hiyo ni token. Ruto ataenda 50 billion. Now, and by now he has promised trillions of shillings in each and every place he goes. He has also promised other. He is a father of promises now. He is going to promise even people in Ukambani rain. He is going to say that in the first 100 days, he knows where the rain is why he's not coming. And therefore, these stories of UDA, we know them. They are not real. There's nothing to show that Mr. Ruto and his group have done anything significant in their history to show they can change the country. Is what we call a reaction stage of politics, and I don't think it is possible for people to trust him in leadership. And the issue in the rally in Kilifi, I think it was good. I think normally most people will vote for Baba. It doesn't matter whether Kingi is there, who is there. They know they are safe with Baba than any other person. Baba has no land in the coast. He has never grabbed anything for them. He has only been fighting for them. So he is the best person to be trusted there. Because unless you show me, maybe the land Baba has, it's in Nairobi and Kisumu. He has no that dust and the greediness. But we know of people who we are not going to mention names, have land all over, you know. The other thing I also want to say is that we are coming to a place whereby now, I think after Sagana 3, we'll find that UDA people, because the people who are working with Ruto right now, the Gachagwas and the Dede Nyoros, they have very stiff competition in their area. So they will get to a point whereby they will now stop following Ruto and go back home. Because without going back home, what is happening in their home, it is no joke. That is why you see people like Gunjiri. Gunjiri cannot walk anymore. You will not follow Ruto anymore. The people in there are very strong. Even Kiharu, there is a very strong candidate. Even in these places, Gachagwa's place, they are very strong people. So we know in the few days to come, things are going to change. After Uhuru speaks and speaks the truth, Uhuru should not fear anybody. Let him say what happened. Yeah, we are living in that time of transparency. That's why we are speaking on this platform, because there is nothing we are hiding anybody. If somebody tried to kill you, who tell us? We don't want propaganda and theories. Tell us somebody wanted to inherit you because the Constitution says if I'm God, if I'm incapacitated, then somebody who is the second in command takes over and moves on the country. And if there was a plan to make us the people of mountain and the people of elect to forever fight, then we should know that. So that at the end of the day, we create love and harmony that is good for the country. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Kamau, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na wote ambao mnajumuika nazi katika Mtembei TV. Tunaendelea kuwashukuru kwa kuhusika katika mchango wetu wa Marsabit. Tunao mipango kwamba tunasafirisha mizigo hiyo Alhamisi mwezi huu, I mean wiki lijalo. So tungependa tu kuwashukuru kila mmoja kwa mchango wenu, na tunaomba tutembee pamoja tuhakikishe kwamba hawa watu wanapata msaada. Tunawashukuru tena na tena. Tukiendelea na mjadala wetu, ni wakati wa sorry
Bwana Bedad, can I rejoin? Is there a rejoinder to Mr. Kamau? Naona ameni you know, anajaribu kuninia opinion yangu
in less than a minute. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, what I want to tell Mr. Kamau is that even the president himself, you know, he is the president and yet he is bringing BBI when watu wanaelekea uchaguzi. So to say that Ruto and the Ichungwa wanaleta budget kama watu wanaelekea for election, it's all politics. It's all politics. So I'm not saying they have our interest in their hearts, but I'm saying it's all politics. So if you're going to at least ingilia side nyingine, you have to be very, very fair to both parties. Thank you.
Father Franklin, I'm the one that responded to you. I said, because of the campaign against BBI in the mountain, especially, you know, the mountain is the most important vote for one William Ruto and the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. And it seems like the Azimio people are using the BBI or the rejection of the same to imply that the DP and his team don't have good intentions as far as the progress of the mountain is concerned. And so for them to decampaign that, they come up with this budget proposal. So it is all politics, I agree. But in their budget proposal, what they are proposing is not what was in the BBI. this is just a proposal. The BBI was looking for how to change the constitution and get all the things that are captured within the BBI enshrined in the constitution, so that when we have change of leadership, those things will not change. If it's a budget proposal, it can change any new year budget. We scrap off that 35%, make it 5%, and that in itself will have destroyed the whole essence of devolution and all that. So it is not an issue of standing for or against. It's an issue of, are you decampaigning something using the equal measure? In law, we say that even self-defense, you need to defend yourself with the equal measure of aggression. If somebody attacks you with a pistol, you respond with a pistol. If it attacks you with a knife, you respond with a knife. So you cannot use a machine gun on somebody who is coming with cooking stick. Themba, what were you saying before to twende kwa Kadaferian?
Yeah, I just needed to agree with Franklin, especially on the statement that he said towards the end, that it is all politics. And the idea is not that they're really keen on changing on the budget proposal. They want to see that it will be opposed, and then now they use that as their political narrative, that, you see, we wanted to change this thing and these people refuse. Now the idea is, one thing that has been hitting a lot the UDA guys is what has been said by some of the campaigners in Azimio campaigners in Central, that the BBI was giving some constituencies and was also taking money to those people in Central. And those people who voted no, therefore, did not have an interest in those Central people. So they are trying to revive themselves through that particular proposal. So I agree with Franklin. It is all politics, and they are hoping that it will work for them. Now, I want to submit to Franklin that it has been imepitwa na wakati. The people have already seen, even if the budget proposal goes through, it is the same you who have said that the government does not have money to give. So the same government that cannot afford 15%, you said it cannot afford the many other amounts. So in the same vein, it will still be used against you. Even if you raise it to 50%, it will, because 15% minimum is minimum, it is not maximum. So if there is money, it can go up to even 50%. So what you need to do, what you need to tell us is, even if you give budget proposal and take 35%, 35% is possible right now, because you guys have said it, that it can be given even up to 50%, because the law does not give a maximum. So it will not change. So keep doing the politics, but it will not change nothing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it is nothing but looking for an excuse on why things should not work in a certain way. All the same, we look forward to this interesting time in Kenya as we dissect people's claims and counter claims on their political stance. Let's find out, where does the truth lie? What are Kenyans saying? So, Kadaferian, tupe maoni yako.
Habari zenu?
Salama, namna gani?
Mimi niko salama, niko Malindi.
Haya, tupatie mbivu na mbichi.
Huku hata hakuna Azimio, huku ni ODM. Nikianzia wacha ni jibu Franklin. Franklin, watu wenu hawakuwa ready to change even comma on our constitution. What changes that they want to propose a bill in parliament? Those are side shows that we should not allow. Yangu nataka kuongea sana mambo ya Ukambani politics, because as we speak and as we talk, as we discuss, we are also campaigning for our party and our side. And naweza sema Raila afai at this time and in point, afai kutembelea Ukambani bila Kalonzo until ile time Kalonzo aone Kalonzo hata kuwa interested na kujoin Azimio. Because the other time nilisikia nani akiongea, there are things that we shouldn't allow. Hatufai kukubali kabisa. Kupigania, government is a very big, it will be bigger, and kila mtu atakuwa accommodated. Nilisikia anaitwa nani Mutua akiongea vile Kalonzo anaheshimu, but kuna vitu zingine yeye ameanza kujisifu ni kama yeye ameleta maendeleo, nimechimba hizi vitu, nimechimba. Those are things that we don't want at this time, because we want to accommodate, because yeye kitu yenye alikuwa anajaribu ni kudisapprove Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka. But if Baba can win, na ile siku Kalonzo anataka kuingia kujoin Azimio, waende Ukambani as a team, I think we will have a win-win situation whereby watu wa huko wataona 100% Baba was with Kalonzo Musyoka. But at this point, if ajaribu aende na mambo ya wakina Mutua and all that, I think that guy is not for any good, because we want to do a pure politics, and politics yenye iko na respect na tuheshimu kila mtu. We need support, and that is what will make us win in any battle. Tukienda kwa mambo ya Livondo, niseme generally hiyo function ya Kuria has competitors. Kuria and Rigathi Gachagua, these people are competing on supremacy of the central people that support UDA. Then unaona the other time Kuria alienda kwa NTV akasema ye ayuko kwa mrengo fulani, ayuko kwa mrengo ya Azimio ama mrengo ya UDA. I think hii kitu iliweka tumbo joto, iliweka baridi kwa watu wa UDA. Unajua hao watu ni watu wenye wanataka ni sisi, kama sio sisi hakuna mtu mwingine, ni sisi wenyewe. So hii kitu ilifanya wafanye mambo, na very soon utaona maybe kuna text ilikuwa inatembea usiku kabla ya hiyo meeting. These people, huyo msikanyage huku, msiende kwa hiyo function and all that. The few people that showed up pia ilikuwa ni watu wa Kuria pia. Sasa waliona kuna fitina, because for them to attack this faction, there must be something which triggered that, so that wakaanza kubisana. Mambo ya Livondo, many will celebrate, but I think we should look at this thing keenly. Livondo is one of the guys that they talk anyhow. Kuna jamaa amesema anaitwa Mr. Kamau ama somebody talks about Livondo, that we should take Livondo as the defense and all that. At this time, but we don't want those who have loose mouth that can speak anything that can destroy any vote in any way. Is either inaweza kuwa of benefit, but pia tunasema Livondo hawezi kuwa amedanganya sana ama hakuna ukweli fulani. Livondo are people that talk anyhow. I support Azimio, but I can't support any dirty politics that can be played, that can trigger any violence or any whatever. I want people to compete in a fairly manner, in a transparent manner, in a way that anything that we say, we don't believe in propaganda. Propaganda is not a good thing. That nani anakuambia kama ukinichafulia jina kwa ile mambo yenye sijafanya, itakufanya wewe ushinde sana kuliko mimi. Tufanye tu politics then, yenye mtu akifanya hii ikue ni ukweli huyo alifanya hii ama nini. Na kwa pande nyingine pia naweza sema maybe Livondo anaweza kuwa na ukweli fulani. Kuna jamaa alitoa wimbo ya Kijaka juzi that if you want to know my character, angalia wale watu natembea nao ama uangalie wale watu nakula nao. It will show my character. So Ruto, to some extent, tunaangalia wale watu anatembea nao, wale watu anakula nao and all that. Mtu ameongea mambo ya sijui nani, Ndimi Nyoro. Ndindi Nyoro anajua that to some extent nani anaitwa Mazanga aliongea kwa TV, alisema alikuwa analipa Ndindi Nyoro how much, na Ndindi Nyoro saa hii hakuna the most shares in KPLC. Utajuaje kama most of the shares that he has wako na Ndindi na Ruto, that huyu jamaa anapeleka pesa huko kando juu nini? Because mtu hawezi kuwa tu Ruto anampea nini, anapea Central nini yenye Ndindi Nyoro anaweza nini, na pia anaweza ongea kwa hasira, in which ili hasira, ukiongea na hasira ina show that you have so many things that are hidden within you. Unapenda kitu lakini kuna kitu unaficha, unatetea kitu na roho yako yote uko na uchungu juu, unajua watu wakijua ile kitu unafanya hapa chini inaweza nini, so unajaribu sana utetee kitu. So ni hayo tu kwa sasa. Mimi nasema we must be careful with our mouths, with everything that we do. It's politics, but after politics we will still be there. So it's not a matter of the life and death. Let's just play clean politics and we tuache mambo ya propaganda and all that. Tuseme tu ukweli ile kitu. Kwa saa hii propaganda haiwezi saidia. Uhuru kaa alikuwa anataka kuuliwa, si angesema hiyo nyakati. Hizi vitu hazitatusaidia saa hii. Saa hii tunataka kunini? Angesema hiyo nyakati, saa hii tungeenda kwa nini Ruto akiendelea kukampeni. Tungekuwa tunajua Ruto alijaribu kufanya hivi na tuna take precaution that Ruto is a murderer, is a all that and all that. But saa hii ndio anakuja kusema, na hiyo time ya ndege tunaweza jiuliza hiyo ndege ilitaka kuanguka lini, iliwekwa wakati gani? Si wangesema. Saa hii haitatusaidia, wacha tukampeni na tusifurahie kama Azimio mambo ya kuumiza wengine, mambo ya kuwekelea wengine mambo zingine zenye hatujui ama hatuna ukweli nazo. Wacha tu tucheze politics mzuri, tuchukue kura, hiyo siku ikifika tupige kura mzuri. I think ni hayo tu kwa sasa.
Okay, thank you Kadaferian kwa maoni yako mazuri kweli. Naomba kila mmoja tuendelee kwa mbele and ensure that you keep moving forward. It is important that you remain factual in all that we say on this platform, particularly because we seek to help Kenyans make informed decisions by them listening to what we are talking about. And so don't relent. Let us just keep our eyes open and our ears open and keen to discern in everybody's statement and everybody's givings. Ilikuwa ni zamu ya nini, sasa tumeanza kuchanganya, but ilikuwa zamu ya Ruben akaruka nje. So Ruben,
yes,
namna gani?
habari ya kila mtu?
Fiti.
Poa.
Sura yako tungependa kuiona.
Okay, I would like to kwanza na kuaddress hii issue ya Livondo. I'm not in a place where niko pari kwenye kuna giza.
Yes. Endelea na mchango wako haraka basi. Bwana Njiru Mwaura, upo?
Niko kabisa.
Haya, maoni yako tunasubiri kabla hao wengine warejee.
Okay, ni sawa. So I think I'm happy of what is happening today, and maybe wacha ni contribute haraka, wacha nianzie na history ya Livondo. I think history ya Livondo, kila mtu anajua Livondo ni nani hapa. Livondo has been a poster boy ama na tunajua ya kwamba Livondo for quite some long hatujakuwa tukimuona, ametokezea tu. So Livondo alikuwa anatumika sana like a poster boy in Lang'ata, ile enzi ya PNU, ili aende akampinge Raila. So it used to create a perception that ya kwamba Raila akona opposition in Lang'ata. And to me, nikiona Livondo hapa, naona Livondo hapa kwa mambo mbili. Kuna watu wamekuwa wakisema ati kwa hii Kenya hakuna deep state. Sasa to me, mimi naona Livondo is like the ambassador of deep state. Sorry to say that, but because whatever he said, whether it is true or false, it has a lot of weight and it has a lot of opinion. Na kuna kitu Mr. Ruto aliitisha na ningetaka sasa kusema. Kuna siku Mr. Ruto ameandika kwa gazeti akasema bring it on. There is a day when iliandikwa bring it on. Na sasa na pia Ruto amekuwa akicheza siasa chafu sana, na hakuna watu wamekuwa wakicheza siasa chafu kwake. Tumeona Raila Odinga of late anacheza siasa very civilized, hakuna siasa ya matusi. Sasa ilibidi kutokezee jamaa acheze kama yeye. So hii ni kitu tu to counteract Mr. Ruto dirty and e-politics ya kutusiana. Whether ndege ilikuwa inataka kuanguka ama haikuanguka, we don't know about that. But now there is an allegation in Mount Kenya that their son wanted to be killed. It is an allegation, na unajua in Kenya kumekuwa na allegations mingi sana, and those allegations shape an opinion. So mimi ile kitu naona ama ile kitu mimi nimeelewa kutoka kwa Livondo, what I know as somebody from Mount Kenya, it is that there was a team which had conspired to kill our son, and I got it clearly today. Where Livondo got that information from, me I don't know, but our son wanted to be killed and na tuliweka star. So Livondo has given us very important information, sababu Livondo sio Mkenya ati hivi. Livondo stays in the high table, anajuana na hao majamaa. So na wamekuwa na Ruto kwa muda mrefu, so wanajuana kwa manyoya, and they needed somebody like Livondo, sababu Livondo huwezi enda ati kumuataka. Kama hiyo information Livondo wamepeana iwezi peana na anyone, inataka mtu kichwa ngumu and somebody who can defend himself. That information ingepeanwa na Kabando wa Kabando. Hiyo information hata Moses Kuria angepeana. That information was given by the appropriate person, somebody who can counter it. It is very dangerous information which needs somebody with a stamina, and Livondo has a stamina. So I'm very happy we know. So na najua watu watakuja kudefend hapa wakisema ati ya kwamba ni uongo na hii vitu ingejulikana mapema. There is nothing like that. Sorry,
nikuinterrupt kidogo.
Okay, sema.
Hii mambo ya Livondo kwa mkutano ya Kuria, mimi naiona kama inaweza kuwa inaweza kuwa imetoka kwa two factions. Maybe imetoka kwa deep state ama kwa the rivalry of Moses Kuria on Mount Kenya, ndio aweke uadui kati ya Moses Kuria na Mr. Deputy President, ama unaonaje?
Sorry, that thing is bigger than that. Hiyo kitu ni ya kugawanya Mount Kenya, my friend. The fact that Mount Kenya people will hear ama watasikia ya kwamba their kingpin wanted to be killed, that is an escape point. So that thing has more catalyst than story ya Moses Kuria manini. It is something which is, we don't know about the truth of the information. No one can substantiate that information. But you know, in Kenya, we are a country full of allegation. Kama nani Jacob Juma aliuawa, we only know about allegation. Ni nani sijui alifanya. So we have so many people who have died in Kenya, and it is all about allegation. Mtu kama George Saitoti alikufa, it is an allegation. Sijui ndege ilifanywa nini. So in Kenya we live on an allegation, and any allegation in Kenya we take it very seriously. For me, and even as a learned person, me this allegation I'm taking it very seriously. what I am taking it, mimi nasema our son wanted to be killed. That is the point, and it is home. Whether it is true or false, no one wants.
Bwana Wanjiru, kizungu yako inasumbua.
Okay, don't worry about that. So what he
wanted to kill, or he wanted to be killed. You know.
Okay, this hour, but I hope you get the point. Our son wanted to die. Now,
I understand you, but my viewers will have a problem with that. We'll leave this place and say somebody claimed on Tembe TV that our president wanted to die.
No, sorry. Wanted to be killed. Sorry, wanted to be killed by somebody. It is a very heavy allegation. We are taking it with a lot of weight. Whether it is true or false, me as a Kenyan, it is not my duty to substantiate that. As a Kenyan, my work is to get information and synthesize it. The issues of substantiation, it is the law and other people. What to attack Livondo, take Livondo to court, clean your name. But for now, what I know is that Livondo has given us information. There was a plot to kill somebody, and it is home. Tuende history ingine ya vile nasikia tu watu wakisema ati pesa inaweza ongezwa na nini. There is one benefit inaweza sema BBI ilikuwa inaleta. Unajua watu hawako serious hapa. Let me tell you, hakuna pesa iwezi kuwa ikipeano na mdomo. And the reason why we create law, creating law, so that we can create things we call safeguard. Uhuru hawezi atiamuka aseme nataka kupea county 29%. Naye Raila akiingia aseme nataka kupea county 39%. A government cannot be run on guesswork and on proposals. Ile kitu BBI ilikuwa inataka kufanya, it wanted to give a constant figure which will be based by our economy. Kama GDP, kama ile pesa tumeokota ni hii, tunajua hii percentage itaendea counties. So whoever is saying that the pesa inaweza ongezwa anytime, he is run to Kenyans. You need a safeguard. You need something written. Hata wewe ukienda kwa kazi leo upewe mshahara, mtu akwambie amekuajiri 50,000 na asikupee a letter of appointment. Unaweza enda kuambia watu uko na kazi? No, let's ask ourselves a genuine question. A letter of appointment defines a job and you can take somebody to court. Sasa hawa watu wa county, hata serikali ikiwanyima hii pesa, can they prosecute the government? Can they take the government to the court? So what we want is that the 5% tunasema iweko kwa BBI, itakuwa whoever gets into power, tunajua county lazima zipate 35%. So there is nothing like ati kusema ati hiyo pesa inaweza ongezwa. So hii na kuonesha watu wa UDA, I think they don't have lawyers. We have nothing like verbal in life. Everything has to be documented. And so when UDA comes to tell us that ati watu wanaweza enda ati tunaweza pewa hata hiyo pesa saa hii, I think that one is taking Kenyans as fools and for a ride. And we need documentation. And the BBI is documenting our benefits in BBI. And once BBI passes, I'm double sure we are getting 35% to through the county. Serikali baki na 65. Hatutaki ati historia ati president akikuja anatupea pesa kulingana ati na emotion. Akikosana na bibi yake anasema hiyo pesa irudishwe to 27. We don't want something like that. We want something constant. Lastly, I want to comment about kama mumeanza kuona maclips zina circulate, mumeona kama Ishongwa leo amekuwa budi ni Kiambu. So ile kitu naweza jaribu kusema ni ya kwamba, na ukijaribu kuangalia the campaign strategy ya deputy president, he is not changing the strategy. Strategy yake imekuwa ni kupinga serikali, kuingililia serikali and to lump people in one basket na kuwatusi. As long as in Mount Kenya region, the deputy president is not going to talk about his agenda and what Jubilee government has done, instruction will keep on falling and falling and falling, and he will not make it. That's my contribution.
Asante sana Bwana Njiru, tunakushukuru kwa maoni yako, na naomba tuzingatie sheria na desturi zetu, alafu let's be forthright, but not whip up emotions. I think it's important that Kenyans are entitled to knowing the truth, and the truth comes in progression, one revelation after another, and then we eventually end up with a whole picture. And so we are in that season when people will throw a lot of things around, and so we need to arm ourselves to scrutinize everything and be able to follow what is credible and not just everything. But all the same, politics is politics. It is push and pull, and everybody wanting to look and appear to be the ones on the right side or doing the right thing. But in between, we'll always know the truth. So let's keep at the middle of the road so that we don't fall victims of people's ploys and deceit, even as they implore us to support their bid into the upcoming elections. Wakenya wote tumakinike, usilale, hakikisha kwamba unajua ukweli. Yule MCA unachagua, yule MP unachagua, yule women rep unachagua, yule senator, yule governor unachagua, unampatia ruhusa ya miaka 5 kuongoza maisha yako, na kama utachukua mtu wa mchezo, basi atachezea maisha yako for 5 solid years. So hili ni suala ambalo lazima utilie maanani, usitumie tu emotions. Hakikisha kwamba umefikiria vizuri na unafanya uamuzi ambao unafaa. Asanteni sana wote ambao muko pale kwa comments na wote ambao mnafuata, wasikilizaji wetu wote dunia nzima. Tunaomba tu endelea kukaribisha mtu, ukitupata karibisha mtu, ili wote tukajiunge, tuwe kikundi kikubwa ambacho kinapata ukweli unaotokana na mazungumzo yetu katika Mtembei TV. Tunaendelea kuwashukuru wote ambao mlihusika katika mchango ambao tulikuwa tunachangia watu wa Marsabit. Tunatangaza kwamba Alhamisi tutakuwa tunafunga safari ya kupeleka hizo bidhaa, na tunaomba wote tutembee pamoja. Hakikisha kwamba kama unataka kutusindikisha, utusindikishe vizuri ili tufike, na tunapanga kwamba tukifika huko tutafanya live stream. We are hoping that there will be enough infrastructure to help us stream the whole process as we have been doing here. So we want to continue to thank you so much for being part and parcel of this, and we ask you to pray and support even as we continue. Mtembei TV is here because of you, and we are glad that you are part and parcel of what we are doing, and we want to continue doing what we know best for the welfare of this great nation. So let us work towards that and towards the bettering of this nation by securing proper understanding to all the voters around the nation, that when we go to that ballot, the choice we make will not be guesswork, it will not be emotional, it will be accurate based on the information that is shared. Asanteni sana. Now, naomba tumsikilize Sam kwa kifupi kabla Alex aje. Sam, how are you today?
Fine, thank you. Asanteni sana. Nashukuru Mungu amenipatia uwezo kuweza kuwa. Asante. Mimi niko na swali kidogo kuhusu Njiru.
Bwana Sam, you are mute. Unmute first.
Sorry. Kuna vitu vingine we think we are just talking just for fun, but it can cause a little bit of harm to us. Kwa mfano, here comment ya kuwa our son is going to be killed, one day somebody want to kill. Let us not take speculation, conspiracy theory into reality. Put it aside. Those who are responsible for that thing, I mean the investigative arm of the government, NIS, DCI, whatever they have, what they call it, they know what they are doing it. So we should not jump our guns into issues that we don't know. Atujui nani. I say, put it aside. Wachane hii kitu kabisa. Not even talk about it because we don't know. Tusijaribu to jam our guns into issues that we don't know. Okay, that's a forgotten case. I don't want to talk about it. Njiru, you talk about you had Ichungwa talking about the budget. Those are proposals from UDA, what do you call it? Kenya Kwanza? Yeah, I think Kenya Kwanza. Whatever they call themselves. They wanted to know that because they just want, they are proposing that so that they can see that in this coming budget, they want to make sure that that thing has to be passed without even changing the laws, which is whatever the parliament or the Senate is going to pass, it's a part of the law. Sio lazima tuende tu naitwa nini referendum the laws pass. Kuna vitu kama hizo ilisemekana minimum ni 15%. So they are trying to make sure that it's going to be 30%. If they are going to make it, well and good for the Kenyans. So itakuwa imesaidia wa Kenya. If they are not going to make it, well, maybe the next government will make it. Maybe the Azimio government will make it. Maybe not even, let us not talk about Kenya Kwanza. Maybe the Kiunjuri family, can make it. Maybe Karua's government will go to make it. Maybe Muturi government is going to make it. Or maybe Amazon King government is going to make it. So those are the things. So more than that, ukijaribu kusema the UDA want to, or Azimio, the Kenya Kwanza want to pass it, nobody is going to accept it. Let them put it in the government, in the parliament. Let them introduce a bill, and let us find out if and when, if the government, if the parliamentarians are going to pass it, it's going to be one of the best things for our nation. If they are not going to pass out, to pass it, the bill, it means we are not genuine as Kenyans. I'm sorry to say that we are not genuine as a Kenyan because we want to put our nation, the people of the citizens of the country into more debt, or to make them slaves of their own deeds. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Sam kwa maoni yako. Naona mikono imepanda. Haya, tuanze na Kamau.
Tumesema kwamba hiyo mambo inaongewa na UDA ni politics. Kwa hivyo yeye pia achukulie kama politics, kwa sababu yeye anaongea juu ya debt. At the same time anasema they are not genuine if we don't pass it. So it is neither here nor there. It's a politic time. So it is not going anywhere either way.
Okay, Themba.
Why is Sam saying that we should not talk about things that, according to him, he feels that are hitting him hard? When they are talking about things that are hitting the other side, that's okay. But when they are talking about things that are hitting them hard below the belt, he's saying that we should not talk about it. We should not. Livondo's conversation is not going anywhere. We do not have the capacity to test its veracity, but we are going to be testing its political relevance right now. Just like when they talked about the issue, when Mudavadi talked about Uhuru calling him to tell him that he should not support Ruto, nobody was going to test the veracity of that information. But it is in the political podium. Right now, one of your friends, I don't see you using the same energy to castigate what Gachagua has been saying in all political podiums. And you have not said that we shouldn't talk about what he talks about. So that is number one. Number two, it is the same Kimani Ichung'wah that has said that the government has not been able to meet 15%. How are they going to meet the 35% or so that was in the BBI? What has changed? Is it now a different thing that now the budget proposal is going to bring the 35% that they say the government doesn't have? Is the same people in political podium that are saying this government has 1.4 trillion or something, or $11 trillion in debt that they cannot afford. Now, what is that proposal meant to be? We will treat it as a political document, nothing but that. So it is not going away. And there's no concern that they have for the people better than BBI had. BBI had was giving you constituencies,
Temba, was it a question or I thought you were asking me so that I can answer you.
Relax, Mr. Sam.
I just want to know whether it's a question or just your own suggestion, because you said something which I would like you also to answer it so that you can give
Okay, go ahead and answer what you have heard so far.
Thank you, Temba. About Livondo, that's about security. Security of a president is more paramount, and we shouldn't talk about it. It's only, I say, because I was in the government. I was in the military from 1982 to 1992. So about security of Kenyan citizen is more paramount. It should not be discussed on a podium like this. I'm sorry, I don't want somebody to... Which law
says that?
Temba, let us not talk about it.
Which law?
Okay,
Temba,
let's do this.
Temba, let the authority...
Order, everybody mute your mic. Thank you for muting your mic. Kila mtu zima mic yako kwanza. We are not going anywhere until everybody's mic is mute.
Bernard.
Mama Selina, mute your mic. Everybody mute your mic.
No, ninasema siongei hiyo.
Ngoja kwanza, tunakuja kwako. Tafadhali, sitaki kutuma mtu quarantine zaidi mapema sana. Okay? Tuelewanwe hapa. Okay? Swala ambalo tunazungumzia si swala ambalo ni tumecreate. We are discussing something that is in the public domain. It is not Mtembei TV's creation. That's number one. Number two, our views have nothing to do with whether the president's security is compromised or not. We are simply looking at a matter that happened or is being claimed that it happened. And as Kenyans, we should be concerned, because if things like this crop up, it could be a rumor today, but the next day it is no longer a rumor. Somebody's life is put in danger. So it's our duty to do that. Probably after everybody has raised their questions, I will bring in another angle before we move on. But tuanze sasa na nani? Mama Selina.
Okay, penalty yangu ilikuwa hivi. Kuna siku retired naitwa nani hayati Rais Moi alikuwa anaenda kwa Queen Elizabeth, na tulikuwa na vice president alikuwa anaitwa Josphat Karanja, na ndege ya rais ikasemekana imewekwa mafuta nusu, alafu saa ile tu ametua Josphat Karanja akasema is the acting president as from now. Moi wakati angeingia Indian Ocean ama wapi, akapigia Queen Elizabeth, mandege sikaenda, alafu Leonard Mambo akasema Daniel Moi amewasili salama salameni. So kuna mambo zingine tukumbuke. Kwa hiyo mambo ikitoka atusemi, lakini kuassassinate the president ama kama hiyo ya Josphat Karanja, nafikiri nyinyi wengine mulikuwa wadogo, but something like that ilifanyika Kenya. Akataka kukana, dakika ya mwisho ilikuwa ni ukweli. So I was just referring because hiyo ni kitu kubwa sana yenye si ya kuchezea. So wakati ya Moi na hii na Josphat Karanja na baadaye ikasemekana. So I was just referring to something like that.
Yes, Themba.
My attention is drawn to what Sam is saying. You know, the president is the property of Kenyans. And there's no law that makes us not discuss his security. Akipotea inafaa tunauliza, they owe us to tell us where is the president. So this telling us we should not discuss, that is gagging us according to the Bill of Rights. That is number one. So he is even going against the Bill of Rights as he's speaking. Livondo spoke about something that is political in nature. We are not talking about the veracity of it. We have no capacity to discuss the veracity. That is for other arms of the created by the Constitution. But you cannot say, when something has been said about the president, we should not discuss. Who says that? That is gagging us. I don't think Sam is aware of the provisions of the Constitution as it stands right now.
So thank you, Panavemba, and probably I will bring in this angle.
Mr. Themba, being
Nini Panasam.
No, kidogo tu some few 30 seconds, please. Usinikatishe kidogo. Mr. Themba, I know what is going on in Kenya as per now when we are sitting here. I'm sorry to say it that way, but I don't want to talk about more than that. Anyway, there's something I just want to about Njiru. I don't want to touch about security because I know the situation, the consequences of it. I know the repercussion and the consequence of it. Forget about that one. What do you call it? Njiru talk about, I think Njiru or Kamau. I'm sorry, one of them.
Sam, you can't tell us I know and you don't tell us. When you come to a public podium like this, don't tell us that I know about it and then you don't tell us, give us details. If you're not ready to
Mr. Themba, wherever you are, you have to think about two things. The consequence and the repercussion of talking hennahouli just because of talking. That's one thing. Security of a country is more paramount. You know what? Do you know what they mean by paramount? It's paramount. The security of a presidency of the citizen of Kenya, of a country, or the citizen of a country is more paramount. It's not something to be talked just anyhow. I'm sorry to say that one. Forget it.
You're not telling us what is it that we are saying.
Order. Thank you. Sam, we have heard you say that, and we appreciate where you're coming from and why you are saying what you are saying. We are not discussing the security of the country. We are not discussing even the security of the president. We are discussing an allegation that has been leveled about an attempt on the president's life. And that has already taken place, is already under control. I don't think we are limited on the same, but I want to bring in an angle of, just before Alex comes in, an angle of, if those of you, if you remember very well, there was this outcry by Sonko when he was newly in the office as governor, and what happened to the governor of Nyeri, okay? There was this outcry of the automatic inheritance of the governorship immediately by the deputy in the aspect of the demise of the governor. And there was an agitation of the review of the law, okay? So that this automatic inheritance should be scrapped off, so that, let's say, he will be in acting capacity for 90 days, thereafter we call a general election. He said that will enhance the security of the governor, because there are some, you can have an ill-hearted assistant who would want to get rid of you and then inherit the seat automatically. And I think nothing just happens. Everything happens for a reason. And so this is one area that we can't bury our head in the sand. We should look at it clearly. Even this, the deputy and the president, the law needs to be clear on the law needs to be looked at holistically, in the sense that when somebody sees that I can become president by default, it is easier than me being president through the ballot, then of course we'll go for the easy way. It's human nature to go for the easy way. and the easy way can be dire for others. So I want us to not just to limit ourselves to what was said. Let's look at it from that particular understanding. We say that as long as corruption is rewarding, it will continue thriving. But when corruption becomes painful and punishable and very expensive, nobody will go to the same. And so when we make it easy, at times we end up messing. I don't know how you feel. And so I want Njiru umeinua mkono. Iko nini?
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to just confirm something to Sam here. You know, yesterday I couldn't have talked to the way I talked today. I talked today because of something which came today. So, and as a citizen, I said, it is not our duty to confirm an allegation. So my question to you, can you tell me, out of 1 million allegations in Kenya, starting from Dongo report and so many other reports which we have done, including even the post-election violence and so many things which we have done in Kenya, which have also affected other serious citizens apart from Kenyans, how many allegations in Kenya have we known the truth? And to what extent, when you have not known the truth within an allegation, when are you not deemed to talk about an allegation? Simply because it is something which can affect our security. So tell me, how do you handle an allegation as a citizen? And it is there outside, and it is affecting our political dynamics and our thinking. Answer that one.
As you're answering that, Sam, as you're answering that, Sam,
Yes,
as you're
sir.
answering that, when
Yes, sir.
Jacob Juma was being buried, Dr. Kalwale said that in his Twitter handle at Kabates, had said he knows the person who was going to kill him. Was that investigated? Was there a conclusion to that? Was that a security risk also?
Thank you so much. Let me first answer Njiru Mwaura. Mwaura, I know what you mean by that, but there's things I may not know about it. Whatever is going on the ground, you know, if I say, for example, don't quote me in a different way, because I think it is going to be viral when you quote me. I say, for example, don't quote me in a very bad way. I say one thing. When you have in a family, one kid do something, will you expose your kids to the others outside of it to make it your kids to be more, I don't know, whatever they call it? I don't think so. Let me answer. I'm sorry, more than that, I don't know what to do. Let me answer Temper. Temper, on your table, you said about whoever called it that somebody said about my life is in a jeopardy or so. How many people have talked in Kenya about their life, and nobody answers, is not going to answer it? Let us be sure. Let us be realistic. Sometimes we have to talk sense. Nobody has. How many people have talked about their life, and nobody, not even the government, has come out and talk about it? Come on, Themba. Let us be realistic.
Sam, I'm struggling to follow you. Sam, hold on.
Let us
Sam,
not
I'm
cheat people
struggling to follow
on the
you.
media.
What are you exactly
Let us
saying?
not cheat people on the media just to show, to make side shows. Let us talk
Sam,
sense.
with all due respect,
especially this time of election year, we have to be very,
Sam,
very
you're not listening to
careful
me.
on whatever we are going to talk.
Sam, you're not listening to me.
Yes, sir.
With all due respect, I'm struggling to follow you and understand exactly what you're saying. We are not in any way putting the security of anyone in this country at jeopardy by discussing an allegation that has been leveled. It is our responsibility as a media house to put in the public or rather put out there what is required to be put out there. And from the last time I checked, the Constitution backs us up on the same. I think from your history, you have told us you served in the military. There's a difference between your oath as a military officer and me as a civilian. we don't live the same life in terms of your oath. So if you have an oath of secrecy as a military officer, we respect it, but you can't now make that a general application to everyone, not to discuss matters that you are forbidden to discuss because it was in your line of duty not to say. I'm a pastor. There are things everybody can come and tell me. I can't even share them with my wife because that is my oath. I have to hear it and then find a solution to it. It is not supposed to be shared by anybody. But I cannot come to this platform and say from today, whatever somebody shares with you, you shouldn't share with anybody because that is how we do it. No, that is in my profession. It applies me in that particular way. You can't make it a general rule without binding the people.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard.
Yes.
I might be very harsh according to my previous profession. I'm a senior consultant in the logistics in a company here in Germany, and I'm working in a hospital. I may be out of touch about Kenyan politics, but one thing, let me tell you one thing. You know, I've said before you asked me this question, I told you people, don't misquote me according to what I'm going to read. I said, if and when. These are two different things. If and when, especially at this time of electioneering, we have to talk sense. Otherwise, we are going to antagonize our own people. I have my own kids.
Bwana Sam,
moment, Bernard,
I appreciate your sentiments, and I'm glad that you're sharing that.
We're wasting time on issues of the military.
Bwana Sam, we are not going to buy fear, and we are not going to be threatened not to say what we should say. So we appreciate your fears, we appreciate your wherever, but not for now. Not for now. Thank you. Alex, are you ready? We will take Alex, then Kenya, and then Sido, then Vicky, in that order. Alex, take it.
Yeah, I'm ready. And Sam Amanda. It's okay. I mean, I wanted to tell
Sam
you
go quarantine. You go quarantine.
No, it's okay, but usiweke watu quarantine because our views are divergent. He has all his rights to say whatever he wants. You know, in Kenya, Raila fought for us even to say our nonsense. So it's okay. Because we will all not think the same. Anyway, thank you, panelists. And I'm glad this topic finally has come. This topic has been in the corridors for a very long time. And I overheard this thing about 3 years ago, and somebody wrote a piece about it, and immediately it was struck out of the media. I don't know how, but it's not something new. It's only that now it's been brought in a political stage and podium, and I think it's been too late. People have been asking, why is the president and his deputy not getting along? Whether it came through the right channel or the wrong channel, I mean, in politics, we have opined here. That's why we have people like Sudi. That's why we have people like Junet. That's why we have people who are capable to say things that our masters cannot say. And in management, in MBA, they call it intelligence. Intelligence is when somebody his usefulness is outused. You use somebody until his usefulness is gone, but you buy his loyalty. So they are capable of saying what you want at the right time so that that narrative will be carried on because it has weight. So Mr. Sam, hii kitu yenye imesemwa na Livondo, it's not new. It's been there. And if you give me your phone on private chat, I will share some information, and some of them utashtuka. So you can't stop it now. And the more reason now, the very people who are in the presidency, it's not about the president now, it's the presidency saying this person is not right to be a president, because at some point, this is what we thought he did. And as of now, in Mutembe, we will not say it happened. We talk as it is an allegation. So that allegation has been there, and that was the parting shot. And if Bernard was to speak openly here, but he can't, the people from NCCK were told to bring these two people together, and Uhuru looked in their face. He went and faced them. And Bernard will tell you, he faced them. He agreed to face the NCCK, but he told them, "Huyu hatuwezi sameana na yeye." And those are the reasons. So we shouldn't be fearful to say the truth. Hata wewe nyumbani, in a family, ujue bibi yako alikuwekea sumu bwana. Hakuna kitu mnaenda kuongea na wazee. Arudi ama afanye nini? Bibi yako ataka kukuua. Watu wa kuongelesha arudi umulane na yeye kitanda moja. It doesn't happen. If you truly want to have a true posterity, you understand that, you know, her usefulness and your usefulness together, imeisha. So you have to plan ahead. And that is sad. So Sam and the rest of the people who are refuting this, it has been there. And I hope they don't speak even more in details, because now it will going to break even more as you never thought. Because some people who are even in some high office, at some point, when they were taken two for the road, have been heard and recorded saying it. So, but Bernard, there is something that is happening in Kissi that you may not be knowing. The hell has broke loose in Kissi. I don't know if you have seen it in Facebook. The UDA is no more in Kissi. They started like a joke yesterday. I'm in their forum, and they are my friends. Osoro is my friend, he knows that. Kibagendi is my best friend. Whenever he comes here, we host him. And yesterday, they started like a joke. They started abusing each other. And today, if you go to the WhatsApp, I'll send you some of the things to put here so that people can know. I mean, there's so much going. There's so much they have revealed that is going on in the group, yeah, the DP. They have gone even personal, abusing each other. If you can go to UDA Kissi on Facebook, it's there, live, right now. You can see people typing and abusing each other. And this is what we have always said. You cannot thrive in lies and be sustainable. At some point, it will break. I told my friend Kibagendi, you are in a group that does not fit you. Today, Osoro tells Kibagendi that your father and mother are not from Bogetutu, so you cannot seek a seat there. And Kibagendi tells him, your father and mother died of Ukimwi. That's why we gave you sympathy votes. I mean, you see what they are typing, and this is the kind of people that the DP has put in Kissi, as leaders of UDA. And you see the whole conversation, you can almost see that they are not together. Money brought them together, stupidity brought them together, pettiness brought them together, and you can build a house out of bullshit, but bullshit can never keep the house in any way. So, and having seen that, that is the trajectory that is going to go. Nobody is going to break the DP. The DP's mistakes are going to break him, and they are breaking him already. And we still have one question that we will never forget. We who are neighbors to a man that died, that was the DP's pilot for a long time, he died under some mysterious circumstances, and his case was thrown out. So far, we've been told that since the case is going on, it was ganged. If you remember the pilot from Kissi that died, and there was some revelation too in regard to what Sam is making noise here. It was linked. So Sam, my friend, this thing is not, there is no visitor in Jerusalem in regarding this thing. The president security, when it came to his air travel, was compromised, and it put him at risk twice, not once. The only problem we have is that the person saying it is a person that we think is a sycophant. But no, we must have such kind of people to talk for us when it's necessary. And that is politics. You must have diplomats and you have undiplomats. I don't know how to call him. But that is where we are now. And the center stage for that is going to dig deep. You saw what happened today, Moses Kuria coming back, the DP, the Livondo starting also the narrative. And you can imagine the central will be taken out of him, not even in April as we thought, sooner than that. And his prophecy of Avile's party is going to be UDA. So suck it and get used to it right now. All people are in UDA. And we tolerated them in Kissi for a long time because of a few young people that we thought we are going to nurture. People like Kibagendi, we thought we will nurture them, even though they are on the other side. But if you see what they have been told with the UDA brigade, I don't think they will survive there. They must get out of there as soon as possible. Otherwise, they are going to a political dustbin. So in short, that narrative that has been started, it is a clear way that the DP cannot lead this country. The presidency. Now, it's not the politicians talking. That thing was not revealed by a politician. It was revealed by the presidency. And whenever we talk about the presidency, people think the president are the people, presidency is the people who work in the office of the president. It is beyond that. It is the military, it is the finance, it is the energy. You know, like people don't know. In Ethiopia here, when the election was stolen and the people started making noise, one switch was switched off for 2 weeks. And they didn't have Mutembei TV. They did not have Facebook. They did not have WhatsApp. 2 weeks, people were tired. And what did they say? Give us the electricity and we don't care about politics. And these are machineries that are controlled by the presidency. If the presidency feels somebody cannot take over, they will block him. And they are giving us tips of the reasons why they believe this person should or cannot. For now, we will say these are allegations, but the truth is that as days goes by, you're going to see. And the people of the DP are creating storms to come out of UDA now. They are creating unnecessary storms so that they can come out of UDA because walikula fair, but they don't know how to get out of there. But now they must get out before it's too late. Thank you so much.
A question.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you.
Question.
Let's do this order, everybody. Thank you. Everybody keep your mic. Let's listen out to this video before we proceed.
Uhuru Kenyatta has cancelled his one-week United States of America tour. The cancellation of the trip follows an abortive flight to Dubai, where he was to connect to a commercial flight to Los Angeles, California, for the annual Milken Institute Global Conference. According to State House, the president's Kenya Air Force jet had to turn back because of a routing challenge occasioned by the military conflict in Yemen. But as KTN Samugina reports, security analysts think there is more to the abortive flight than the government is saying.
Sources private to the president's flight plan now claims that in fact the president's jet was turned back in Eritrea owing to diplomatic differences between the two countries, and that Yemen conflict attributed to by government is a smokescreen to cover up the spat. The sources claim the president's jet, Kenya 1, lacked clearance to fly over the Eritrean airspace, and once airborne, the president's entourage was denied the permission to proceed within its flight path in the Eritrean airspace.
if this was a serious situation as it was, return home, the KDF could break the protocols and call their counterparts, the defense forces of those nations, and say, hey, we're in a distress. They have military bases out there that could receive the head of state.
The Kenya Air Force presidential jet is under the purview of the Air Force wing of the military. Given the security sensitivity of carrying the president, everything is done in a clandestine manner, including the name of the aircraft, the occupants of the aircraft, and its flight path. The president was to connect to a commercial flight in Dubai for the rest of his trip to the United States.
Didn't our friendship extend to the point of, please, we need to land here? Then if our friends there could not help us land our president and avoid this embarrassment, then those are not our friends. In fact, diplomatic questions should be asked. Why didn't you provide clearance for our president?
But taking the government narrative as the true account of the president's travel hitch, then who cleared the president to fly over Yemen, right over a country in the throes of a full-blown military conflict? Since even commercial airlines are rerouting their flights, did someone put the president's security at risk?
Ignorance is never a defense. So we expect to see heads rolling on this one. This is very, very serious. But again, I assure you, nothing will happen.
Consequently, President Uhuru Kenyatta finds himself in an awkward position of having to return to base, cancelling his week-long trip to the United States, where he was to attend the annual Milk and Institute Global Conference that brings together world leaders to deliberate.
Bernard, a question. I have a burning question.
Hold on. Burning question for where? Mute
Yes,
your
I have a
mic.
burning question. Of course, for Alex and you.
Hold on.
Yeah, it might be burning. Wachana to
Subiri
UDA is
kwanza.
burning. Just tell us. UDA is burning. Yeah.
Oh, you're petty.
Alex, you're out of
No,
order.
I'm not petty. I'm not
Alex,
petty,
you're out
my
of
friend.
order.
No, I'm
Order,
not
please.
petty.
I'm saying order, please. Thank you, Vicky. What's your question?
Yes, I have some question to Alex. Ningependa kujua, are you in Kissi? And if you're not, how do you know the ground well you are not in Kissi?
My friend.
And then,
Okay.
another question. All those allegations you've brought, at times you use abusive language, and then I wonder. So, these are questions on my letter. What facts do you have? Or just other ni accusation tu za kawaida tu?
Okay, let me answer you before you go to another question. Themba.
Yes.
Themba, I want you to go to Facebook, the UDA page for Kissi. And I want you to read for him.
Alex, I confirm you are right. Wachana na huyu hata Anthony Kibageni
You know,
ametoka
no,
UDA.
wait, Themba, let me finish.
No. So you're basing a fact on Facebook page.
No, it's not Facebook page. Okay. Let me answer him.
Is that not ignorant?
Let me answer him. No, don't call me ignorant, my friend.
No, order, please.
Stop that pettiness on yourself.
Ngoja kwanza, Alex, hold on. Vicky, you had a question.
Yes, I've asked.
For it. I'm not getting it. Must somebody be in Kissi to know what's happening in Kissi?
I just want to know because tunashanga.
Must somebody be in Kissi to know
no one is desperate, Alex, my friend.
No, you are desperate and petty.
You are the one who's petty.
Because what we are reporting. No, what a minute. Vicky,
how do you
what we are reporting.
Just on our Facebook page?
Vicky, it's not Facebook page. Okay? I told him to confirm from Facebook because it has precipitated look, it started on a personal level. And I'm not going to go there. Both those people are my good friends.
You don't have to explain yourself.
Okay? The thing is that as we talk now, no, wait a minute. As we talk now, Kibagendi has resigned from UDA. And what he has said is very simple. More is going to follow. Not only that, your Osoro is resigning tomorrow. Not only that, the one who was going to seek the gubernatorial from Kissi, has put a break and he said, we are not dealing with this man anymore. So if you don't like that, just because I'm not in Kissi, go to the nearest political dustbin and suck it and get used to it. That is what is happening in Kissi. Suck it and get used to it. That's what's happening in Kissi.
You see, sir, now you're
No,
the
no.
language you're using.
No, it's not about the language. I'm reminding you. I've told you the facts.
Let's do this
I've told
order.
you don't like them.
Alex, you have made your point.
Mr. Bernard.
Alex, you have made your point. Thank you.
No.
That is a fact. Why are you denying facts?
No, Alex.
I mean, Anthony Kibagendi changed and he has resigned.
Alex.
I mean, Anthony Kibagendi.
Njiru, you're out of order. Njiru, you're out of order. Thank you. So, Vicky, you've been given the information. What else do you need?
No, see, Bernard. You can't make conclusion of Kissi based on a Facebook page. Why? Oh, is this man exposed? Or am I ignorance?
Like, anyway.
I think
stumbling.
I
knew
where
him,
you're
but
going, and we are not going to go there with you.
no, you see now, Bernard, you're not fair.
No. You can either ask questions.
Vicky, suck it and get used to it. Osoro has resigned and Kibagendi has resigned from UDA. Just suck it and get used to it. That's Kissi matter. Suck it, get used to it.
Have I denied that?
Thank you. So, Vicky.
So, Bernard, a question for you. No, hajajibu swali, hajajibu anything. Get those things clear. Ametumia tu abuse language. Ametumia abuse language, hiyo ni defense yake. Wacha nikuulize yako. Huyo siwezi uliza hiyo question. Bernard, about your clip umeplay. Hiyo clip umeplay. Sijaona mahali penye ina so amesema ni it was a routing challenge in Yemen. So what was the video meant to achieve? Because Miss sijapika anything yenye inasaidia debate.
Hujapika anything?
Sijapika anything inasaidia hii page nini this debate because it was a routing challenge, diplomatic issues and the rest.
What exactly did you want this debate to achieve?
No, see, you are supposed to. There was a point you're trying to prove that at the president maybe was going to be murdered or something using the airplane. But so far, the information I've got, there was a routing challenge.
Yeah.
Now, sijapata any more information.
Did you listen to the journalist? He said very well. This is what the president's desk said, but there seems to be more to this than they are telling us. Did you hear that statement?
So what is more now? Can you mean that ile tumeambiwa?
So you want us to give you the more?
Yes, we should.
You part of it. You can follow him up. He will give you the details. Thank you. Themba.
I like the way Vicky is playing ignorant. Vicky, were you there during independence?
I was not there.
So what did you rely on?
I was not there. You see now, Themba.
No, I mean you are trying to question Alex.
Yes, you see now.
You have information and you are not on the ground.
Themba, by the way, I'm from Kissi, for your information.
No, wait. I just ask you. You can't question the source of information. Question.
You see now, you cannot base your argument based on our Facebook page. Is that the reflection of Kissi?
Facebook is a source of information nowadays. Like if you go for an interview, they'll tell you, give me your Facebook page. They will actually look what you have been doing. So you can't tell people that your social media activity is nothing.
Is that a reflection?
You are living in the dark ages. Now, beyond that, beyond that, I think that's the only comment I wanted. If you have not gotten the video and related it to our discussion today, then I think we can stay here the whole night and you'll still get nothing. So
can you explain it further, please?
No, I
Vicky, I know.
At least unatumia language Steven.
Vicky, sorry to say.
No, hold on.
Wachana Themba, just leave Themba alone.
Sikilizeni tafadhali. Naomba tusaidie.
Just leave Themba alone.
Sam, you're going back to quarantine. Okay? Mimi sitaki watu wa kutuzungusha hapa.
It's okay. If you don't want the truth, you can throw me in the quarantine.
It is my joy to do that because it's my duty to ensure that the quality of this debate is helping Kenyans. And anybody who is hell-bent to come and create confusion and doesn't follow what is due, we will do away with you. That is it. Because having a divergent opinion is not a crime. But let your divergent opinion have some weight that can help us into the school of thoughts that you're trying to bring forth. Not only to poke holes and try to waste time on nothing. We are spending time right now. We should be in bed and maybe doing something else. But we have devoted all that. I'm here every night. I can't be here every night doing this for the sake of getting somebody to play around with Kenyans' minds. There is more to this than how we are viewing it. So let's not play games. Let's do what is required. If you want to rebut anything, get facts. Okay? Facebook is a source of information. The people we meet on Facebook, we are all in different geographical places. We are in Mtembei TV. You are in Kissi, I'm in Nairobi, he's in the US, and we are all here. So there is no information that we can share and ascertain. If like Wekesa, wherever got for us that clip, he sent it to me. I shared the clip within the same time frame. So what is the big deal about knowing what is in Kissi while you are not in Kissi? Let's not be trivial on a serious matter like this. And we must dive into this to come out with some facts to help Kenyans understand what's going on, who is playing with who wants what done. I know politicians would want to pull things in their direction, but is that the whole essence of our being here? I don't think so. Now, on that note, we are moving forward. We'll go to Eric Kenywa. Then anything you have left, Vicky, is when your time for submission, you can air it. You'll come after Kenywa, then Faustin. And then on the same note, Wekesa and Themba will take charge of the show until further notice. I just want, before I sign out, to let, before Kenywa comes in, I want to emphasize our appreciation to all that participated into the Jaza Lori program and confirm that we are set to roll to Marsabit on Thursday this coming week. And we want you to travel with us by ensuring that we go safely and come back safely. So all that participated, we appreciate you. Those are the outcomes of all that came in. And we are looking forward to making delivery of those goods to affected families that we will be able to feed on Thursday, and we hope to be back before Saturday. We're also planning that if we get a conducive infrastructure, we'll be able to stream the whole ceremony of handing over those items on Mtembei TV. We really want to appreciate all that have supported us and continue to support us. Let's not relent. Let's keep the conversation going and do our very best to safeguard Kenya. Thank you so much. Naomba sasa Eric akuje aendelee, alafu tusonge hivyo. Wekesa and Themba, you're in charge.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. I've been watching, following the show. Very nice. And I'm really grateful to be here right now. Okay, let me just greet everyone. Themba, Wekesa, Kamau, Jiro, Dan, Faustin, and Vic. Wasalimu wote. So let me just point out something here. I've been watching behind the curtain and following the chat. And the thing I would like to tell the viewers, please, in this platform, we need people who are positive minded. We don't need people who is here to mislead Kenyans. This platform doesn't belong to us 10 the way we are. It's being viewed by all Kenyans in the country and outside the country. So what we need most likely is we have to contribute something that will make all Kenyans understand on a positive way. You know, because I've seen most of people are trying to mislead people. In the chat list, some people come with insults. And if you go to look forward, this person is insulting. It's not a child. It's someone's father, parent. It's insulting people on the platform. So I would prefer for them, Bernard, they should get in and contribute on a positive note. And if they have nothing to positive to tell Kenyans, they should quit the platform. So let me just go direct to the point. You know, sometimes you normally say, call a spade, or a spoon, not a big spoon. So some issues we are trying to discuss here, most of people, I think it's not to understand or it's ignorance. And, you know, we are living in this country and we know a lot of things. And once you hear someone say something, then people say it's allegation. You know, if we continue by sweeping things under the carpet, at the end of the day, we might find ourselves with no Kenya. So we need to be very careful. Every information we get, we need to interrogate. And we have the right to interrogate everything and get the real thing to tell Kenyans. There are most of Kenyans who are not able to access the internet, the social media, and they expect to get the information from us. We are in the social media. So what if we get the legit information, then we go and lie to them? Are we helping? No, we are not. So we need to also give the right information to people who are not able to access the social media. Okay, let me just go about, I start with the courier function in Thika and the sentiment that were there by Livondo. You know, this is the person who I may say is in the government. I cannot compare Livondo with me, or Livondo with Demba or Bernard or Kesa or even Vicky. It's a person who is very close to government. You see the people Livondo is with, you can see this person is closer to the government. So the things he said, people will say it's an allegation. We'll say that because something you don't know and you are not sure, you'll just say it's an allegation. But at the end of the day, you will find there is a bit truth on it. And that truth is being hidden by the people who doesn't want us to get the real information. So those sentiments, we as Kenyans, we as from Mount Kenya, most likely me, let me talk on my side. It's something that I take with a lot of concern. And as I've stated for a long time, even if my leader is worse, I've been saying this, the leader, even if my leader is worse, I can never disrespect him or her. He will remain my leader until the day he will not in this country, because he will just give the leadership to someone else, but he will be remembered as our leader. So for that purpose, the president is my leader, it's my kingpin, and I've not yet been introduced to anyone else. That's the person I know, and there's the person whom I should follow and listen to what he says. So the Mr. President cannot tell me, Eric, we are going east. Then I say, no, I'm going west. Who am I? When I go to west, then things get worse. Who am I going to ask or to cry for? And I've disrespected the leader, my leader. So that thing we should be very careful about. So for that purpose, Livondo has a point, and better he said it at this political time, so that he gives the Mount Kenya people and Kenyan still to interrogate more about the reality of the presidential aspirant to do a good research and get the information. And more will come actually. We are expecting more and more and more and more. So people should be aware of that. Let me talk about, I can say, UDA keep off Moses Kuria. You know, Moses Kuria it's someone you cannot say you want this or you want that. And one thing Moses Kuria, is someone who is very slippery. So Moses Kuria, UDA, they rejected to go to that place, and you see Moses Kuria said it there live, because Moses Kuria couldn't entertain the insults that UDA normally do. And you remember very well, Moses Kuria, it's a member of parliament, Katondo, where Uhuru comes from. So you cannot go out there insulting Moses Kuria reader, then you will feel guilt to go to that function, because mdomo bado itateleza tu onge kitu mbaya, and you know Moses Kuria can never tolerate that. Moses Kuria will fight with anybody, but once it comes to President Mr. Kenyatta, you can never dare touch Kenyatta unless if Moses Kuria is not there. So for that purpose, UDA, hiyo ni game yao, hawawezi enda mahali wanajua wamekosea, they know that. So hiyo ni yao tu watasort, and I said before, UDA in few coming months, UDA will just remain with few people. I've heard Alex talking about in Kissi. You know, if someone dispute, even if you are in Kissi and you dispute the information that Alex is talking about, the people who have just given the information and it's in a social media, they are in Kissi. We normally get the legit information even from the social media, because if I talk propaganda, someone will come and talk the real thing. So at the end of the day, there is no day a propaganda can overwhelm the truth. The truth will stand strong every time. Propaganda doesn't go far. It's just a few days, a month, then things start turning. Kwa hivyo ukweli isemwe, na hii ukweli inasemwa na itaendelea tu kusemwa na kusemwa na kusemwa. Today DP alikuwa kaunti yetu THARAKA NITHI, na akapata watu wengi sana. You know, I normally look at a situation where, Mr. Bernard, you come to Kiambu, you get 80%. You go to Eldoret, you get 80%. Then you have to come after a few days in Kiambu, you lose, you go to 20%. You will have to come back to Kiambu again to try and solve the mistakes. But you won't solve the mistake. You'll just come and do the same thing you did last time. You know, that's the problem the DP has. Na watu wake wataenda. Moses Kuria alisema wacha nomination zifike. You know, this issue of political party bill, you know, the UDA people, they rejected it on a serious note, and they knew they had numbers. And at the end of the day, they embraced it, because you can never form a government alone at this time. You need to be in a coalition. So wakati nani alikuwa anaita chama za Mount Kenya village parties, you know, we recorded that thing on a very strong thing. Mount Kenya has got a lot of political parties, na hizo ndizo zilito village parties. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni ndio wanatumia saa hii. The political party bill iliwasaidia sana kwanza, because as for Azimio, from the word beginning, walikuwa ready for that. So ilisaidia bado the UDA, the deputy president. Secondly, let me go to this issue of budget about Kimani Ichung'wah. You know, Kimani Ichung'wah has been the chair of the government, of the committee since 2013. And I think for all those years, Kimani Ichung'wah knew very well that this thing can be done. Since 2013, Kenyans were there. Si ati tumezaliwa leo, hatujaanguka kutoka leo. We have been there since 2013. That time he didn't even think about of that. He was a budget chairman committee. So we go to saizi, akileta saizi ni vile tumekuwa na issue ya BBI. You know, in Mount Kenya, I have tried to talk to some people na nikapata they didn't know much well about the BBI. And people, since the Mr. President started talking about it, in Mount Kenya, people started going back to the BBI and looking at it on a deep way. They understand. Before they couldn't, because the deputy alikuwa ametoka kuconfuse watu, kupigia watu hesabu mbaya, kuonyesha watu ni mamlaka. You understand those things. Na yeye mwenyewe ni mamlaka anatafuta. So since Kenyatta aanze kuongea mambo ya BBI, watu wa Mount Kenya wamerudi nyuma, wameanza kuiaccess. Na hiyo imepea UDA threat sana in Mount Kenya. That's why Kimani Ichung'wah decided to bring that bill. And you know what? Vitu za kuandikiana kwa barabara, you can never claim anywhere. Those promises za huko kwa mitaa, huwezi claim anywhere. The BBI wanted this thing to be constitutional. No one can mess with it easily. Because hiyo ilikuwa ipitishwe na wananchi under referendum. But hii ya bunge yenye alikuwa analeta, hii nani analeta saa hii, ni ya kudanganya sisi watu wa Mount Kenya that this thing can be done in parliament without doing the referendum. And one thing they're trying to say, referendum will cost a lot of money. Count of 40 billion for referendum, something that will help us, something that will be a law for years. And you count the amount of money has been stolen 2013, 2017. You tell me where is the difference? Hiyo pesa ingekuja kwa referendum, ingepea watu kazi. Youth wangepewa kazi. Watu wangepewa kazi for that month na wakule hiyo. Hiyo pesa si ati ilikuwa ipeanwe nje. People could have done the job and get that money. Because it's IBC who could have done that job. Ile pesa iliibiwa ilienda kwa mtu mmoja, ilipea nani kazi? Kwa hivyo, this issue of us being lied about at the referendum could have costed a lot of Kenyan money, that it's a lie. Hiyo pesa IBC haikuwa ikuja, si Chebukati alikuwa kuja afanye referendum peke yake. It was to involve Kenyans, every constituency, every ward. The people who could have worked, awangetoka Afghanistan, awangetoka Somali, awangetoka Egypt, wangetoka to Kenya. And you understand, in a month time, if a Kenyan, a youth, gets 30,000, that's a good money from the government. I may say so. So tuache kuangalia those things in a dynamics of tunafinyiriwa, atufinyiriwi in any manner, because pesa inaibiwa na inaenda na mtu mmoja. Kwa hivyo hii ya Kimani Ichung'wah itaenda kwa bunge tu, but trust me, it won't go anywhere because it's not a legit thing. Haija capture everything, it's only capturing 35%. Haitaki kukapcha mambo hii ingine ya electoral justice na hizo vitu zingine. Haitaki kukapcha those things. Ina capture tu hiyo 35%. Na ni kwa bunge. We needed something that we as Kenyans will go for a referendum and we vote for it. So for those few remarks, I think let me close by saying in Azimio, things are going very well. I think everything is going fine. Na watu wa UDA tu
I think you don't have to conclude because there will be time you can contribute also. You don't have to make a conclusion as if you are making your parting shot.
No,
so you can
I'm not.
put a comma there.
Yeah.
You can
You
put
give
a comma there. We will come back to you.
Yeah, sure. Any question?
Deba. Sam had a question.
Yeah, sure. I have a question to Mr. Kinyua. Thank you, sir, for narrating whatever you narrated. We have really had it, and could have helped. BBI could have helped people in a very various way of our understanding. But there's something small that maybe I may differ with you, sir. Forgive me. You are more learned than me. I know that. There's one thing here. In the BBI, Kenya wasted almost.
Sam, is it a question or a
No, it was. I had to a little bit of my suggestion, whatever he was talking about it. It's not about the question.
Because there are people who have not talked since then. And
Okay, sir. Okay.
Frequent.
No, you don't want me to answer it. Maybe you don't want me to answer it.
You can wait.
Should I not try to, whatever he talked, should I not try to a little bit of interject?
Yeah, we are setting rules. We are setting rules to be fair to all. Sam,
yes, sir.
Kindly listen, Sam. There are many things you talked. I had even 5 or 10 questions, but I decided to play by the rules. So it doesn't mean that you have to interject everything. I said if it's a question you can ask, if it's a comment you can preserve. There is another chance coming for you.
Okay. Okay. Let me ask Mr. Kinyua. The 10 billion, what do you call it, BBI wasted. Was it worth? Second question, 2 billion every day that the president of the Republic of Kenya telling the 52 million citizens is being wasted every day. Is it worth? Or was it worth to be wasted? I don't know what to ask. If I may ask you more than 10 questions, you may not answer it. No, thank you.
Okay, Sam, let me just give you a little bit of understanding as how things sometimes goes. You know, asking of the
in 2 minutes, kindly.
Yeah, if talking about the 10 billion, whether it was worth this 10 billion, I would like you to interrogate or do a research and see and know how was that 10 billion used. I think that 10 billion, nobody stayed in the room and divided that money. This thing of BBI, it was started being actually the deputy president alianza kuipiga hata kama haijaenda mahali. Reason? He had his own reason that we didn't know. Na hii 10 billion ilitumika kufanya hii shughuli yote, public participation. And let me tell you one thing. I want to close with this one, your questions. You know, you cannot, like now I say, the BBI had 10 agendas. The 9 agendas were 100% to help Kenyans. The 10th agenda was to do with like adding seats in the government. Would you draw something that will help 45 million Kenyans because of something small that will help 50,000 people? Will you draw that thing out? My conclusion is this on your question. 10 billion was used to prepare Kenyans to understand about the BBI, the logistics, everything and everything and everything. Then, I think the other question, I don't see it this time, the time good to discuss about it. The issue is, for you to get good thing, you have to invest in it. That's the point. Huwezi enda uwekele 1,000 mahali na ungoje hiyo 1,000 ikupatie 1 million. It can't work. It can't work. And I'm going to tell you, 10 billion government money, it's a very small money. Very little money. Very little money. I give you a small assignment right now. Take 100 million. I want you to fuel.
Yeah, but
1,000.
Can you don't talk about other things about fueling?
Wait, Sam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think Kinyo might be answering an existing issue.
Yeah, sure. That's why.
Sam, wataendelea kujiexpose. 10 billion is a small amount.
Wait fast. Wait. 10 million is imaginary. 10 billion is imaginary figure floated by this team. In fact, according to Raila, he said only 2 billion can do the referendum. So we can't discuss something that is not quantified. Yeah, so let's not say that they spent 10 million. Do you have the figures? If you don't have, kindly don't. I want to make a brief submission, then allow Themba to do the moderation. He's my senior, and I have to respect that. Yeah, okay. I want just to begin by the optics. Today I saw around 6 principles unveiled in THARAKA NITHI. And there was Musalia, there was Kindiki, anaitwa Kindiki, and then Alice Wahome, of course Ricardo Kashakwa, and then Manueta the 5th. Conspicuously missing on that list, of which I expected to be there, was Adan Duale. So I wonder how new guys have come in and become principals. And the guy who have been a friend of Ruto and stood by him, and was even a senior. He used to say that in Jubilee he was the 3rd most powerful person after Uhuru and Ruto. Right now, he cannot even qualify to be a principal. And my question is why? So William Ruto, as much as he's coming up with the mentality of bottom up, he has still the old mindset of the 2 powerful ruling communities. That's why we have 3 Mount Kenya, and the 2 from Western, and 1 from Kalenjin, and the rest are inconsequential. And according to him, those are principles. So if he was a guy who was doing the bottom up, according to me, was to invert the whole thing. You're going to invert what has been happening in Kenya and bring up something like upside down. You know, when Jesus came, he brought an upside down gospel where rich people were from the palace were the rulers, and then he came from the manger and somewhere there. Now, if you are going to exalt the 2-3 communities that have been ruling this country and give them premium and put 3 guys from Mount Kenya and then 2 guys from another powerful tribe, and then you deliberately ignore someone who has worked his way up there, Duale. Why did you ignore Duale? Because he comes from a constituency that we normally say has only 6,000 voters. So he is inconsequential, he cannot merit to go to the table of the high and mighty and become a principal. So if Duale in the eyes of Ruto is something very small, so how will Mama Mboka make it to that table? How will Mzee and Nduthi make it to that table? How will these other Mtuachini make it to that table? If Duale, all that he has done for that party in Ruto cannot be part of the principles. So for me, the optics I saw in THARAKA NITHI is that these are hogwash. The guy who has been speaking about bottom up, he's even worse than the existing programs that we have. And because Ruto tries to camouflage, but he cannot go even 2 minutes without exposing his own real self. The other thing I wanted to talk about, of course, Alex has talked about, there's a exodus from Kissi. And the only people who Ruto relied on from that area now, Kina Onzoro, are going quiet. Today, I also the meeting of Kuria brought its own paradigm. I normally tell my UDA friends, please don't measure on the minors. You see, they are excited about Kuria taking a photo with Ruto somewhere, and it will on social media. But when it comes to real meetings, why didn't they show up and show solidarity with the Kuria and show that they are winning him on their side? They did not show up. They would have even just made it look like it's their event for us to continue guessing and thinking that Kuria is on their side even when he's not. But they gave it a white path. So when it comes to real meetings and real issues that can give them political mileage, they score 0. But Kuria came out categorically. He may not have decided which side he's supporting, but he also showed which side he has a bone of contention strongly. And he hit them below the belt. You told us that the parties, easy village parties, we don't want them. And now, right now, you have the Kinaweta and ANC. Maybe, maybe there are those parties that qualifies more than us. In other words, he was saying it's us, Mount Kenya, who are being played. While we are being told we don't need village parties, other regions are being told welcome. And he said we need to be told. He also hit Kina Alice Wahome. If you listen to his statement deeply, he also hit that team of the mountain. What is need for you in UDA? You have been campaigning for UDA for the whole 3-4 years. Have you been assured you're going to get the DP slot? And are you assured of maybe other ministerial posts? Or, what is our share? Usiambiwe tu ingia, because when we joined UDA, TNA and URP, we decided we are going to share the government half. And regardless of whether they gave us 2.5 million votes and we gave them 5 million votes, we shared the government equally. So are you guys who are in UDA, what are you giving to Mount Kenya? That is the question Moses was trying to float around. And he's saying that knowing very well that ODM and Jubilee are going to share power. So he's telling them, on the other side, you guys are going for a ride. You will be given what one man decides he will give you. But on the other side, there is a power arrangement that is going to happen. So that is the conversation that was going on. He may not have categorically stated where he's standing, but when you double click what he was saying, there are statements that he was bringing out. Another thing that came out clearly is that Martha Karua is going to run for governor. Kirinyaga, that one came out because of late she has been swaying between going national seat, maybe being taken for running mate. But today she clearly indicated that she's going to defend her seat. For me, DSP didn't come out clearly what they want to do. And let me just speak one statement on Livondo, and then I think sometimes they normally say that when you see a turtle is on the tree, don't think that it crawled up there. Someone put it there. So don't think that Livondo can come from Western and just go and interrupt someone's meeting and drop a bombshell. It was a well calculated. And look at it, what he said and the timing. The timing is the next week we are entering is a high voltage week, political voltage week. There is a conversation happening on the mountain. Not only just a conversation on the mountain, even in the streets, there have been put posters of Jubilee everywhere, and there is a great activation happening. Then someone drops a bombshell, and the Makiu Mountain is waiting to hear what happened between Uhuru and Ruto. Even it is UDA themselves who have been provoking Uhuru, kindly tell us, and when you come, tell us. So what if emissaries are already trying to prepare the people of what they anticipate to hear? Or what if we have already shared what we wanted to share and we want to see how people react? So sometimes you need to double click. So I disagree with Sam when he's saying that issues of the president should not be discussed. As a matter of fact, even the security bill includes public participation. So if we were to discuss even the security bill, we need our input is very important. And so we are part of Kenyan society, and issues to do with whether the president or deputy, we need to discuss it. And on the flip side, how comes you guys were okay when you were revealing the Lamada issues, and you are telling us how the security of the deputy president is paramount, how the ministers, and we were contemplating how can a minister plan for eliminating the deputy president, but you guys were like, no, that thing needs to be investigated. Now, just to summarize, is that earthquake happened in Bomas, but it was not a real earthquake. The real volcanoes are coming. They may come in different shapes and sizes, in different format, but those are just the signs that other earthquakes are coming, volcanoes. Yeah, thank you. I think I may not talk everything. In the process, we may discuss other issues as we continue. Themba, back to you.
Thank you, Akesa, but I hope you're staying around. You're not going anywhere, so that I
am around. This is a weekend. I can even talk up to Zambili.
Okay,
I'm fully around.
Okay, now I want to give this time to Njiru to ask a question. Njiru, you have a question you wanted to ask?
Yeah, my question goes to Sam. Yeah, you know, we are here to express our opinion and also try to use the current information, what is happening in the political circles, so that we can be able to try to build from what people have said. So I want to ask you another question, because since you came here, I have not known your methodology of looking at things. Number one, which political direction are you supporting? It is very important for us to know that. Let's know your political direction. You could be neutral, no problem about that. Then number two, there's a question I wanted to ask you. Can you tell me at what level does an allegation become a point of reference for the electorate to consider it for consideration? Na kama sahi tuko na NDC ya Jubilee next week, should Jubilee members use this allegation which has been brought by Livondo as a point of reference during their discussion, whether true or false, because it is information outside there? Can they refer to this information? Can they get some details from it? That's my question.
Sam, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm there.
Haya, tujibu. Sema wewe ni wa UDA alafu uende haraka haraka kwa hiyo point nyingine.
Okay. Jiru, sir, I don't think there's nobody who's going to ask you that thing because it's a complex thing. It's only Livondo who knows about it. And it will be Livondo alone who is going to expose it, tell it, when, how, whatever, whichever way he's going to explain it.
So you want to say that Livondo is misleading Kenyans? Is that what you want to say? Is Livondo misleading Kenyans?
He is misleading.
You know what, Vic, just give me a little bit of time. You know what, Njiru? Conspiracy theory can break your own bones. So with that one, I'm not going to say it's a reliable sources. Neither do I have to to put it in my own way. I just say you will know it yourself when the time comes. Thank you, sir.
Which is the conspiracy theory there?
Now, you know, Alex, let me tell you one thing. Why now? Why was it? No, moment.
So that's the conspiracy theory.
Can I answer?
Yes.
Let me
Before you answer, because you are quick to answer and you're not getting what Alex is saying. So how do you qualify it to say it's a theory? It's a conspiracy theory. On one way, you are saying you don't know it. In another way, you are already concluding that it's a conspiracy theory. So can you tell us what leads to that? You know, before you dismiss an allegation, you have to tell us the method you used.
Conspiracy theory. First, I don't know. Second is conspiracy theory because I don't know exactly when, how, who, at what time. The things which we saw it, moment, don't laugh it. You are laughing because you don't know what is going on. The video which either Bernard or you or Temba put it to us the last half an hour. We saw it exactly everything. It never showed anybody. It never said who was whatever. It said a country. President Uhuru was traveling to Yemen or America. He had to come back because of whatever.
Sam.
So to me, forget it, Temba, because I know you people from. I know people. You people from. What do you call it?
I want to help you.
Please, please.
Let me help you.
I don't want anybody to help me. Let me answer the way I know it. Then you can add it on your own top. Let me answer the way I know it, or the way I understand myself. Because this thing of helping somebody means I don't know what's going on. So let us put it straight.
Sam, you said 3 times. I don't know.
I can tell you conspiracy theory enough. If you know more, you can add it to yourself. Thank you.
Okay, Sam, this is what was happening. The video that Bernard put later was in view of Livondo's statement. And he said, if you listen to Livondo's statement, he said that someone tried to eliminate the president twice. And one of them is when he was headed somewhere and he was forced to come back. So that video was on that backdrop. But that is not the point. We are not here to discuss the veracity of what Livondo said. That is not up to us. That's why the Constitution gives the powers of investigation to a different arm, the powers of prosecution to a different person. Whoever feels aggrieved by Livondo's statement will go to court. I mean, he who feels that Livondo didn't mention no names. So whoever feels that Livondo's names were referring to them, and even you coming here suggesting there's someone that has been affected, we don't know. So if there's someone who feels that Livondo mentioned someone, that person should go to court and say that I was mentioned adversely. Now, you coming here to suggest that discussing it, we are referring to some particular person. In a court of law, that cannot stand. Was there anybody mentioned? No. Was there a name that was proposed by Livondo? No. Was there someone that was said is the person who did it? No. Who are these who are running before even they have been mentioned? So I think for you, Sam,
Temba, that's why I say conspiracy theory. That's why I say conspiracy theory. Because we don't know exactly.
You are preempting guilt on someone that has not been mentioned. You cannot preempt guilt. Now, when you're already trying to preempt that someone was mentioned in a political podium, it will be, the burden of proof will be on you in the first place. If you go to court, the person will have come and said that it was the deputy president or whoever. They will start of first have to say, where did Livondo mention them? Okay? So when you start here coming to say that, oh, that is not something to be discussed, we are not so much out of understanding of how the law works. We understand that this is a political season and things will be said, but whoever feels guilty, run to court, go and ask for protection before you are mentioned. And if you have a problem with it, then go and say that I was mentioned badly. That is what you're saying. But anyway, I know you are not going to give us any answer here. You are a UDA. What Njiri was asking, what Sam is a UDA person. We respect him.
Temba,
wait, Sam. We respect you. Wait, Sam. I'm protecting you.
Let us not talk about UDA here. We are talking sensible things, which we
So
have to
UDA
discuss
is not
as a nation.
UDA
I'm
is
not
not
from
sensible.
UDA. Is there somewhere written UDA here?
Is it not sensible?
No. Let us talk sensible things. Let us
So
not about
UDA
parties.
is not sensible.
Let us talk sensible things. Because parity theory means, I don't know, it was never mentioned anybody, and we should not just suggest somebody. So that's why I say,
So who has suggested
conspiracy
it?
theory, Temba, conspiracy theory means leave it to the responsible authorities, leave it to the authorities, which they know what they are doing. For that one, I say, thank you.
Okay, let us go. Let us have progress. That's okay. Okay, it's okay, Vicky. Let us make progress. Now it's your time to give your Vicky.
1 minute, please.
Yes,
1 minute.
Viru is okay. Just
If
let
we
it
follow
rest.
what Sam
Let
is
it
saying,
rest.
1 minute. If we follow what Sam is saying, we will make everything to be a conspiracy theory, and we will not have any points of reference. I think discussions cannot be able to continue this way because we will be too much restricted to do anything.
No, we are not agreeing with Sam, but we don't have to continuously disagree with him. So we are just making progress. So let me allow Vicky to give his presentation so that we can make some progress. It's okay, Alex.
Vicky is going to speak for the second time while I'm just here.
He's already spoken. Vicky,
Yeah.
you made your presentation?
Yes.
Okay,
No,
Vicky,
sikuwa nimebig present. I had asked a question.
Down has not.
Okay,
No,
done.
nilikuwa nimeuliza swali, sikuwa nime contribute anything.
Okay, watch.
Okay, Vicky.
Vicky will make presentation.
Wacha dada endelee basi.
Vicky utangoja?
No, alikuwa kwanza, wacha aongee kama alikuwa amepresent.
Alikuja mbele yako. Wacha Vicky aongee. Vicky najua umetulia sana. Piga toa nini zako bana.
So, hiyo point ya mwisho hiyo umeongea. Temba, that's why napendaga ukilidi hii kitu. Wewe unasikiza pande zote na udismiss watu. You a bit fair, ndo mtu wa kwanza wa Azimio naona ako fair. So, anyone taking mtoto bwana take Livondo seriously, hiyo ni mtu mmoja ana joke. Because Livondo to make such statement, none am take serious. I think wangetumia strategy mzuri, wangetumia mtu influential kwa politics. Akama with such allegations. Ni allegations kwa sababu gani? It's only Livondo who knows why. Even the president doesn't know why ndege yake ilirudishwa. The president doesn't know kama alikuwa anafaa kuuliwa ama vipi. Hiyo ni story imetoka na Livondo. He wanted to make himself relevant. Na hiyo ndio design yake ya kuingia kwa politics alikuwa ametake. So, if you are going to take this debate tukitumia allegations, anyone can naweza ku accuse of anything. Hata kama siwezi prove us. Bora tu nimekuwa accuse for the sake of debate. But But until the moment tutatoa evidence that such and such a person has done this, the president, with all his powers, with all the intelligence he has, anafaa tuambie by now. Yes, so much hajatuambia mpaka kuna vitu nyingi alikuwa tuambia, lakini bado hajaituambia. Tumengoja kusikia, tunangoja kusikia deputy president alimfanyia nini, hajaituambia. Maybe naweza change mind, but the moment hataki kutuambia, tunaona akona ill motives na anataka kumanage his succession, ndio anataka kuweka mtu mata control from behind So I think let us tusikuwa tuna work sana on allegations zenye haziwezi kuwa proved. Ni hao kwa sasa.
Vicky,
Yes.
Vicky,
Yes.
don't you think you are just committing the same sin?
No, I've not
By
committed any.
No,
what
Vicky,
you are saying,
Vicky,
because what
Vicky, we just
in fact
brought
your
another.
conclusion are based on assumptions that Uhuru wants to impose. Those are allegations.
Yes.
That Livondo, nobody should take Livondo seriously. That is your own imagination. Because let me tell you, the law in Kenya protects all of us, regardless of how you understand me. Do you know, today there's something that happened that I was very happy. Despite that boy in Vihiga was thought to have stolen that radio,
yes,
he did not deserve to be nailed on the tree.
Yes.
So, according to your own way of judging things, you could have said because he was alleged to have stolen the radio, let him be nailed. So
No, please. Stop twisting. Stop twisting in
yeah, what I'm
Nakusut.
saying, don't dismiss people just because he is Livondo, you can't listen to him. Everybody has a right to be listened to.
Okay.
The proof in it will be how strong
You did not get me. You did not get me, Mr. Wekesa.
how he's going to defend what he has said, not who he is.
No, you have not gotten me, and that's very unfortunate. Livondo, I'm talking politically. Livondo is a nobody. He has no influence kwa votes. So whatever he says, itakuwa na uzito as opposed maybe mtu kama nani, kama Kuria aseme the same, itakuwa na uzito. You get my point?
You are wrong. Livondo is not a nobody. Livondo has been in Langata from 2007.
He's a nobody in Central especially.
Okay, so Vicky, asante, according to you, okay, this is according to Vicky. According to you, Livondo has no influence, so he shouldn't be taken seriously. But interestingly, that you guys are very agitated by what a mad person said. According to you, Kidogo Alex, you need to be worried when a mad person goes to the market na anatembea around akisema wewe unaringa hapa na bibi yako anafanyiwa kitu. Utasema ati this is a mad person na kuna kitu anasema. That should worry you, That's something that should worry you. Livondo is not a madman. And he didn't just go there. It's a political, like, for example, if you use that logic, Vicky,
analogy, I apply.
Apply. If we use that logic, before I bring Alex has a comment in a ban sana hapo. When Mudavadi ran and went to Ruto, this is what he told Ruto. He said that nilikuwa naambiwa ati nikuwe enemy yako kwa sababu hao ni enemy wako. Sasa mimi nikasema wacha nikuje. Was that an allegation or was there veracity in what he said?
That's an allegation because he hasn't proved anything.
So hiyo pia ni upuzi ya.
So in terms of political muscles, where's Livondo? Where do you place Livondo now?
Ngoja twende polepole. What Mudavadi said was an allegation?
No, it's not polepole. You just answer me. Where is Livondo in terms of political muscles?
It was ile swali nimekuuliza.
Okay.
Was it an allegation in Mudavadi?
It is an allegation
But
because I
Demba,
proof.
even if it's political muscle, do you know PNU used to Livondo in Langata, and I still have even the figures. Raila got 132K and the Livondo got 79K votes. And he, when he was coming in, they thought that he was nobody. So don't assume that Livondo is nobody, my friend. He can sway. He can, and the allegations are very grave. In Kenya,
I had a quick comment because according to some, if you don't know anything and you say something that you don't know, that's a conspiracy theory. And that is what Vicky just committed.
No.
Yeah, no, that's according to some. Some said if you don't know something and you say it over and over, you're bringing out conspiracy theories. So
how do you link my comments with this?
Yeah, because you are linked together, because you are at some point the same. So what I'm saying to him and you is that it cannot be a conspiracy theory, because at some point when he says a conspiracy theory, you alluded to yes. You said yes, it is. No, you did, my friend. You did at some point. So because his definition was when you don't know something and you're not sure and you have not read it or you did not write it yourself, it is a conspiracy theory. So what you just said is a conspiracy theory. But to us, it's not, because we get information by hearing, by reading, and also by reading what is happening around. Especially what we are doing here is that we are discussing politics based on the happenings. Not that sometimes we are 100% sure, but it's a perspective you're looking at. So you cannot go back and say that that was just a conspiracy theory. There is no conspiracy theory here, according to what Mzee was saying. So what you were telling us, it is a valid point.
What do you work with, sir?
What?
Do you work with facts or what we think is right?
We always don't have facts at our finger points. Always, we don't. But
so
sometimes it's not speculation.
But that is true. I mean, even you, Vicky, do you know who will be president?
Right now, you just said Livondo is nobody without facts, and he told you facts. 79,000. I mean, my friend.
79,000 in the whole nation of more than 10 million of voters. What is that?
You just said
we were giving you a sample of Langata. Langata, if somebody got 132 and you get 79, that is almost around.
Okay. This is national politics, not Langata politics. That's a small constituency.
Okay, Vicky, Tulia. Thank you, Alex. Now, Dan.
Vicky, I don't think it was such hunting. Until you
I'm not talking about that.
You are so hard until you just want us to talk national politics, Pekak.
If you take the Livondo seriously, then you're lost.
Vicky Tulia. Okay, thank you, Alex. Alex, can you meet? Okay, Dan, ni wakati wako tafadhali.
Okay. Thank you so much, Demba. I think I don't know if I'll be out of context if I discuss about this. I only wanted to talk to people from Mount Kenya who are disputing that maybe they are following the deputy president despite of maybe what the president is going to tell them. I asked them this, between the President Uhuru Kenyatta and the president, whom do you think that has their interests? Do you think people are following the deputy president from Mount Kenya, the likes of Bimbi Nyoro and Altu Ahome and all those people? Do you think like they will represent them better than the president has done? What the president has done to them? Do they think that it's not much compared to other places of Kenya? Do you think like the president will have their interests at heart compared to what Uhuru Kenyatta has done to them? They should think and maybe make informed decisions rather than maybe punish some of us who is going to vote for what the president is going to direct. And the second thing goes to, I think I wanted to ask Vicky something. I wanted to ask him if he really believes that there is corruption in Kenya, more so the Eurobonds, and how it came out in Kenya. Was it like allegations, and many Kenyans now believe that the Eurobond really was stolen, and up to now, like there is no information about the Eurobond, and we all believe that the Eurobond was really stolen. And connected to this is the same thing, like the way allegations are coming out, like the Livondo thing. It could be true or not true, but we don't have to justify it. It's just there. If you think you are affected, I think you should come out and say it clearly if you are the one being accused, because as Kenyans and Kenya at now, we really need clear mindset on whom we are going to elect in more so the presidency, because at county level and other positions we could manage, but at the presidency it is really critical to all of us in a way that if we don't get the right presidency, then like all of us are going to suffer, even if you who is supporting maybe Raila or maybe Ruto in a way. But if we don't get the right presidency, mark you, we are going to suffer, because like if we are going to have massive corruption at the national level, nobody is going to buy unga, sukari, and all these at a cheap level. So let us think before we make our right choices. And right now we are only like subjected to do like 2 selections, maybe between the deputy president William Ruto and Raila Odinga. And you have seen both of them what they have done. So let us not cheat ourselves. Let us not be subjected to tribal elections, because if we do this, all of us are going to suffer. Like for example, the people from Rift Valley, they have got like you look at Baringo. Baringo had Moi for 24 years, and up to now they are still suffering more than any other part of Kenya. Were they proud when Moi was the president of Kenya? So let us not think like huyu jamani wetu ama deputy president bottom up and all this. Hizi vitu hazitakusaidia wewe, na wewe hata kama uko karibu na yeye hata haikusaidia, na hautai hata feel any impact like huyu jamaa, kama huyu jamaa ni mbaya, because like you want to feel huyu jamaa juu maybe Ruto ni Mkale ama Raila ni Mjaluo, sasa nikipigia Mjaluo my life is going to change. Your life will never change if this person doesn't have the interest of the country. And in this way we should make, najua siasa tukiweka hii feeling at all juu ni region tunafanya, tutaendelea kuumia day and night, tutaendelea kuumia na hakuna kitu tutakuja kusaidika. So watu wenye wanapiga siasa juu ya region, juu ya nini, we angalia mtu venye ako, kama yeye venye ako. Ukiangalia kama hizi vitu zote zimefanyika Kenya, if at all kama hii regime iko venye sahii deputy president anakuja kubadilisha Kenya. Ukiangalia from 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, ni nini alikuwa anasema ya maana? Yaani nini alikuwa anasema ya maana yenye unaweza sema inaweza saidia Kenya? Sasa ndio anasema like maybe itakuja kusaidia. So let us think, let us not just be like tuangalie mimi ni Mluya, wewe ni Mkale, sasa lazima nipigie mtu wangu juu nini. Hiyo tutakuja kuumia sisi wote, na utakuja kuumiza watu wengi Kenya. Watu wengi wako Kenya watakuja kuumia juu ya ujingatia watu wengine, juu unaangalia mtu unapiga kura out of emotions na ujui kwamba hii kitu inakuja ku affect 5 years in time. So let us really think, but I really need Vicky if he can respond to like these allegations, kama tunaweza amini kwamba Eurobond ilikuwa ilibiwa na nobody like nobody came out to say ama provide information. Na sahii Livondo anasema kitu ilikuwa imepangwa hivi, haja mention mtu, yes, but people wanasema si ukweli. Mbona tu maybe usiamini venye anasema and all this, and in this we have proof like kama anasema hivyo, and maybe you have proof this hiyo relationship ilikuja haiko sahihi, yenye ilikuwa haiko sahihi, mbona usiamini hivyo? Okay, that could be my take.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Kinywa, alafu Vicky.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to respond something to Dana about Mount Kenya issue, the presidents. You know, as from Mount Kenya, let me talk on as for me, my own perspective. I'll listen to President Kenyatta the direction, he will give us. And I mean, I'll follow that direction because of one thing, not because of what he has done to Mount Kenya, but because of what he has done to the whole country. You know, I'm from Mount Kenya, but I don't do business in Mount Kenya, most likely. A lot of business, like 80%, I do them outside Mount Kenya. And the places that have been in the country, either Wajir, Marsabit, Mombasa, Kisumu, Western, I've seen what he has done, and I've benefited from what he has done even from the other region, not even only in Mount Kenya. So I will follow the direction because in Mount Kenya, I believe what the president has done, not only for Mount Kenya, because in the country, no one is limited to do business anywhere. You will go to Mombasa, you find Kikuyu there. You go, you find a lawyer, you find Luo. You go to Wajir, it's very far, 700 kilometers from Nairobi. You find all tribes there. You go to Western, you find Kikuyu there, Luo. So what he has done, it's what we are following as we as Mount Kenya. We are not looking much of what he has done in our place, but what he has done in the country. That's because we in Mount Kenya, we don't do business only in our place. We invest outside. And if those places are not well organized, our business will not grow. So that's the point. That's where we are looking at. Thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
Vicky Sama.
Okay. Maybe I respond to him because he has said that he's looking at what Uhuru Kenyatta has done to the entire country.
Dan, you can note that down so that Vicky also kuuliza then you can respond. Okay, Vicky.
No, mi nilikuwa na respond kwa question ya Dan, alikuwa ameuliza swali something to do with Eurobond and the effect of corruption. Eurobond. There was allegation pesa ilipotea Eurobond. And those who alleged never proved. To date, we don't know because saizi they are dining together. We don't know kama hiyo pesa ilikuwa au story ama haikuwa. Because ilipotea ilisha tu hivyo. Effects of corruption. Corruption inatu affect sisi wote seriously. And that is because all the presidents have failed in fighting corruption, including President Uhuru Kenyatta. President Uhuru Kenyatta cannot fight corruption because it is alleged that pia family members wake wako involved kwa corruption. Kama ameadmit that government yake inapoteza 2 billion a day, what is he doing as the president who has all the powers, who has the investigative agencies zote ziko under yeye? Kwani aje instructor waweze kufanya investigation ijulikane nani wanaiba hii pesa? Is being dishonest, lakini anatoka nje anataka kuonyesha ni mtu mwingine anaiba. Mtu mwingine wanaiba ni nani? Kama anafanya kwa serikali yake si amtoe. So corruption inatu affect hivyo kwa sababu presidents wote wamefail. We need to change this president. Enda apumzike, tuweke mwingine, tuweke UDA, tuone kama atafight. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe to what Mr. Kinyo has said, that he appreciates what the president has done to the whole country, because like the Mount Kenya are in every part of the country. But what I really wanted to stress was we can't deny that Kenya is a tribal country, and we fought based on our tribal basis, ethnics, I mean. And based on this, when we will go back to our ethnic groups, people will vote alongside the ethnic groups, and now referring to the Mount Kenya as a block, when they will be analyzing to whom they can vote to, comparing what Uhuru Kenyatta will say and maybe what William Ruto will provide to them. Do they think William Ruto will provide more than what Uhuru Kenyatta has provided? And will they believe that what Uhuru Kenyatta is going to tell them will be better than what Uhuru Kenyatta is going to offer them? And basing on maybe the conflicts between the two of them, like the fight and forth, do they believe that because right now they have fights and forth, do you think after William Ruto being elected, will he again give back to the Mount Kenya region, basing that the Uhuru Kenyatta is not going to support them? So it's a really critical issue to them as a region, not as a country, but just Mount Kenya as a region, because if their kingpin is not going to support what they are going to elect, then it's really going to be bad on them, because you all know how maybe William Ruto is. I don't know what I can say. I don't know how I can describe him, but I am just trying to say that you really need to think on whom, if you are going to elect maybe William Ruto, someone maybe whom Uhuru Kenyatta is going to tell you, then you really need to think better and make better decisions. They need to maybe to wiki about the corruption and all this. Okay, for example, right now, if you ask any Kenyan person that who is most corrupt person in Kenya, with no doubt a name will be mentioned, and it's not like me saying, but it's in public domain. So you can't come here and say like maybe we elect people in UDA and these people being mentioned are in UDA, and even the Eurobond and all this, it's in public domain. And this being said, we really need to be realistic to ourselves.
What about COVID money, Mr. Dan?
No, I don't know anything about COVID money. I'm just saying it. I don't know anything about COVID money, and I didn't even want to discuss about the corruption thing. I just wanted to discuss about the allegations, because you are denying that the Livondo allegations we should not base on this, and at the same time the Eurobond were also allegations and people believed it. So that's what I really wanted you to understand.
Okay, thank you. Vicky, nafikiri umesaidika, umejua ukweli mahali upo, hata kama unasumbuka bado na fujo mingi. Yes, hiyo jina lako ndugu Epana, how do you pronounce that? Bismarck, wacha niseme Bismarck. Karibu. Epanaito, Panaito. Wale watu wa comment, habari zenyu. Naona kuna Shabi Ranks 254. Asante sana kwa kuja huko comment, tunawaona. Lakini you don't have to post one comment many times. Utafanya watu wafikirie ni we are viral. Siweke Ruto mara mingi. Ukisema mara moja tu ni sawa. You don't have to repeat it so many times. Edwin Manyila, asante. Most UDA wako after evidence because hawajakuwa Kenya for 10 years. Kama Viki hapa hajakuwa Kenya for 10 years anasumbua. Shabirans, Ruto wanted to snatch land from Langata Primary and even tear-gassed children. Ruto is not okay. Just post it once. You don't have to post it many times. Kemsa, ask Uhuru. Abulabo, I'm from Central, but I fear Ruto so much. Umesikia Viki? We are na fear Ruto. Raila and Kenyatta, COVID billionaire. I mean, why would you not be a billionaire if you have power? You use money to get power and use power to protect your money.
So it is okay when Raila and Ruto still.
Wewe kama Ruto angekuwa hataki power, saizi angekuwa hako Sugoi anaendelea kuuza chicken. Lakini this guy wants power, that's why anaenda mpaka leo alikuwa Tharaka Nithi, anawaambia watu wa Tharaka Nithi, nyinyi wote mkuja hapa tutawapanga. Alafu immediately akimaliza hivyo anaweka wimbo ati atupangwingwi. Sasa wajinga ni akina nani? These people, I mean, power is sweet. Hata mimi ningekuwa na hiyo opportunity, ningetafuta power kwa sababu the money you have, you go look for power, use that power to protect your money. So kama wewe unaona hautaki power, toka kwa kiwanja. Ruto kama hataki power, atoke kwa kiwanja. Ati anadanganya sasa pale, anasema sisi hatutafuti vyeo. Wanatafuta vyeo. That's why today in Tharaka Nithi alikuwa anaambia watu wa Tharaka Nithi, tumwache nifanye na huyu jamaa professor huku juu. Unaona? So everybody there is about power, you know? And it's now how they use the power that now we are going to judge. But everybody, power is sweet, my friend. Mtu asikudanganye. Power ni nzuri. Hata mimi ningepata nafasi ningeitafuta hiyo power. Ruto anataka power. Ruto
So Temba, are you bitter just because you don't have power?
I mean, right now I'm exercising my power of moderation. Kama nikipata tu nafasi ya kukuweka kwa quarantine, nafanya hivyo mara moja. See, that is power.
Temba.
It is a power, but it cannot give you money.
Temba.
No. This one is not giving me money. Ningepata hiyo na nipatia pesa, ningekimbia kwa mara moja. So wacheni kutuambia Ruto anatafuta power. These people all want power. So it's how someone is going to use the power. Yes, Bismarck, wacha tupatie nafasi utoe maoni yako. Bismarck, unmute, man. Well, Bismarck, your audio is bad. You can go out and come back again. Bantu Warrior, karibu.
Temba, asante sana ndugu yangu, habari za leo, na wasalimu wote sana wenzangu. Mimi tu nataka kuongea na hawa vijana ambao wataweka kura zao mwezi wa 8 tarehe 9. Kitu nataka kuelezea ni kusingamana na mambo ya leo yaliyozungumzwa, kuwa ilikuwa na attempt mara 2 ya mpenzi wetu mtukufu Rais Muigai Kenyatta. Wenzangu, utaka mjue kama Viki, usiwe mshindani sana. Wewe unakuwa mshindani na unatoa mazungumzo ambayo hata unashindana watu, na Waswahili wanasema penye moshi lazima kuna moto hapo. Moshi hauwezi kutoka tu hivi hivi. Ukitoka moshi, ukiona mahali pana moshi, jua chini kuna moto. Na nimewaambia kulingamana na muda ambao sisi tuko hapa katika hii dunia, kuna tsunami inakuja na itafagia kila kitu, itafagia kila kitu. Na bado kama hiyo inawasumbua, ngojeni basi mheshimiwa atakapoanza kufungua mdomo wake na kutamka. Na twakuomba Mr. Viki na ndugu yako Sam, murudi tena katika viwanja hapa, msikimbie, kwa sababu mkija hata si hatutaongea, tutamwachia tu mtukufu rais aongee, kwa sababu kuna mengi yametokea, ndio maana akawachana na huyo mtu. Na ukiangalia karakta ya mtu mwenyewe sio mzuri, ya kupendeza. Hatujawahi kuwa na kiongozi ambaye yuko na shida nyingi sana ambazo zinamjia kama huyo. Sio kuwa hatumpendi wala tunamchukia, lakini ni hiyo karakta yake mwenyewe ndio inamuingiza katika hiyo shida. Kwa hivyo ndugu yangu, usishindane sana, usishindane sana na usijiaibishe. Huyu jamaa aliongea leo si mwandazimu, ana hati ni mtu crazy, hapana, ni mtu uko sawasawa, na huwezi kujua nyuma yake kwa nini aliongea hivi. Kwa hivi sasa sina mengi, bwana Temba, asante sana, bado mimi niko hapa around. Asante.
Asante sana. Wale ambao mshaongea, kama mnaweza kutokea, wengine wako kule chini wanataka kuongea. Sitaki kutoa watu, so kama unaona naweza tokea watu huko chini, at least waongee. Yes, Kinywa sema.
Let me say something. I give someone else the space.
Temba. Waje niangalie mzee Bandu Waria. Mimi Sam.
Let me finish.
Ngoja kidogo Sam, acha Kinywa ongea alafu nitakupa nafasi. Haya, sema Kinywa.
Okay, what I wanted to say, let me just give you a little bit of back and a little bit of history that the deputy president doesn't like. You know, before we went for this the political party bill, you know, the DP categorically used to say he wants a one party, doesn't need the village party. And he had this issue of we, us, and we. He has that issue of dynasty and the hustlers. You know, that thing was to divide the rich and the poor, to make the boundary, because the poor are many. And there's the day I asked, he said that the dynasty are against him. And there is something I said here. Niliulizanga watu tulikuwa nao hapa, nikawauliza ni wapi umewaiona mwizi akipigwa na mtu mmoja? I asked that. Na as far as I'm concerned, sijawahi ona mtu mwizi akipigwa na mtu mmoja. Mwizi upigwa na mob. You cannot tell me that you are one and 50 people are against you, then you tell me you are okay na hakuna mtu anakutetea. Alafu wale watu wanakuja kukutetea, they still have issues. Let me come back to about the corruption. Rigathi Gachagua the other day, his account was with 200 million. The money he couldn't explain about that money. Even the bank denied that wasn't a loan. So how does that person get 200 million in his account and he doesn't know? You know, those are the things that we Kenyans should be asking as we vote for these leaders. Another thing about this allegation of Livondo. You know, Livondo hakutaja mtu, yeye alisema. But all of a sudden, some people out there started jumping and saying, oh, sijui nini, oh, sijui nini. Going back to Kimorale and Horal Dam scandal. It was said 20 billion got lost. Someone from nowhere, nobody mentioned anyone. The DP himself came and disputed and said it wasn't 20 billion, it was just 7 billion. How? You know, those are the real problems that I'm sure Mr. Kenyatta will start addressing very soon in Sagana 3 going forward. The reason why Mr. Kenyatta and the deputy wali kwaruzana. And I think Vicky, I've come to realize Vicky hayuko UDA na hayuko Azimio. Vicky is hanging somewhere there.
Mimi ni UDA damu. Get that fact.
You want to get the information, the real information, and you will just decide on a positive way. Trust you me, you will know the truth and you will see the best route to follow. So that's the point. Na yangu nimefunga hivyo, maybe Themba I can give someone a little bit of space tusikie watu wengine kidogo. Thank you.
Yes. Wale wanaweza kudrop
Okay, yeah.
Kuingiza watu wengine pia. Yes, Sam. Ni nini?
Yeah, thank you Themba. Wacha niangalie kijana hii Kinywa. Eric.
Kuja.
Yeah, thank you sir. I call you sir because I respect everybody. You know what? You talk about the 70 million Kimwarere and Aror. Was anybody prosecuted or taken to court? No. Some few months ago, I think last year, maybe July, June, or when, I'm not sure about the date or the time, the President of the Republic of Kenya on a national television broadcast not even to 50 million people, but to millions of, maybe 300 million people in the whole world, that 2 billion Kenya shillings is being lost each and every day. Up to now, it is still being lost 2 billion Kenyan shillings. First of all, put it that way. Okay. Ruto said 7 billion, just 7 billion Kenyan shillings. That was about 2019. He said that one, and he explained, he explained in very, very clear English. This 7 billion Kenyan shilling is because of insurance, to ensure that the Kenya money never gets lost even 1 single cent. Has anybody talked about that, I think? No. Okay, forget about that one. Kenya, there's something you talk about it. Can you repeat it? Another question, which I'm sorry, because you know, kila kitu umetupita sisi wengine, unajua sisi, tafadhali unipatie swali kidogo tu kabla ni ngoja Dan. Kenya, ongea. Kuna kitu uliuliza.
No. What I was trying to ask is, my point was on corruption, Mr. Sam.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I've come to that.
My point was on issue about corruption. That was the point.
No, thank you, sir.
Nobody mentioned anyone's name, but someone jumps.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Dan. Kenya, let me try to explain it before somebody else comes here. Kenya, there's one thing here. There's something which has been going on KEMSA because of this pandemic problem for the last 2 years. I remember March or April last year, or 2010, or maybe 2021, I'm sorry. Maybe I might have put things in a different way. He talked about we're going to prosecute. The next 21 days, I need those investigators to put somebody to bring up this thing so that we can prosecute it. I think the 21 days are not yet over. We're still waiting the 21 days. Anyway, perhaps it will come.
Cut you short, please. I want to leave. Let me cut you short. It's like this. The date Mr. President started fighting corruption, do you know it was created as a political witch hunt? Do you know that? The day he started.
I don't want to know, Kenya. I don't want to know that
I'm
one.
giving you
Moment, Kenya. Don't put the things in your own mouth because you just want to talk about the politics. Talk sense. 21 days of the president, who the president of Kenya, the Republic of Kenya, said 21 days. After 21 days, forget it. Just give me time. He said, I want
the finance minister,
somebody to be prosecuted. I think the
former finance minister.
The 21 days is not yet over. We are still waiting for 21 days. Okay, thank you, sir.
I want to start here. The former finance minister, is he in the court about the Kimorel and Oral Dam? Is that case going on? Yes. Next time, after that, the prosecution started going on, but it was turned into a political. Every person is allowed to DP and got caught with corruption. They term this as a political. And let me tell you the truth. If Ruto doesn't get that president seat, because I know you will not get it, trust me, all those corrupt people will be brought into book.
You know what? You know what, Kenya?
And that includes president, huh?
Yeah. Thank you, Vicky. Vic, Kenya, let me tell you one thing. Moment, Kenya, give me time. Can you give me just a few seconds because our time is no longer available. Kenya, let me tell you, young man, it's going to be very hard. I don't want to talk on television. People may think I've taken these things into personality. It's not going to be the president. The president is going to be protected by the Constitution of Kenya. But there's two things here, which I may tell you as a joke today. As I may tell you Kenyans as a joke today. There are two things here. One thing, somebody who make a treason in a country and is vying as a president or Republic of Kenya. It's not going to be easy. Sorry, I'm out.
I want to respond on something that Sam has raised. I don't know if you guys are hearing me now.
Yeah, we can hear you, but your audio is not very good. But you can go ahead so that you try and.
Yes. There is an issue about Aurora and Kimurel that Sam has raised, and has asked if those people were prosecuted. And
can you get the mic off your mouth?
Yes, are you getting me now?
Yeah, push it a little bit off your mouth. You're breathing too heavy.
Oh, it's okay. Okay. Are you getting me now?
That's better.
Yes. Yes. So there's this issue about Aurora and Kimurera that Mr. Sam has raised, and I find that that question very, very, very cheeky a little bit, because he has said that no one was prosecuted about that issue, so we don't need to talk about it. And my issue is, you see, Jacob Juma was killed. No one was prosecuted up to now. Does it mean that crime did not happen? So you see, the fact that nobody has ever been prosecuted doesn't mean that crime has never happened. So we need to not to argue in that direction. Another issue I want to raise was about believing about information. You see, when you don't believe something, it does not mean that it does not exist. We make choices not to believe on things. So if I'm not convinced with what somebody is presenting, it does not mean that it does not exist. So we should not just rubbish issues, what Livondo was saying, just because we don't subscribe to them. So we need to go slow there because it's deeper than how we may perceive. Another issue is about Livondo's information. Livondo's information is more of a privilege point rather than just political statement. Are you getting? Livondo is in a privileged position to get information that we ordinary people cannot easily get. So, and I doubt if you listen to that clip very well, you will not keenly what the MC of that event was saying. Ati haya imetosha. So you cannot tell me that Livondo was just the only one who knew that information. Are you getting? Livondo is just a small fraction of maybe a big group of people in that secret or that high table who knew of that information. So let's not just rubbish information anyhow just because we don't subscribe. I have a question as I finish to the panelists so that they can answer, and then maybe I resume to my sleep. If the accusation about the president being wanted to be assassinated is true, if that accusation is true, then I think there is something which we are not being told. Because if somebody is accused of attempting to kill the president, that simply means that's treason. And I doubt if even if that person is the caliber of the VP, I don't think if he could be in office up to now. So there is a little bit of some falsehood that is being spread that I don't buy. I personally, I don't buy. Maybe there is there was assassination attempt. Okay, I don't doubt. But now, if that person is known and is still in office, then there is something that we need to analyze critically and be honest to ourselves. So there is something which we are not being told, and this being a season of politics, we need to sieve the information we take in, because Group A is trying to turn us against Group B. Group B is trying to turn us against Group A. So if we take all baggage or luggage or garbage, we may lose focus on identify the right candidate for us to. Are you getting? Because you see, if you analyze, maybe as I talk, you will understand my inclination as far as politics is concerned. But if you sit down and analyze the UDA brigades, you will understand that UDA brigades are bitter about something. They are very, very bitter about something, starting from our VP, starting from Mudavadi and all those. They are bitter about something. And you wonder, what is it that all these people are bitter about? Are you getting? So you cannot tell me I can buy anything that UDA is telling me about Azimio, or Azimio is telling me about UDA. We are human beings. We have conscience. We have understanding. We can bisect this information and see how is this information useful to us. Are you getting? If the president wanted to be assassinated, that's not a small issue. That issue is with our intelligence. Are you getting? So, hello?
Oh, thank you, Espanol.
Should I finish? Yeah,
Okay,
should I finish? Yeah,
I want to ask
let me just finish. Huh? Let me just finish. So this issue is with intelligence, and you find if Livondo is talking about it, maybe he's just leaking an information which is being investigated, or information which the state is trying to suppress, so that the common mwananchi like me and you should not access to that information. So as we discuss and we analyze this issue, we need to have a broader mind and try to take in criticism, and we try to understand another person's explanation, because they add value to how we comprehend and how we take issues. My last issue is about how we vote as a country, and how our politicians are presenting themselves to us. You'll find when you hear, and this disturbs me so much, when you hear a politician from Central are talking, are saying that we want to know what is it there for us because of our numbers. Are you getting? And you hear another group where, like Western, we want to hear what is there for ours. And I sit down and ask myself, what about those small groups like El Molo, those Oromo, those small groups? Do they have a say in our politics, or they're just so minor that we don't give a damn about them? Are you getting? If you take keen interest in most developed countries, you'll find like Dubai, you'll find that countries being ruled by a family, and because of the strict rules, strict adherence to the rules, We don't care if somebody is ruling us for 20 years, as long as the environment is conducive for us to nourish in terms of business and in terms of everything. So it's just us as Kenyans, we need to analyze everything in totality and see what the direction in which these politicians are taking us, and we need to be very keen. I've listened to some statement that Mr. Sam is saying. He's saying it with emotions, with anger, and everything. And I wonder, what will happen if your preferred candidate does not cling to power? Are you getting? So we just need to go slow, because at the end of all this, this is not the last or first election. Are you getting? The same promises which is being repeated by either Azimio or Jubilee and all, those are the same people who are there in previous election. And the same things haven't been done. Are you getting? If we talk about jobs, there are no jobs there. Are you getting? There are still not jobs. And the same people. And I want to challenge Victor and Sam here. I want to challenge Victor because I've understand their inclination is in UDA. This is my last point. For the last few years after handshake was made, Vice President has said, the VP has said that he has been sidelined from the government. So my question is, for all those years, what has VP been doing? Has he been earning taxpayers' money? And is it fair? Is it really fair for a leader to sit down and say, hey, I've sidelined for these days, I've not been working. At the same time, he has been earning, he has been moving around with government fueled cars and all those things. So is it fair for us to see him as a leader who can lead us when there is lies in everything that he says? Because if I was VP and I really want to convince people that the government is not working, I will disassociate myself with that government and say, hey, you see, I saw it not working, so I've moved outside. And in real sense, but you are in the same government, because when you talk about presidency is president and the VP. So you cannot be a VP and criticize the same government. You are saying.
Temba, one person cannot talk the whole night, please. Why? What happened to the 3 minutes?
Yes, you have a question. Question for yes. Some uliza kwanza afu nikufuate.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Vicky, there's one thing here. Let me how do you call it? Esplanade Bismarck.
I don't need to finish my statement because I've been interrupted. Let me just summarize 1 second.
Okay.
Just 1 second, please. The last interview for Keter said that cabinet has been meeting and everything has been running as a government. But VP has denied that, there have never been a cabinet and all those things. So is this the leader that Bwana Sam and Bwana Vic, you are selling to people that we need to buy this leader and vote for? Are you really genuine to yourself, or your hatred to other candidate makes you not see these things? That's all for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Epanoito, you have really described, explained everything. Thank you. There's one thing I may say in a very briefly. One thing, DP he has been doing his work. I say he's been doing. I cannot say he has been. He's been doing his work as a deputy president. That's what he has been all over the country, looking at whatever they need. We may agree or disagree ourselves as ordinary citizens. People can show they can work in a different way if they have somebody else in between them whom they don't like it, or whom they just want to contain this person in a certainty, you know what? I think a psychologist can tell you people. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a physical psychologist, mental psychologist, but psychologists can tell you people. If you have somebody who has been in a certain way of making things not you to work in a way you want it, you can try to put somebody else aside, your deputy aside, to put this person inside, so that you contain this person to make this person comfortable, so you can continue. It's a very simple thing. In 2018, after 2017 election, the president of Kenya and the deputy president had a very difficult thing. They had a difficult way of working together because of the whole issue. Let us talk the truth. It was Monday and Friday, demonstration, tear gas, nobody could work it. No peace, no nothing. No, nothing was going on. So they had to find a solution. How do we make it, this thing to work? After all these issues and whatever, I don't want to talk about the being sworn in, whatever. I'm sorry, maybe I know I've seen it somewhere. People are saying why it's okay. They had to find a solution. The solution, they said, you know what? You go Tanga. Let me contain this person. Let me put him in a very comfortable way. Appoint him this one, and then we contain him so that you can be working there, Tanga, so that we see what's going on, what we have fulfilled, what we have not fulfilled. You know what? You guys, I'm not part of it. I don't want to be part of the government. I don't know even who voted. I've never even seen Ruto in my life for the last, I don't know. Kenyatta even so.
Themba, is Sam submitting, or he was asking question, or what is it talking
Vigi, try to contain yourself a little bit. Give us time a little bit.
No, but Sam, you've been talking throughout. Please, we need also space to submit.
Yes, I had a question.
Yeah.
I had a question to Epanaito. I have a question to Epanaito.
Okay, Vicky, can you continue?
Yes.
Epanaito,
Yes,
I have a question for few questions.
Yes,
so,
sir.
is it when a person disagrees with you, so you consider that person to be angry?
You analyze the emotions in the disagreement.
How do you analyze the emotions? Can you? You seem to be a master.
You can analyze emotion by voice variation, and you see this person is bitter or this person is soft, and analyze is cool with it or is angry with it. So there are so many factors you analyze when somebody is speaking.
So how will you know this person is tone of variation when you have never met him in person? You've only met here.
As we are talking now, you are smiling, isn't it?
Yes.
Is that an indication that you're not angry?
It can be opposite of that.
Yes, it can be opposite, but is it not an indication that you're not angry?
Smiling, the smiling indicating that I'm not angry. I can be hiding my anger in smiling.
Yes, so if you're hiding, you'll be giving a false information, but also that is also information. False information.
So in a very short terms, you cannot tell when a person is angry just because he is disagreeing with you in whatever, either politically or anything. So it is not, you're not the one to tell only the person knows when he's angry or not, or not, unless.
I think Vic, there is a way someone responds.
No, you cannot tell.
If you are throwing insults, there's no way you can be responding by throwing insults, and you assume and you expect someone to understand that you are not angry. Insults means that you're angry. Yeah.
No one has thrown insults, so.
No, I'm just trying to explain because you asked a question. How are you able to tell that someone is angry?
You cannot tell for sure. You cannot tell for sure when a person is angry when they don't disagree, when they disagree with you politically. Another question now, Mr. Epanaito, jina lako ni nguvu kidogo. You ulikuwa umeongelea
WG.
Yes, sir.
I'm on a call. Can you hold on for a few minutes? Niko tu hapa lakini niko kwa call.
Sawa. Thank you.
Mr. Epanaito.
Yes, Vic.
What is your opinion on bringing allegations that are not furnished with facts?
There are different circumstances under which facts are being submitted on any allegation. Are you getting? And that environment is known as courts. It's only in court is when you submit facts. You cannot submit fact in a public rally. Are you getting? So even if you're saying lies or you're saying facts, it will remain that way. Are you getting?
Now you're unakuja mzuri sana.
Yes.
So all those allegations, what do the allegations? This is mekwa.
Yes.
In your case, how do you treat them?
I treat
those allegations of corruption. Okay, like moja hiyo corruption, moja hiyo Livondo.
Yeah.
And alisema there's someone wanted to kill whoever. It could be anyone. It could mtu anaweza sema pia ni wewe. Si ndio?
Pardon?
It can be nasema those allegations Mr. Livondo. That someone wanted to kill the president.
Yes.
So does that mean Livondo is privy to such classified information, the government? Because yes. I think that is classified information, and then the president anakuwa nayo tu.
That's the reason.
Is he privy to such information?
Wait, if you ask a question, you need to give me time. I respond. You see, I raised an issue. Are you getting? We may look at Livondo's statement in another angle. Are you getting? We may look at it as a person who is privy to some information which common people are not privy to. Because the friends that Livondo hangs out with, you cannot say they are just common people. Are you getting? The people who are leading this country. Are you getting? Livondo is not just somebody. Are you getting? If you, Victor wants to speak your point in any political rally of any person, you may not get that chance. You may not get, because maybe you are not known. I'm assuming you're not known. I'm assuming maybe. Yes.
Panaito.
Yes.
Where does Livondo rank in this government?
Jirongo rank he's not in government.
So where does he get the such classified information, which even the security personnel, kama security minister of security Matenge maybe doesn't have? What to close in the president?
Wait. Let me just answer you, because that's the question is Raila.
WG, we are generating to very petty questions, because surely Livondo is an opinion leader. It's in the caliber of elite. So if you ask me, what is Atoli in government? Atoli is not in government. So this line of question is endless. We can never be here.
No, I think your understanding is a bit low.
Vic,
you must give me time.
Your understanding everyone's understanding here is the standard. So don't.
So when I say classified information,
don't state.
How do you know it is
someone's
classified
standard.
information?
Of course, killing a president. Killing a president is a big thing.
Just wait. Vic, let us respect one another and mind the way we are using our languages. I'm sure even if someone referred to you that way, you wouldn't take it very nice.
I apologize.
Okay.
So killing a president, information. So this information ya kujaribu kuassassinate president, a president is not just anyone. It's a big thing.
True.
So when you sindio.
True.
So when unatoka kusema mtu alijaribu kumuua, you see now that's a classified information. Enye si kila mtu ana, hata kwa government si watoto wanakuwa nazo. Those close sana na president, of which Livondo is nowhere near there. Could that be a lie?
Let us broaden this discussion a little bit. Are you getting? Despite
no,
the fact
I'm on specific issues. To see broaden.
Yes. Despite the fact that he's a president. Yes. So Vic,
Sam,
Vic,
we
I'm
are
saying,
requesting that you mute your microphone. Sam, please mute your microphone.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So Vic, are you getting me?
Yes.
So despite the fact that he is a president, does not limit the possibility of him being assassinated. Are you getting? In South Sudan here, Dr. Garan was assassinated. Are you getting? So let's not say that if somebody has security, if somebody is at the top of the food chain, there are not that possibility. They can be those possibility, and the people usually craft it, and it happens.
Epa Naito.
Did you just
watch ile clip iliyeko hapo?
Just allow us to move on, please. Allow Vic.
Kidogo, just a moment.
I would urge that we leave the issue, Livondo issue aside. There are so many other issues to be discussed.
Yes,
and because just a moment, both of us do not have the NIVIA speculating, which should not be the case with such a serious issue. So let's get it to rest.
Yes.
Ponaito, did you said you are concluding, and I think your time is over. Please, you've been at the forefront for the past almost 1 hour. So let's give other people a chance.
WG, just 1 minute. There's one issue that Sam raised, and I think most people usually don't understand that thing. Most people usually bring about the issue of Raila being sworn in as a treason act, and people don't understand how that thing was crafted. Are you getting? It could be treason if Raila could have been sworn in as a president of Kenya. Raila was not sworn in as a president of Kenya. He was sworn in as a president of people. Are you getting? We have so many presidents, so let's not bring about that issue, because it's not treasonable. Even me, I can go and be sworn as a president of comedy, a president of all those things. So let's not bring those issues when discussing other issues, because that one does not hold water. Thank you, WG.
Thank you. Now,
Bismarck.
No, Sam.
No.
We are giving someone else. We are giving someone else.
Viggy,
please
let us
give
talk
us
sense here.
Give us, Nani, Sam. You will not storm where I'm moderating.
Viggy.
You will not. Please, just be silent. People give you time.
Viggy, unless we are talking a different thing here.
Sam, Sam,
unless we are talking
can you
different
mute
thing
your
here.
mic?
If somebody's talking about that thing,
no. Mute,
no.
mute your mic. Mute your mic, Sam.
Come on.
Mute your
Gentlemen.
mic and respect the forum.
We have to talk sense.
Respect the forum, please.
Sam, we have one moderator.
Sam,
let's have one
respect
moderator.
the forum. Can you mute your microphone? Okay, thank you. I think on this, who hasn't presented? Dan, have you presented?
Yes, I did.
You've done?
Yes, I did.
Okay. We have Jiru also did. I think it's
think
only
Mr.
me.
Kamau.
Sorry?
I think Mr. Kamau or something like this.
Yeah, Mr. Kamau and myself. I will give to Mr. Kamau first. Mr. Kamau.
Yeah, I'm happy to be back. I was there before, and I think it's good to agree on one thing, that most of these things we discuss here, we have each and every person has his own opinion and the way he interprets things. The way Livondo came today and said those things, I think even to me that is the real earthquake. The earthquake that was with Mr. Mudavadi was nothing. That one has really brought a lot of commotion on Twitter and on social media. That is why people are now getting to a point of definition of words. What is allegation? What is body language? What is this classification? You know, these things have really caused a lot of mayhem in this country. Personally, I read it like it's something that needs to be investigated. And really, if this thing happened, then the culprits should be taken to court. I know that the part of UDA were crying fall, but at the end of the day, you ask yourself, this man did not mention anybody, did not even say whether it is the president who was being killed or it is the deputy who was killing the president. There were no names. But you find people taking responsibility as if they have been attacked. So for me, I think it could have, the way I look at it, it might not even be true, but it might be a political statement. And you know, we are living in times of politics, where each and every person who says this might not be true, but the camp that he represents is happy, and the camp that he doesn't represent is very angry about it. The camp that I belong, because I believe this time around, I think it is important to note that we are going to elect another person from another tribe. I think presidency should not be like volleyball, whereby you get from a Kikuyu, then a Kalenjin, Kikuyu. I think it's time to explore other tribes and see what they can do for the country. And therefore, the camp that I believe is going to be the president, which is represented by Baba and opened up to other tribes, believes that this was just a political statement that has caused a lot of havoc in Central Province. People asking questions. There are those who have interpreted it as if it is true. There are those who have not interpreted as if it is not true. But for me, I think at this time, we are going to hear so many things, that these things depends on you. How do you interpret it? I don't want to buy a fact that when you say it's an allegation, the definition of an allegation, it is not verified. That is the reason. It is not a verified story. It is not, nobody can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there was an attempt to the president. But anybody in Kenya and majority of Kenyans would take it literally that, it happened. It could have been the truth. And that is a political statement. It could have caused out. We will see the effect of that statement on 9th August. That is when we're going to see whether people believed Livondo or not. But what we know is that the person competing in this presidency, there are two people, the main two horses. One horse has too much, he has international grudges with everybody. He has been fighting with Congo the other day. There is an international case at The Hague about him. There is, in fact, I wonder when people in UDA keep on talking about Pandora box. and KEMSA scandals. I wonder, why do they hang on those two things? And they don't remember.
Mohamed Kamau talked sense. KEMSA things is live and going on. Pandora is things which is live and going on. Don't try to divert everything in your own way. Talk sense. Talk sense, Kamau.
Sam, can you imagine, even at your age, you are the one interfering with this process.
Talk sense. Don't try to say
your age does not allow you to come in the way you are coming in.
It's not about the party.
Listen,
it's about the Kenyans.
Your age does not allow you.
I don't care. I don't care.
Your age does not allow you. Respect yourself. These are young people. These are young people. These are young people,
but they have
who
to
should be learning from you. But you are bringing here bad manners, please.
I don't
remember.
Kimani talk sense. Don't talk about.
Can you mute? Can you mute?
Temba kuja mbio.
Mute.
This Sam is not respecting this forum.
So. Hold on. Mute. Hey, mute. WG. It is degenerating. I wish that we be sober. Let's just remain sober. The debate was going well. Let's allow each other that sense of decorum to see tusitupe maneno sana WG.
Sasa ile kitu ninasema if he is going to continue disrespecting the forum, then give someone else the role of moderation, because I'll not handle it.
No, please. It's okay. WG, relax. Who is that? That is Sam. Sam is a good guy. I mean, it's these are very good people. Sam and Vicky, relax. Okay. I can see Jilo Koshe. How are you? Can you mute? Yeah, thank you. WG, you need to submit, and then I think you and Mr. Kamau has come back. I think also he'll want to say something, and then Jilo Koshe. Sam and Vicky, they are having the emergency, but they are good people. Just allow them.
Mr. Kamau was continuing before Sam just came in to rudely, interrupt him.
Okay. Sam na Vicky, Sam ngojea patia moderator nafasi akucontrol. Akisema unyamaze, nyamaza tu. WG, I'm still on call, but I'm here. So
WG, it's okay.
Yeah, thank you, Sam.
Tunajuana na WG, msije mkaona kama tunaongea vibaya, hapana.
Haya, sawa Sam. Okay, Mr. Kamau, continue. WG, continue, tafadhali. I'm still on phone.
So I was just saying that what we know is that we have two presidential candidates that are the front runners, and it is incumbent upon us to choose between the two. And when we look at side A, represented by Raila Odinga, we find less corruption. And when we look at side B, represented by the deputy president, we find a group of very corrupt people. And that is why we are saying it doesn't matter who you support. You support that person because of many things. Some support UDA because maybe they want to punish Uhuru, yeah? And it is okay. It is also a reason. Some support Baba because he's the father of devolution, and also the person who has made even this kind of follower possible to us so that we can speak without fear. I can't imagine the times of Moi if you had such a thing and you say that maybe Ruto is suspected of trying to attempt on the life of a president. I think you'll be arrested that night. But now we are free to speak our mind freely. And we want people to be also in every section. I want Sam and Vic to stay put at UDA, because when we win, and I know we will going to win, we need a strong opposition. We need people like them who challenge us and ask us questions about KEMSA, Pandora boxes, and those kind of things, because without opposition, then the government cannot really perform outrightly. But having said that, I also want to say that a time has come now. We need to call a spade a spade. We need to ask ourselves, what is this thing that is making some people agitated? Whenever you mention something, they are so agitated and they are about to even fight you. Yeah. Why is it that somebody is so bitter that it's as if I don't become the president of this country, then there cannot be country? I think the time has come for people to accept and expect the unexpected, and to know that from now henceforth, Kenya is no longer the country that we were. People are more educated, they are more literate, they know what they want, and they need to move forward and make the right decision. As we have decided, now it is Baba's time, and then Baba has opened the door to other tribes. After Baba, maybe we go to Western. From Western, we go to Coast. This president is not a patent of any tribe. It is a time for other people to lead this country. We cannot play this as if it's volleyball or netball. After this, it is you. After you, it is me. Let even we see a Turkana and Digo being president in this country. And that is what is going to heal this country. We cannot keep on moving. For over 50 years, 2 tribes have been ruling this country. It is not fair for others. It is not fair, no matter how you look at it. It is time to move to other tribes. And this thing of people thinking they have what we call political right and inheritance, that should come to an end. So at the end of the day now, we have inclusivity. And inclusivity will only come when we see that other people, this thing is rotational, goes to Coast, goes to Western, to Turkana, goes to Kwale, you know. And then, in fact, I don't want to see any president from our region. I think it is time for other people to lead and see what they can do, because we have had problems, we have had issues, and maybe now when it goes to the lake, things are going to be easier and better for the betterment of all Kenyans. Thank you, Bono WG.
Okay, Vic, I can see you are raising your hand.
Yes, I have a question to Mr. Kamau. Mr. Kamau, when did you realize when did you realize that other tribes needs to lead this nation? Is it because Uhuru has done his part? Is it because your tribe has led this nation like with 3 presidents? Now you have realized other nations needs to other tribes needs to lead.
Yeah.
And then another question.
Yeah.
And that's
you want me to answer that one? Yeah? You want me to answer that one?
Let me ask another one. I have several questions. Okay. So that was the dishonest part of you. Okay, the next one. You talked about corruption.
Yes.
Yes. So I'm just you're just an interesting person. What makes you think president has failed to fight corruption? Because he has failed. Because 2 billion is being lost every day under his watch.
Yes.
That means by today, I shall lose 2 billion. Tomorrow, another 2 billion will be lost under his watch. So who has failed? Is it him, or is it the second in command? And then another question, just what nikuja tu tatu peke yake. What's the role of the vice president? Is he? I thought the vice president is allocated duties by his boss, and the one is not being allocated is the duties. Then you cannot force him to resign because his boss has not allocated him the duties. He actually transferred his duties to another person. So who has failed?
Can I answer now the 3 questions?
Yes, sir.
The first question, when did I realize that other tribes should read? I think it is also in public knowledge that it's only a fool who doesn't change his mind. Maybe before that, I didn't believe there should be any other tribe leading, but now I've changed my mind. I think I'm more educated. I've learned that the other tribes in this country, and that is why I'm advocating for other tribes to also take the mantle of presidency. That's number one. Number two, corruption. Corruption, when you read, if you read the Constitution, if you don't read the Constitution upside down, you'll understand the president is just an overseer of other institutions, and they are independent. The court is independent, the judiciary is independent, and the police are independent. You don't expect the presidency, the president, to be the prosecutor, the judge, and
You're being dodgy. You're just being dodgy. You're
I'm
not
not
answering.
dodgy. I'm just saying, because if and that is what I usually say, if an institution, the institution is as good as an individual. If, for example, the judges set you free, and that if they don't arrest the people that are going to the court, what do you want the president to do? To go and arrest them? You know, that is a simple question. Yeah, I think the institution should work. What the president should do, according to the Constitution, is fund and facilitate these institutions to work. That is a simple mathematics. And when you talk about 2 billion, when you talk about 2 billion daily, it is public knowledge that if, for example, you go to a place like the Ludhuri Avenue, where the stage is, the man is exchanging hands from the police to the people who are of matatus.
Kamau, don't try to divert everything. Don't try to kid people. 2 billion.
He's being dodgy. He's being dodgy.
I'm not dodging. I'm just telling you the truth.
Hey,
my
come
friend.
on, come on.
I can help Kamau.
Yes.
Come
Jiro,
on.
jump in.
Let me help Kamau. Let me help Kamau.
Okay, Sam, hebu Njiru aseme.
Yeah, thank you. And what we are talking in the discussion. So let me begin with the first question to Meuliza. When did we discover that we need another person to read? Number one, there has been a conversation in Kenya about how the other leadership or the other communities can get into leadership. Now, if you people, you can see, we have been in a motion whereby we have, even when the cabinet slots are being taken, Kenyans have been discussing how are tribes being represented. And in the political domain, or when people are vying, or when we're in a presidential election, we had reached a level whereby even Kenyans had started saying 42 against 1. So I can say it is a conversation which has close to over 15 years of discussion. It is staged as high as 2007. That is when that discussion started. And now that discussion has been in motion slowly. And now that discussion has reached a peak level whereby now, despite the president insinuating it and saying it when he was in Ambario in Western, but it was a discussion which was in motion and it has gained traction. And in goodwill, it is only a society which is not willing to change their perception that cannot take that discussion in a positive way. So it is good to have different communities having representation. And we don't need to bury our heads in the sand and not appreciate that the Kikuyu community and the Kalenjin community have led Kenya for close to 60 years. And that discussion needs to shift because we are not a monarchy or a kingdom whereby we only need to get leaders from a certain place. So it's a good discussion on corruption. So we are saying that 2 billion is getting lost every day, and no one seems to understand where that money is going. One thing I will say here, number one, the president and the deputy president, they are not in the same table when it comes to the corruption. Because we have, I don't want to talk about allegation here. We have been having so many scandals which have come in Kenya, and our deputy president has come into contrary onto that issues. I want to give 3 scenarios where the deputy president has actually impeded the war on corruption. Number one, the Kimwarel thing came. When the Kimwarel thing came, he came to media and said the money in question is not 21 billion, it is 7 billion. My question to people who are supporting the deputy president, in what capacity was the deputy president responding? Was he a prosecutor? Was he an investigation body? Where did he get the 7 billion? That is number one. Then number two, the deputy president came on a live TV and said that corruption is targeting the people who are supporting him. And he said that when people are being taken to court and they're being taken to other places, or maybe they are being arrested because they are being skewed in one direction. And it even reached the level where even we wanted to borrow some money which Waiguru and stolen. And Waiguru and now gone to the side of the DP. And then when Waiguru had gone to the side of DP, she's now started saying she's being targeted. So I'm asking myself a question. Up to what level will the DP accept the uniform fight on corruption? And when we are following the people who have stolen our money, he stops saying that people are being targeted from his side. Last thing, which I also want to add about corruption. We have open scandals which are in this country, and some things have already been concluded. Open scandals, and they have been concluded, including even some of the people who have jabbed the ship and they have even gone into the other side of the DP. In 1992, we had the scandals which used to be called the Golden Bag, and so many other things which came into existence. Kenya has been losing money in every regime. Now, in Uhuru Kenyatta's regime, we have so much money we have also lost. And these guys shared the government. So, money gets lost according to the cabinet, how you share the cabinet. Like, for example, we have lost money in different ministries. Can somebody here try to explain to us why is it that money is being lost in specific ministries which are associated in a certain direction? And why is the deputy president not candid enough to like tell even some of the people in his line who are mentioned in corruption? Like, for example, somebody like Echesa was sacked because of a corruption scandal. Even if that corruption scandal has not been concluded, why hasn't the deputy president up to today, he has not commented about Echesa, he has not commented about KPLC scandals, he has not commented about some of the things which have been done by the people who are leaning towards him? Why has he not commented? Whether those scandals are clean or they are not clean, why has he not commented? So we want a clear discussion of why he has not commented. We have seen people in Uhuru's side who have lost their jobs, and I don't deny we have a long way to fight corruption, but there is deliberate derailment of fight of corruption within the presidency, and the president cannot fight corruption unless he has also the commitment from the deputy president, and the deputy president has proven that he is not fully supporting this war on corruption. Remember one minute. Deputy president has been prosecuted on the case of Muteshi, where he had taken that land of an IDP person, and he was told to return the land and also do some compensation. It is something we know, and we need to hear what people are saying. Is also that one an allegation or a concluded case? Already the DP has been prosecuted and he has been told to return land. So even when we are talking about scandals in the DP side and scandals in Raila side, let's hear of concluded cases. I want to hear somebody telling me there is one scandal which Raila Odinga has been involved in and he has been prosecuted, it has been concluded, and he has been told to pay. Let's talk of facts. Let's move beyond allegation. Already that one is a fact. Deputy president was defeated. I don't want to talk about Rangata cases and other lands which he has, but at least Moteshi. Can we talk about Moteshi? Thank you.
Sawa Njiru. Sam, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, thank you, Vicky, sir. Was it Mutesi? What do you call it? Jiru Mutesi, sorry. Jiru, you know, the head of the government is the president. The head of the country or the leader of the country is the president. So the deputy president has got no powers in either way to deny the president what he want to do it, because he's going to be implicated as a relevant person in the government. You said about 20 Kemorid, and this thing has been very agitating to many millions of Kenyans. They just want to, they really want, not just, they really want to have the truth about that thing of Kemorid and Aror. To this date, when we are talking tonight, or this morning, or this evening, which country we come from, we are based on, or we are watching on, we are talking on, I can say one thing. We as lay people, or a layman, me as a layman, I'm talking about me as a layman, I don't know. We heard about Kimaret, Aro, or whatever. Nobody knows about it. Nobody knows about it. But in the real sense, I can tell you guys, the president, deputy president, the former prime minister, they know what they are cooking on. They know exactly what they are cooking. In between them, the three. I don't think the deputy, in my own assumption, conspiracy theory, in my own conspiracy theory, which means you don't have to believe it. Don't believe it what I say. I mean, in my own conspiracy theory, which I say, you don't have to believe it.
Sam, can you tell us the stand of the deputy president on corruption? Tell us,
I'm coming to that thing. That's why I say. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm coming to that thing in Jiru. I'm coming to that thing. In my own conspiracy theory, which means you don't have to believe it. Nobody here should believe it, but you can take the theory, perhaps, or when, if and when, one day, you can believe it on your own analysis. The deputy president never talk about corruption. You know what? I don't know. You don't know. I may not know. But my own assumption, he knows more than all of us here who we are discussing here. He knows what is going on in between. I think, and I suppose, and I presume, in my own way, when the president said 2 billion Kenya shillings is being lost each and every day, he was telling us, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow citizen, this money could have been going to you people in a very genuine way, but it's getting to people's pocket. He was telling us, he was open. The president of Kenya was open to us. But we, as myopic as we are, as dumb
as dumb as can say, as dumb as we are, we took it as just a joke. I'm really very, very sorry. We are really dumb. We are really very, very dumb. The president was telling us in an open way, in a moment, Viggy moment, sir. We are really very, very dumb as a Kenyan citizen. Sorry, one day you have to remember.
I think where we go wrong as Kenyans is that we come out to defend people based on where we come from. That the person speaks our language, the person comes from my community, the person comes from my area. What we are forgetting is that when that person loots the government from the government, they will not give you even a single cent for free. They will not. Instead, they even become a menace in the region by being bossy and thinking that they are the same. So me, I will not support any thief in the name of a leader, whether he is coming from the same belly or from my mom's belly, where I also came from. I will not support that person. It is high time that Kenyans we learned to realize that every other economic burden that we are facing today, it is because of those thieves. When your person dies in a hospital where there is no medicine, it is because of those thieves. When you can't eat your lunch over lunchtime, it is because of those thieves. Because otherwise, the monies that were borrowed from China would be enough to make us comfortable in this country, in terms of medical, in terms of good shelter, in terms of roads, in terms of every other thing. But a few people among us have stashed those monies, not even to our banks to continue helping us. Those monies are outside. That is how wrong and how bad those people are. In fact, like China, we should put it as a capital offense. When you are found with stolen money and loot and corruption, something very drastic should take place. So, but because we are a nation of trivialities, just like you are saying, we are dumb, Sam. Just like you are saying that we are dumb, we are so dumb because we love people who don't even know us. Even today, if your wife was sick and you go knock at their door, I'm sure you will not even see them. You will meet the watchman at the gate who will turn you away. But we are very happy with them because they speak our language, yet they steal from us as we pay. Today they are all if you didn't know, they are all money. We are paying it today. It is the reason why you go to the supermarket and you can't afford that soap. You can't afford the wunga because all the money goes to pay for the money, the loot that is in someone's pocket. So when we are talking about this, people should take them very seriously. We are not speaking against someone because he belongs to some tribe. We are not supposed to defend someone because they belong to our tribe. Because the burden we are carrying the burden, yet he is enjoying, and he is enjoying alone with his family. Some of them are even so selfish, even the family, after looting those monies, they even break away with their wives, their own wives, because of what the money makes them to be. Very bad indeed. Sawa sawa. So I think I need to present. If no one has a question regarding the same topic, Are you want to nani Apple no someone? You want
yes,
to...
I just want to add something on what Njiru said.
Okay.
Yes, Njiru said something very critical about this government and asked some a question which he has just used some tricks not to answer it. He asked some our VP's position on corruption, but some has not answered that question. But Njiru said this, Vic asked Njiru how could the president fight corruption? And what we are not getting in this government is that this government is a typical Nusumukate government. Are you getting? VP came with a half of it, and the president came with a half of it. And that's what we don't understand here. And we don't want to relate to this. But my question is, if that's the case, pardon?
It's not Nusumukate.
It is quarter.
It is not Nusumukate. It's very different.
It is, but that's another discussion. Let me just add so that I can give room to other people. So what people are not genuine about is now how, because Vic asked the role of VP. The Constitution defines the role of DP. But now, if you are very keen on how the VP has been doing his campaign, he has been taking credit on the government project. And then you ask yourself, if you ask anybody about Kibaki's government, some of the people may not even acknowledge the fact that Kalonzo Musyoka was the VP then. Are you getting? And Kalonzo Musyoka has never taken credit of the improved economy at that time. Has never taken credit because he understood the fact that this is Kibaki's time. Are you getting? But now when somebody takes credit and distance himself from the bad doing, and the same time comes and defend the corrupt, that's where my problem comes. Are you getting? Because a leader who comes and defend the corrupt, it raises eyebrows because you can just keep quiet. Are you getting? There are so many cases even in ODM's corner that people have been accused with corruption, but you'll never find their leader coming to their defense at leave them and do this. Are you getting? So if a leader comes,
Vic, let me finish.
Who's sanitized to a guru?
Vic, I'll give you time to rebut.
You see, a story with sanitized Waiguru, that's an innovation that people have just created. Are you getting? Who said that Waiguru was sanitized? That's just a theory that people created, and people ran with it. Are you getting? A corrupt leader is still a corrupt because we still understand that there were a lot of money which was stolen in NYS. Whether it was inconclusive, either it was persecuted, we still know that there was some money which got lost up to now. Are you getting? And the dump people we had, just as the Sam has said, we defend them. Are you getting? You say something about VP and Mr. Sam's blood evaporates and burns. Are you getting? Because it's as if you're popping, you're spearing him. Are you getting? But he doesn't know that when you steal from the public coffers, you are killing people. How many people are dying of anger? How many people don't have medicine in this hospital because of these people? Are you getting? You find 2-3 billion going to an individual. How many borehole could that money have constructed in the northern part of Kenya? Are you getting? So let's not go easy in corruption. Just as the chair said, WG, even if it's my own brother and is stealing from the whole public, distance yourself from them. Don't defend corruption. That's where we need to move away from. That's my submission.
WG.
Vic?
WG, sir.
Vic? Yes.
It's me, Sam. A little bit.
Sam.
Yeah, kidogo to Bismarck. Espanaito. Bismarck Espanaito.
WG, there's something you talk about it, which means, in my way of understanding, you talk sense. We are dumb. We followers, we are dumb. You know, politicians, they're happy when we say, yeah, it's okay, yeah, but in the reality, we have to pay the price. That's why I say we are dumb. This thing about Bismarck talk about it, about whatever is going on. 21 billions, Kemsa, what, so and so did it, the president did it, Raila did it, or Ruto did it, or Musalia did it, the Musalia is dumb, or whatever, whoever. You know, these guys, the 4 or 5 people at the top echelon, and when I say the top echelon, I mean the president, the deputy president, the former prime minister, the former, the 2 former deputy vice president, comes to 5. There are 5. These 5 people, they are playing with our minds. They know each other. They talk each other. No, Vigi, these people are very funny. Mimi usiwezi kukutukana wewe kila siku, ni unanyamaza. Unanitukana na mimi nanyamaza. Hapana bana. Kama mimi naweza kukustaki kukotini. Hai jamani. Usione kama ni mchezo. This is a funny thing that we are making ourselves. Tunachezewa sisi kama normal raia. Sisi tunachezewa, sisi ni employees. We are employers. We are employers. We need employees. They are our employees. Sisi kama employers tunachezewa na employees yetu. Tunaandika kazi, alafu unatuchezea akili, tunalipa pesa. Wewe na mimi. Espanyala, okay, Vicky, Jiru, na Temba, na whoever, Stone, sisi tunachezewa akili, tunalipa pesa. Tunabaki kulalamika. Kwa nini?
Okay, Sam. Okay, Sam.
Anyway, it is going to be the topic of another day. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Asante sana. Patriot and Stone PK, karibuni sana. At least now I can have someone also to pin down to continue as I exit. I've been here for like 2 hours after waiting for 4 hours to come in. You guys can come in and Patriot, you will help me out, please. If you will be here for a while. Themba told me to give him like 20 minutes. Now it's almost 4 hours he's on that phone. Now you can take over as we wait. I haven't submitted, so you will just allow me to submit. Then you can help out.
AWG. What are you saying?
I'm saying you are doing the good work.
Temba amesikia ni mimi sasa ameamuka mahali alikuwa.
20 minutes zijaisha. Temba.
Temba
20 minutes. I just said I'm on phone, which I'm still on, but I hear you wanted to go, so that's okay. I know when with Patriot here and Stone PK, we are good. I'm here. I'm not anywhere. I'm just here. I'm just on another call. But I can hear what is going on. I can ask people. Nini Vicky?
Huko malipanyuko 20 minutes inatoshana aje?
It's not. I didn't give you 20 minutes. I just said I'm here. I'm on call. I didn't say 20 minutes. Nini Viki bwana, wacha uchokozi. Okay, WG.
Okay,
WG ukitaka kwenda Patriot yuko hapa. Hawa ni watu wa nguvu, so the debate continues.
Sawa.
Patriot, wacha kuona ni kama mimi si Tetema Shangigi kama unafikiria na Tetema Shangangwa. WG, go on.
Asante. Now, thank you. I wanted to I had some rebut on Vic and Sam regarding number one, regarding this KEMSA money. If I may remember, when it came up, both sides of the equation of both sides of political alignment had hands. There are those who are currently in UDA, whose names were mentioned, and the other side also. So when UDA side comes up and begin, shouting thief, or fire, as though none among them was ever involved, then I see they are not genuine. They are not being genuine. Number two, I'm one person, like I said earlier, who will never defend anyone, even if it's in
point of
ODM
order
itself.
WG, point of order.
Yes.
What you are discussing, I am not seeing anywhere in today's headlines. Can just a minute? Can you clarify?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. It's okay.
Yeah. Let me finish. Then you. So I Vic, you are the one who said so. So I'm thinking that let's not, and even if the other side made they are accused of if the guys are there who dipped their fingers in that cookie, then it's only fair that we condemn them, but not that at one point you again say, if someone is accused on the UDA side, you ask whether the person was taken to court. When it is on the other side, you shout the same thing. You see, you are double speaking, so that cannot make sense. Then on that note, you are dismissing Uhuru Kenyatta that he should go based on the mere fact that the KEMSA, and then he stated that 2 billion get lost every day. My friend, this is a Uhuru'S government. Maybe you guys are forgetting that. It's Uhuru'S government. There is also another fallacy that people are not getting properly, is that the current constitution, the role of the DP is quite a little bit different from the role of the vice president. DP is more powerful. That's why even when he insults Uhuru, left, right, and center, Uhuru's hands are tied. Constitution will not allow him to be dismissed. So he has a role. Even in the government itself, there are things that Uhuru cannot do to him, not just dismissal alone. There are other things that he has free hands to do. So we must learn that the current constitution gives him more power than the former vice president. Now, I want to come to the knee of the day, the question of the day, just like Patriot was reminding me. William Ruto was in THARAKA, NITHI, and that act of bringing in Kithure Kindiki, it is just the normal con game that the VP or the DP is continuing to use to make his camp continue to have hope. He goes to Western and he feels that the ground is changing. Then he brings in Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula. He goes to Mount Kenya and he thinks he needs to put someone there, people to be seen. Then he picks Rigathi Gachagua and the other lady Alice. So now there is that other side of Mount Kenya East. He has to bring someone, at least so that those people may have hope that at least one of us is going to be appointed as the DP. So what does that make? It makes the people have hope, and nobody would be defecting to anywhere. But those are just political games where in Western, there are a group of people who feel that DP picked on Musalia Mudavadi, so let us wait. They are going to serve with him. They are going to be the DP, not knowing that they are only going to fill the ministerial posts left by the likes of Echeza. So we need to see those tactics in William Ruto. In Moses Kuria's team, the presence of Martha Karua was telling a lot on whose side Moses Kuria could lean, or where at least the pressure is pulling him towards. I understand that he had invited the UDA guys who did not show up. They must be having a good reason why they kept off. But to me, I think their presence there would have been quite questionable. And the guys they were going to meet there, I think they are people who could not entertain their kind of politics. People like Martha Karua are not the kind of people you would stand up and speak nonsense and they let you go. They would combat you there and then. So I think that kind of abrasive encounter is what they kept on out. But I want to also call on people like Kuria to please decide. This idea of people, staying on the fence or playing a game like they are so important. They are so important to Kenyans that when they don't do something, I don't think it's the kind of politics we want. Right now, we don't want to get it wrong this time round in 2022. So you are either with us, where we are going to put this country right on the right path, just like we attempted in 2002, or you are on the other side opposing us. So Moses Kuria should learn that there is no staying on the fence. So that is what I wanted. Sorry, that is what I wanted to bring to light.
Okay. Okay, WG,
yes.
do I pick it up from there? Because you
yes, pick it up, please.
Okay, so hello, my fellow panelists. It's been a while. Vicky, I can see you. Njiru, Maura, Sam, Panaito, Farid, Osman, Stompike, Thember. It's always no. Mimi Stetemeshwa Ngwingwi, my friend. Relax, Vicky. It's my turn.
Karibu.
So, thank you, Vicky. Yeah, I want to really appreciate that you guys look nice. It's good to have this opportunity to discuss and dissect how Kenya is going. And as you can tell, things are changing very fast. A lot of water has gone under the bridge. All the pipes from the mountain have broken loose. Water is really moving down the stream. There's a lot that is happening, and I'm sure we can always this opportunity to share. Let me set the pace and the tempo of the discussion by saying this. It is very clear that, in my view, there are people who are playing the middle lane and they want to play with people's time and mind. And I will give you the list. From where I sit, authoritatively, I think there are people who want to be jokers by trying to keep us on the fence. Just like a lady who wants to give you the feeling that you will marry her, she keeps you hanging around the village only to find that she's actually dating somebody else. These people, you must know them in advance, otherwise they will waste your time. I'll start by the list. Mother Karua, in my view, will not join Baba. She is one of the person who will not be happy to have Raila win the election, because she will be swallowing her own, efforts of stopping Raila's presidency in 2007. And when I look at her, the body language and who she is, I don't think that is something she's willing to swallow. She is not very sure whether it's Ruto or Raila, but I think for sure, I can tell that now she's not in bed with the president. She will not be happy to have Raila Amolo Odinga become the president. WG, that I wanted you to note it. And I want you to note that somewhere so that as we move on, you can tell. These people, you must look at them with a microscopic, protraction for you to understand what they want. Because you see their language, their body language. You listen to Mother Karua. Wherever she talks, she ends up attacking the president. Why are you advising the president how to go home, and yet you want to join Azimio? That cannot be. So for me, I want to believe she's on top of the list of those people who are trying to play with Kenyan minds as she's finding her space. Number two, I listened to Kuria very well today. Kuria is not coming to Azimio la Umoja. This is some of the, as I'm telling you, hii ni msichana ambaye anakaa slay queen, anakula chips pale, unamlia kuku huko, unampeleka fair, mnaenda picnic, anarudi. She's just, huyu ni mtu ni kama msichana ambaye ana sponsors wengi, but she knows exactly who the husband is. So Kuria is not coming to Azimio la Umoja in as far as I'm concerned. He is just a lady who is playing the slay queen thing, kuweka lipstick na kucheza na kufanya catwalks around the village, ndio wanaume mwingine anampangia lunch, mwingine nini, anawakula. So she knows where she's going, and I'll tell you, she's a darling. He is a darling of the UDA. That I'll tell you. And then with time, in a week's time, 2 weeks, you will see that. The person who is also not coming is this guy called the former Kiambu governor, Kabogo. Kabogo is not joining us. Kabogo will not join us. But the good news is this. Kalonzo Musyoka is joining Azimio la Umoja. And let me tell you, that is the biggest stone that we have to turn. The moment that stone is completely turned, the gold that lies down there, the kgs, the grams that we will pick from there will have the weight of our gold to outweigh the weight of the UDA. We just need about 600 grams. And we know under Kalonzo Musyoka stone, we will be able to turn and get about 1.4 kgs. That will give us the numbers, that will give us the weight that will actually make us the team that will win the presidency. Allow me to say this. And I think it's time we told each other the truth. There's no community in Kenya that is important than the other. For far too long, and I'm borrowing from Stone PK, for the longest time, I've always known that things are different from the way I've understood it, but from the classes that I've attended, where Stone PK has been the lecturer, he has taught me a few things about the mountain, which I think have made me get enlightened. As much as that my in-laws, now I understand a few things that I didn't know. This notion of giving some people the attraction, the feeling that they are, better placed to decide where Kenya goes, I think that notion should be cut to size. It's not the way to go, because we are playing with fire by trying to elevate other communities at the expense of others. It's true that we tell the people correctly. As things stand today, let me tell you, if the mountain was to vote totally with the UDA coming from Rift Valley, they will still not win an election. If Raila retains his voting block that he had last time, they will still not win, because Raila got about 9-point-something million votes, and as far as we are concerned. So now that we are getting a good number of votes from the mountain, those who are reasoning with us, those who want to see Kenya move to a prosperity and a trajectory that will define, the future of our country for our children better than the way it is. If you look at that number, if it's going to be anywhere close to 25%, Raila Amolo Odinga will be the president. Nasia tunawagopa, we'll just tell them the truth. Let the rest go to the wheelbarrow, let them throw their votes there. They will not win this time round. It's not a matter of being fearful. it's good to tell people the truth. Because this thing of trying to play smart, you want to play goal, you want to feel nice, you know, that can't work. At the end of the day, we want people who stand for the truth, not people who are conning others, giving you the impression they are with you while usiku wako huko wanakula huko. Me, if you are to ask me, my fellow panelists, Raila Amolo Odinga, as long as he retains the votes of the Kamba votes, the Eastern vote, and Kalonzo is coming, the votes of Western, they are retained, because as far as I know, the Western bloc that will vote for Ruto will be fewer votes than those that went to the president, because most of the votes that went to the president were courtesy of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, not Ruto himself. And I remember last time when he tried to go to Bungoma, he had difficult times. He couldn't even have a rally there. It is not Ruto who made the Western people vote for Uhuru. It is actually Uhuru himself. Now that Uhuru is voting with Raila, we are seeing a number of people who are supporting Uhuru in Western province, including Eugene Wamalwa. They have now joined Baba. That is a plus to Baba. And I'll tell you, the block that will come from Western, starting from Trans Nzoia, Bungoma, Busia, Kakamega down the line, will get more votes than we got last time. And remember, it doesn't mean that Jubilee didn't get votes there. They got votes. Don't give this impression that Western was purely for Baba. So look at the matrix. Who has gained and who has lost? In fact, to tell you, in the absence of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Western is more intact today than the way it was that time. And remember
that is
this.
very correct, Patriot. That is very right.
Thank you, thank you. Remember, Jubilee was not a simple party. You need to know that. Jubilee was a very strong party, courtesy of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, courtesy of Uhuru. This notion of you being told, oh, it is Ruto did not. In fact, most of the places in Rift Valley alikimbishwa. If you remember, you can check those clips. Alipokuwa anaenda Narok, alikimbishwa. Akienda Kissi, he couldn't address anything. He went to Bungoma, he had trouble. How do you want to tell me today that the people who supported Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta from Western and Kissi, it is courtesy of Ruto? The answer is no. Let's now start telling you the truth. If you look at the mathematics today, Luyas are voting for Baba more than they voted last time, because those who are in Jubilee have actually come to Raila Amolo Odinga, and Jubilee now is united. Now, let me end by saying this. If you're going to have the Eastern Bloc coming on board, including His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka, trust me, even if the mountain was to vote in totality with the Rift Valley, they will not win, because Raila had the numbers. You know, Raila has all the numbers. So this thing of telling you, oh, at Raila now, mountain, it's true the mountain was never with Baba. That is very true. You know, there are protagonists. So any numbers that comes from there in terms of minus, it makes a sense to us. So I want you people to concentrate on making sure that we pray that Kalonzo comes on board, then tuanze kuona mchezo vile unaenda. Having the Mount Kenya Foundation and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta revamping Jubilee, that is remnant coming to us, there is nowhere Ruto will see that. As much as he'll make noise, when you talk about Marians didn't vote for Baba, they voted for Jubilee. Why are we bothered? We are not losing. That wasn't our group. When you talk about the Rift Valley, West Pokot voted for Jubilee. Now West Pokot is with Baba. That's one thing you need to know. West Pokot has formed their own party. They're with Baba today. When you look at the Maasai nation, the entire Maasai nation today have made it serious and known that they will never leave Baba until their objective of making Baba the president is concerned. Now let's go to Kissi. The Jubilee that was not with Baba has come to Baba. You need to know that the people of Obure, the Uhuru'S were not with Baba, right? You can see where they are. So the thing people are not telling us, the people who were with Jubilee and they're not from Mount Kenya, where are they going? The Jubilee members, apart from Rift Valley, the Jubilee members who are from other regions, Coast Jubilee has come to Baba. The Kissi Jubilee has come to Baba. They have joined the ODM bandwagon. The Western Jubilee has come to Baba. That is a serious game. And when you come to Nairobi, you can see it. Yes, thank you. Northeastern, those were, yes, exactly. So unless we didn't go to school very well, if you have to ask me now, Baba is actually at 60%. If elections were to be done today as we are speaking, and Kalonzo on our side, we will win this thing. So this nonsense of being told, oh, Mzee wa Uganga, that's all hogwash. No wonder Baba is not bothered. So to me, the mountain should not even be our subject. Yeah, sometimes we tell them the truth. We just need 30%. The rest of you, mwenda mpige kwa wheelbarrow. Why not? Because we need an opposition. Anyway, they need to be the KURIA'S, the Mother Karuas, and the rest. Wakwende pande hiyo ingine, wakwende huko. That is the way things will go, and I set the pace one. Thank you. Go back to you guys.
Vic, mi nimeenda kulala bwana. Nimekuacha hapo na Patriot na PK Stone.
Ulale mzuri, lakini Patriot amechoma, lakini sawa.
Unaandika vitu mingi hapo hivi akinani akiandika. Hakuna kitu utapata hapo ya kutoa moja.
Nafanya assignment.
Haya.
Dabi hata kulala.
Wacha alale.
Naenda kulala bwana.
Mpungue nyinyi watu wazima mko wengi sana.
Haya, enda ulale. Vicky usidhani kumepungua. Patriot yuko hapa, Stone PK yuko hapa, Bantigoria yuko hapa, so hauna bahati.
Akina Patriot tuna handle tu vizuri.
Haya, sawa basi. Unaachia Patriot eh?
Yeah, nimeachia Patriot.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me confirm something as I allow Vic to say something. Let me confirm something. There is a gentleman who was vying in South Mogirango by the name, you know the name Vicky, pronounce him. What is his name? UDA guy. You know him, say his name.
Osoro.
Oh. No. Forget about Osoro, the other guy. The aspirant.
I'm not from South. So
I didn't say you come from the South. Excuse me, listen to me carefully. I didn't say you come from the South. I asked you, there are two guys who are fighting from the south of Kissi, and that topic you have discussed.
Or someone.
Kibagendi, pronounce his name, he's your friend, Kibagendi. Now, I am here to say something. Kibagendi, on a light note, Kibagendi was with us in ODM, by the way. His first Arambe that he did when he was vying as an MP, we were party to it. He's a friend of ours, and he's a young man, we respect him. But I'll tell you this, what goes round comes round. I told Kibagendi that the direction he took was the wrong one. He knows, we told him, but it's a matter of time. I am happy to report here that Kibagendi is coming back to Azimio La Moja. Vicky, are you comfortable with that? And the other thing I want to say, Vicky, can you come?
I don't have
can
an
you
issue
come
with that.
home? Okay, thank you. Can you
I'm
come
home.
home?
Mimi niko nyumbani. There's no better home than
Vicky, wacha kueko, wacha nimalize. You know, you and me, we respect each other. So I'm saying, Vicky, use this opportunity to come home because we love you. You're a gentleman and you're a man who thinks. Sisi wa Kisii tunasema, yendo uragere hoteli lakini wirane nyombo urage seinu. Ukuragere hoteli kwa ila hoteli ngana seinu. You understand that Greek. So that is the way it's supposed to be. People have decided to come home, and I want to see you be among the people who are coming to sleep home as much as umekula kwa hoteli. Thank you so much, Vicky. I'm sure.
Mwingine atake kwanza, bado sija assemble points zangu.
Okay, Stone PK.
Thank you. Ndugu Patriot, nawaona panelist wenzangu wote wako pale. The ancestor na kuona salamu nyingi hapo. Naona NM, naona Vicky, naona Sam nyuma ya curtain. Ala na Epanalto. Wow. Majina makubwa haya.
Stone PK.
Yes.
Just a second. I think I've realized there's something here that must be corrected. NM, there's somebody, is that Njuguna? Yes, the initial is, what is his name? Njuguna, yeah? Yeah, Njuguna.
Maura.
I don't.
Maura.
Hey, Maura. I don't want you to be rattled. What I said is that we have our brothers from the mountain, 30%, including you, who will vote with us. but the rest wale waende kule kwingine. So you are comfortable. This is where you belong. Where ni mti ya baba. Let nobody try to misinterpret what I've said. Nimesikia Viki anasema ati nimechoma. I meant ngoja.
Mimi hata ukichoma, my support to baba is beyond you.
Thank you. Sawa, my brother. I'm comfortable.
Yes.
I'm comfortable, my brother. Thank you so much.
Amina.
Thank you. Can I come in now? Good. Let me say amjambo wote, asubuhi, mchana, kila mahali. Let me begin with the topic hii ya mambo ya Livondo. Somebody has said anything that happens on this earth happens for a reason, and there are no accidents. That has been proven. There's nothing like an accident. That you can read in my books. I've proved that hakunanga vitu zinaitwa ajali. That that was an accident. Hapana. What people call accidents are caused by assumption. Yeah, you assume and then accident inafanyika. So you assume, by assumption you cause what you call accident. I know that might be very, very controversial, but that's the truth. So whatever you find or you hear somebody saying, hapa duniani, this is where I can witness, huko kwingine sijui, but anybody saying anything here under the sun, it is always intended, it is calculated, there is always a reason why someone is saying that. Why am I saying this? Livondo today, si ati aliamuka kwake wherever he lives in. From his house, he jumped, akaingia kwa gari yake. I know he drives my V8 or those heavy vehicles. Then he says he goes to attend a rally somewhere, then anaropokwa. Yeah, because even madmen, it's not that they ropokwa. Every madman knows what he say. Yeah, that's what I was told by one daktari who deals with UDA and Azimio huko Mathare, that even a madman who anajua anasema nini, unless it is ugonjwa, cerebral malaria or anything like this. But hii ingine ati umevuta bangi ukakuwa mwenda azimu, akili ikaruka kidogo, hakuna. Yeah, because ukiingia huko kwa hiyo room wako, they look at you and they can tell who you are. You enter there dressed in your suit, they can recognize you are in suit. Unajidai we ni msafi kualiko. You know, so these these are people who know. So Livondo, what he said, and it was never news. It was not news at all. What Livondo said has been in the mouths of Kenyans since it happened, or since it was intended to happen. Only that, of course, in Kenya, there is one vocabulary that is always floated around: alleged, rumors. It is the rumor everywhere. It is through these rumors that we lost Saitoti. These rumors, Ojodi, very able people. It is through these allegations and unsubstantiated, whatever, JM Karaoke, Ouko, Robert, the list is endless. Yeah, Akina Serone, all these people, you know, and it is a trend that is so bad. It borders with what we hear in high level, you know, Italy and the rest. So the only bone I have now to pick with this kind of a situation is, why would I keep quiet if I'm the president of this country when I know you are attempting on my life? Nitadil nawe mara moja kabisa, straight, you know, kabisa. You know, it's like you are married, for example, then you know your wife or your husband is attempting maneno on your life, ati halafu unaanza kukaa hapo ati sasa mnahama bedroom, sasa wewe ati uko sitting room na wewe analala What? No. It is sasa juu nimejua hivi, you had put poison on my food. Unfortunately nikapatia paka yetu ya nyumbani, kuipatia hivi 30 seconds ikaanza kuzunguka ikitapika ikacollapse. My friend, we unaishia hapo hapo. You live. If I have the strength, unatoka. So what am I saying? This thing happened. It is true. There's, from what we were told immediately, there was an extraordinary move that was in one of the incidences. We are told Baba had to intervene very swiftly, blah, 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 which to me again, it really demeaned our systems, that kind of, it made us look very cheap. In terms of even security, in terms of how we do things. Ni vile mimi, like, I didn't comment, we didn't have anywhere to comment that time, but to me, it gave me some, I really devalued the way we handle our things here, even the way we handle our security, which I still think we have a problem as a country. If you have gone to many countries and you see how security is handled, ukija Kenya utaona serious gaps, very serious gaps. Only that sisi Mungu anatupenda. We have serious gaps. Those of you who have been to Uganda, Ethiopia, and all those other countries, they know what it means. Even the way people are inspected at the airport, even the way airports are surrounded and guarded. Most of you might remember the way when we used to have El Al, Israeli passenger airline coming into JKIA. Those of you might have seen how the security would be beefed up. That is the kind of security we talk about. When a president is somewhere, that is the kind of security. Yani security inakuwa beefed up mpaka mnashindwa kubreathe. That is how it's supposed to be. Yeah? Hata inzi ikiingia hapo inaangaliwa na microscope kama inaweza kuwa imefungiliwa bomb. That is what security is all about. So for me, I would think that statement really exposed us a lot, and Livondo actually did. I think it must have been intentional, planned, and we thank God that he did it, so that we see. Let's see how it goes. Sabina said a statement which was another obvious thing. Wakampeleka mbio, maybe because of what? Hiyo ilikuwa ni maneno ingine tu, ni kawivu kengine. Alicomment with obvious, kura ziliibiwa, okay, mpaka wa leo hatujawahi funguliwa saba. The highest court of in the land nullified elections based on that. So when somebody says kura ziliibiwa, alafu unaanza kumwambia ka make statement, unamweka kwa koti ya kangaroo. What are we talking about here? Yeah, so Livondo has done even yake ni worse. Tunataka Monday, hata si Monday, wangefanya hiyo koti kesho. Aende aelezee zaidi vile kunaendaga. So for me, that is good. It's good. Let us see vile inaenda. Na nafikiria kameanza kutamba. Ukweli imeanza kutolewa. Na huyu jamaa ambaye anatuita vitendawili, sasa story zake zitaanza kuisha. Ataanza kutoa pofu kwa mdomo. You know when you talk and then your lies get finished, unaanza sasa you see then unaanza kutoa pofu, mate meupe hapa kando. That will be happening very soon, because mambo yake imekwisha. Uongo, lies can never be sustainable. Huwezi kusustain uongo. You cannot sustain conmanship. You cannot sustain insults. You can't sustain all that. So, every lie unasema inatokelezea. Ukisema hivi na sasa tunaanza kutoa moja kwa moja. Livondo ameanza. Ndio nasema it is calculated. Hiyo ataangusha, ichukue wiki mbili, tena ingine ikuje, na ingine kabla mdosa akuje kusema kwisha maneno. Kwisha maneno. Good. Then let me talk about UDA skipping the rally. Moses, I would also have skipped that if I was invited. I would not go there to waste time in Moses KURIA'S function. Why? Because for those of us who have followed Moses KURIA and his politics, There's no oomph, there is no intellect in his kind of politics. He just tries to blow himself, to look for what do we call it? Kujipuliza tu na kujifungia makaratasi na manguo aonekane amevimba lakini hajavimba. He has always tried to pose and pretend to get to attain or to ascend to the position of a Kikuyu kingmanship. He's one of the most tribal man that you can ever come across from Central. Very uncouth. You cannot be holding a public meeting and you are there talking in terms of almost inciting your tribe, talking how the tribe is insecure. Who said the mountain is insecure? Who said the Kikuyus are insecure? Insecure for what? Kikuyus suffered only once during Moi's time, and that was it. Never again will it ever happen. That one is on record. But they were targeted at that time. Moi targeted Kikuyus na aliswear atawamaliza na aliwamaliza, because mtu anakumalizanga economically. Mahali unatoa hela, nikifunga hiyo shimo unakwisha wewe, unaanza kujiongelesha. That he did. We suffered 24 years. All the businesses died. All the farm, Pareto ilivunjwa, maneno ya mahindi ikakufa, kahawa ikakufa. All the cash crops are mountain, they were deliberately killed. That is the only time we heard that maize overtook coffee. Something ridiculous that has ever happened in this country. That value ya mahindi kuja ika-overtake ya kahawa. Where on earth? Na ika-overtake ya majani. Majani tukasamewa kidogo because iko pale Kericho and all that, So that suffering for 24 years, sharpened the mountain. When Kibaki came in, alikuja revive the economy, and those who are still living managed to revive their businesses. They got in Kopo, and now they are all very well grounded, and nobody else is there. So you cannot hold a meeting and start telling Mulima ati sasa, in vernacular, you need to have Anjamba to fight for you. This country, we should move over that. We should move over that and move towards nationalism. Yeah, any leader can fight for anybody. We should stop segregating people. Oh, that Kikuyus are unsafe because they don't have leadership. Shall we have 54 presidents? So that every tribe feels secure? I think that's a nonsense that should be shunned completely, and that's why I don't see people like Moses Kuria. I don't buy to their kind of politics. And that's why you see Kuria, this guy called Kiunjuri, those are bitter, vengeance people. Kiunjuri never performed in agriculture. He was fired. So that has made him so mad. Yeah, he was sacked because he failed. He failed totally. He's one of the worst performing minister in agriculture, followed by Ruto. Yeah, Ruto was the most useless minister in agriculture. That is when fertilizer price went too much. It went, I don't know how many folds up. That's when we had maize scandals like the ones we had in Kionjuri's time. So Kenyans are seeing this. Kenyans know who can be leaders. Kionjuri to be kingsman, kingspin for mountain, unless mountain cannot be that sleeping. Yeah, look at even the category and the people who attended this MK's function. Yeah, as confused as MK himself. First, it was supposed to be a prayer meeting. Well and good. If you are religious, yes, you have been healed, you are back, hold a prayer. Yeah, yes, you feel you should hold it in a field. That's okay. Yeah, then midway, it changed into a what? Homecoming. Wow, well, yes, homecoming, because ulikuwa umeenda karibu uende kabisa. Thank God that's okay. Then from homecoming into a political rally to sell to market the party. So ilikuwa ni biashara, biashara. That's why you assemble the upcoming candidates, ndio upate uokote hizo pesa. I equip it hiyo to ile chama ya tip ile ya nani ya Kalembendile. So to me, MK and Kalembendile are just merchants who want to make their money out of whatever and kind of mislead the Mulima. It is unfortunate that Martha attended, because Martha, I had, I normally place her at a different level. I know she's stubborn, but I've never equated her to MK. Yeah, MK is on record ever opposing Uhuru. He always had a bone to pick with Uhuru. He has always almost demeaned him, going and saying, "Oh, I'm the MP for Uhuru," and anytime he needs bursary, it's me. He comes to me. I mean, he will come to me. We are planning on how we will send him home. We will line up people along Thika Road to make sure that we send him to Ishwaeri. Really, President retiring has become this comedy. It has become a game, where you are talking as if you are ridiculing. We have had presidents retiring. What's the big deal? So he doesn't mean well, and that's why when UDA, for the first time, I congratulate them. For the first time, they used their brains to skip this. It would have been one of the most demeaning meeting to attend. Yeah, because even if you listen to what was being discussed there was no substance. When people stand to talk, they should talk substance. If you listen to KURIA'S speeches, Bure, the only good speech, the only great speech that was given, not great, but good speech, was Mother's. Yeah, Mother's speech, which was that we are not going to vote parties. Imagine, she said, don't vote parties. Look for people who are going to serve you. You can vote this guy. He said, don't even go for a suit. If you want to go for a suit, you do thorough. Check the trouser, if it fits. Check the waist. Check the coat. She explained. But if you realize one is not good, you mix. Yeah, because you are looking for persons. That is the speech that I picked from Martha. Otherwise, those other guys, they were just, like now the Moses' speech, he was just trying to drum his whatever, trying to show that the Kikuyus now are vulnerable, making them feel like no one is there to take care of them and all that kind of a thing. So in general, your meeting, I would not have attended myself, and I congratulate UDA for skipping it. It was a waste of time. Yeah, and anybody who had straight mind would know. And yeah, then the other one, of course, is Baba reassures Coast. Yes, today's meeting in Kilifi, ilibamba kabisa. Yeah, manake Bamba pale ndio we had defections. We received very heavyweights there, Akina Mbai and those other senior guys who are going to compete for governorship. And this assures us that Baba will have very strong team, and that is what we want to have, from MCAs. We want substance, because Baba's bar is raised very high. People will start expecting to see results in the first 100 days, very tangible results. And this requires a countrywide strength team, from MCA to the president, a team that will move like, a wheel with the cogs. A team that will not need to go to class. If it's MCAs, you don't elect MCAs and then you start taking them the first week benchmarking. Why do you elect fools who don't know what to do? Yeah, elect people who know the job. They hit the ground running. What are you going to benchmark for community development projects in an area? Yeah, benchmarking, those are waste of time. Yeah, so I would borrow Mother Karua's words. Piga msasa, kama ni MCA, chukua mtu ambaye amekomaa, mtu mzuri, experience. But I'm seeing some people here playing at the youth card. I have no problem with the youth at young. It's not the age that works. You could be having a very young guy, but with no brains, or a young guy with the brains of a man of over 50. So it is not the age or the youthness, and it is what is it you have.
Stone PK, summarize. You have some 30 seconds, please.
Okay, sorry for taking too long. It's because I was thinking nitafanya hii na niishie. Good. So, lastly, Baba, not Baba. For Baba, Coast is doing well. Tomorrow we are in Tononoka to assure the people that, yes, Coast is ours. THARAKA was a disappointment. In fact, since yesterday, UDA has been on a downtrodden. Wamekuwa wakianguka, wanateleza mtelezo, they are going to hit the rock. It began with reduction of people attending their rallies. At one spot, they were there with a handful of people. You could count 50 people around there with the big V8s, Unaanza kuita watu songeeni karibu. Anytime you go into politics, you go somewhere, unaanza kuita watu wasongee. We piga hiyo gari mafuta, moto, enda, toka hapo. Because as you approach, if you are attractive, people will come. But if you find people are not coming where you are, we enda. So I'm happy you have realized people are tired with them. Okay. So Ichungwa was booed in his own Kiambu home. Seriously. Kindiki in THARAKA booed seriously. He could not talk. Okay. The only meeting they did successfully was the one they went to the field. Okay. And then in Embu, there were a few people, and there was one also that had issues with Sicily and Mushiri. So I'm happy. And these are people, they are not incited. Sicily was trying to portray that people have been paid to come and boo. And no, people are tired. People are tired. Who will pay people to go and boo? And they are going to get more of this. And I said that one time on this platform, that by next month, you will start, UDA will start seeing things they had never expected. Yeah, watakuwa naongelesha watu ama na magari na maduka. Thank you very much. Maybe nitakuja round ingine. Sorry, bwana moderator, for taking too much time.
Back to you, Themba. I'm happy that you are now done with the phone call. I know somebody was calling you from Africa. We bother you guys. We bother you guys so much. So, but Themba, send a little bit of the dollar. Don't explain too much. Just send a little bit of the dollar. That's what is happening here. The pandemic has messed the country. People don't have nothing. So just don't explain too much. Send a little thing to him and hand. They will let you free, my brother. Just understand. You are here, Themba. You are in Africa. Things were difficult. You knew that. So don't reprimand people so much when they call you. Just send something, please. Please, I'm just begging. Send something and they'll not disturb you that long. Thank you, Themba. Back to your time and enjoy the moderation.
You see, Patriot, I cannot rebut you. How can you take 1 minute to turn a debate into Jakindu be habari gani? Na Patriot ako na siasa. Jakindu be hali gani? Siongei Kiswahili Jakindu be akifika hapa.
Jambo mimi, jambo.
Hata Kiswahili sasa nimekisahau kabisa.
Wewe unazungumza Kiswahili kizuri kabisa. Usiwe na wasiwasi.
Asante. Patriot ndio najua Kiswahili hawezi, ile kitu anajua tu ni hatupangwingwi, hatutetema changwingwi. Wengine ukimuuliza hautampata kabisa. Hata Patriot kwa afadhali huyu Ngugi huyu hapa huyu Njiru Kiswahili hakuna kabisa imepotea Gotire. Mada ya leo ni tunaongelelea Livondo amezua zogo, so tuko katika hiyo mada na Stone PK. Sasa Stone PK, kabla sijaleta Jakindu, Stone PK, you have said something there. I want you to expound. You have said Moses Kuria castigated UDA for not coming to his Thanksgiving. But Moses Kuria had said that he had invited all the other people. How come he didn't castigate all the other people? He only chose to castigate the UDA wing that didn't show up. Kindly, Stone PK, if you can comment on that.
Azimio la Umoja was represented by the governor of Kiambu. So be informed, Themba. We had a representative, it's UDA that didn't send.
Thank you for that one. But Themba, you are right to observe. You know why Moses was bitter with UDA? Because all along he had been promised big things, including funding, including transporting people kujaza hiyo kiwanja. Because people didn't know that Moses Kuria wanted to take this occasion to show that he has power, he has following. He lies to himself. And I know some of these politicians are very funny. They keep some hallucinations. If you ask him, since when had he become a kingpin in Central? From what standpoint? He's just an MP in Gatundu South. Yeah, just a simple, a mere MP. If to use the word that used to this other mayor in Nairobi used to say, he's a mayor MP in one of the constituencies in Central Province. But he wanted to show that, now he has come back, he has a following. He wanted a motorcade from Embakasi all the way to Ruiro, Eastern Bypass. Nothing. He was ignored badly. Yeah, and the people from the mountain, they know how to play you down. Utajiweka pale juu, utakuta uko peke yake. Today, Moses had his worst day. So UDA had a lot of, they had some groundwork. They were told that would be a waste of time. It would not be the best place to be, because the agenda was also not understandable, because you cannot start by saying it's a prayer, then you change into a Thanksgiving, homecoming, and then you start calling it, it turns out to be a rally where you are coming to assemble your people, the members you're saying you are recruiting, aspirants and all that. Yeah. So he had not said that. He had not said it is chama cha kazi function. Yeah. And then, of course, then there was this Mother Karua who had assured he would be there. I mean, she would be there. Yeah. But of course, Mother Karua and UDA ni kama pamba na moto, ama petroli na moto. So that mix, it was either Mother Karua akuje ama UDA akuje. UDA was represented by that guy, and he pretended to represent. He went there in his own accord. Okay? Akutumwa na mutu. Alihave kuunda hiyo hapo on the spot.
And did you notice, Stone PK, did you notice when he started speaking about UDA, people shouted him down?
Exactly, he was booed. In fact, in Central now, you have to be careful where you are going to talk about UDA. It has come too soon. I had estimated it to start happening in March. But now it is too soon. You have to select mahali utaenda kuongea juu ya UDA. Imagine, entire Central. Thank you.
What is the significance, Stone PK, what is the significance of Livondo mentioning those words in Thika, in Moses Kuria's function, and then it emerges, Kuria speaks the words that UDA were informed not to come. Do you think they had an inclination, or they had some word that was going to be mentioned and it was going to make them uncomfortable? Could there have been information that this was going to be something that was going to happen in that platform? Because it is possible that Livondo's message had already been known before. So the UDA guys had a view that this was going to happen and it might cause them an embarrassment. So they chose not to go, because if they went there and Livondo said those words, then it was going to cause a back and forth. So therefore they chose to stay away because of the embarrassment. Because even after Livondo said those words, nobody responded to him. Even the guy who was there to represent the deputy president, apparently, did not say nothing about those words. So was there some kind of information that this was going to be? And then, of course, you see Martha Karua and Moses Kuria are in the Mount Kenya Unity Forum. And Martha Karua, according to her, she's the spokesman of Mount Kenya Unity Forum. And Martha Karua is also in Oka. Oka is with Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka admitted to saying that he's actually talking to the president. Gideon Moi has admitted that they are talking with like-minded people, and he said that you know where we are going, not to the other side. And Jirongo has also said that we are actually, Jirongo now, for him, he made it clear, we are talking to Azimio. Lesuda has been attending Azimio platforms and has said we are in Azimio. Today, the chairman, the vice chair of Wiper, Mutula Kilonzo Jr., said that musituvute Azimio kwa lazima. Of course, he could be playing the card of Malala. Now, what do you have to say to that comment, Storm PK, before I bring Patriot and then nilete Jakindube ambaye amevumilia hapa, mvumilivu ula mbivu. Jakindube, kaa papo hapa.
Wacha niwe very brief ndio ndugu Jakindube na Patriot wapate nafasi haraka from my own observation and opinion. In my submission when Patriot was in charge, I began by saying that nothing happens by coincidence, not only in politics but in life. I started by that, and then I said what Livondo said. It's not that alitoka kwake akakuja akaropokwa Thika. No. It was well intended, well planned, well calculated. Wapi na siku gani hiyo bomu itaanza. You know, most of the time in politics it is planned events that trigger. Because tukisikia Temba na birthday, then I start saying, kwa hiyo birthday nitaenda nimevaa style fulani. Kama sijaoa lazima nitaenda nitafute demu huko. You know, you start planning based on your event. So the feeling was that because from this month ndio tunaanza ku destroy the UDA. UDA will be dismantled in the way they've never, in a manner they've never, imagined. So that one, because it has been all over, and it's a package of why that there is this bitterness. The other party is so bitter, and this other one is so bitter. Only that one party is bitter but silent. The other one ni kuropokwa, kujaribu kupreempt. You know, the way you want to pierce so that iropokwe haraka. So, missile ikapangwa, this one will be released by so and so, a very neutral person. And in a very neutral ground, but a ground that has to be kind of, what do we call it? Tailored, because it is shaky. Central is shaky, of course, because UDA claims to have, so much ati wamepenetrate, sijui wameingia mpaka wapi, but watajua hawajui. So the choice was, okay, this function is in Ruiru. And by the way, most people expected it to be huge. People expected a lot of sympathy, and people to come because he's ours and all that. But unfortunately, it did not go to that magnitude. But still, it was a platform to unleash that kabom. Okay? Wait, you see from tomorrow the reactions. It will achieve its whatever, it will achieve its objective. Watu wameambiwa, na it is true. Okay? Only that in Kenya we keep on talking, lakini watu wamejua. Then sasa mdozi akikuja atakuwa tu. In fact, I even want to believe there is no one day Uhuru will say these things himself. And if I were him, I would not. Ati unajua deputy alinifanyia hivi nini. That for me, I would advise him to do it Livondo way. Yeah, moja kwa moja by different people in different forums, and especially within the mountain. Yeah. So to answer you, Temba, yes, it was planned to achieve the objective that it has achieved heavily. Thank you.
Asante sana. Harun, what is it?
Oh, yeah, in fact, nilikuwa nataka kusema namna hii kuhusu hii mambo ya wakati wangu ikifika hiyo point nitaiweka.
Aya, sasa Patriot, ulikuwa umeinua mkono, ulikuwa unataka kusema nini?
Yeah, I think we are becoming experts in political analysis every day. It's not my training, but Temba, don't worry. We are also becoming tumeanza kuwa experts of late. So let me give my point that almost feeds into an expert like you will look at this. I want to analyze the Oka, the remnant of Oka first. And I think that is very important. Then I can connect that to what Livondo said. From where I sit, Oka was never an independent formation. It had the inroads and the interference of the DNA Azimio and DNA UDA right from the beginning. You can see the bigger contamination, of course, went. That was Salim Davadi, Mambamboga, and the Boda rider Wetangula. Them they went. That's very clear. But there was something that remained that still seems to be contaminating and giving information to UDA in as far as Oka is concerned. One, that was Jimmy Wanjigi, who came there briefly. At the moment they realized that Jimmy Wanjigi has been discovered, they brought in Mother Karua. This is my school of thought. They brought in Mother Karua, who is actually the representative of the UDA. So where I see it, Mother Karua is the dark horse, the black sheep in Oka. They want to tell us they're going to Azimio, yes, but in the course of going to Azimio, kuna huyo ambaye atakuwa chumvi njiani. If you remember the Sodom and Gomorrah, when God wanted to save his people, he knew there was a family. But in that family, there was one woman who was not part of the family, and yet she was the mother. Si alibaki njiani kama chumvi. So katika safari ya Oka kuja kwa Azimio, Mother Karua atakuwa chumvi because she will be looking back on their way to Azimio. So to me, Mother Karua will never join Azimio. She's the dark horse. She's the spy for UDA in Oka. And I want to say this. Why? The Livondo story was an afterthought. To me, it's an afterthought. This is a crying baby. I'm talking about the Kuria. Kuria, what he seems to be saying, it can be summed up to be a crying call or a crying baby, noise for a parent who seems not to be breastfeeding the child when he wants. So that doesn't mean he doesn't want the parent. He's just crying. The parent might have noticed. So Kuria is not praising Azimio by any means. Anytime he wants to cry as a baby, he balances that story. If you can listen to Kuria Themba very keenly, you'll find that anytime he's eating to UDA, he'll want to balance the same by eating on Uhuru Kenyatta or Raila Amolo Odinga. So to me, he comes out as a person who wants to be a smart guy, who wants to cry so much. He's actually threatening UDA. He's threatening the UDA that, please, mmekubali Wetangula amekuja, Mama Mboga amekuja, why can't you accept me, Baba, with my party? So he is actually forcing his way back to UDA. He is happy to be UDA. In fact, they call him Baba wa UDA. Today in the rally, when you listen to the Wakili, he said, wewe UDA wanakupenda na wewe ndio Baba wa UDA. So from where I sit, Themba, the Oka that is going to Azimio does not include Mother Karua. And now the dilemma comes, or the clarity of this comes when, the guy says, Honorable Kuria says, Mother Karua is the leader of our group. Meaning, whatever statement she makes carries the voice of the groups of Kuria and the likes. So this is the woman, in my view, who is making Kalonzo Musyoka get a little bit confused. In fact, the reason why Kalonzo Musyoka has not made up his mind clearly to come straight forward, it is this woman who is pulling her leg. She's here to pretend that they want to arrange the house, let it be cleaner, let us get organized. And I want to bet Themba, Mother Karua will not come to Azimio, courtesy of what she did in 2007. She has a beef with Raila. She will never want Raila Amolo Odinga to be the president. To make the matter worse, she has a beef with the president. She opposed the BBI. I don't think she's going to mend fences for these 4 months for her to join the other group. So for me, and I'd explained this with somebody on another platform, Mother Karua is actually playing the middle ground because she's going for the governor job, right? She's going for the governor job. She's okay. What she wants to do is to gain traction for her party, and at the end of the day, confuse the Oka, who she's actually paid. She's actually paid by UDA to confuse Kalonzo Musyoka to think that they can form an agreement. Something Wanjige has tried to do. We were able to pick that very clearly, and now it is Mother Karua who is doing that. So there is no confusion in my view. Kuria is for UDA. They'll still get there. Baba yake atasikia hiyo makelele ya mtoto, mwishowe atafungua mlango. Actually, I said here that Ruto will end up having Azimio la Umoja in quotes for UDA, including these other parties. And one of those parties will be the KURIA'S party. But Kalonzo Musyoka is coming. Gideon Moi will come. That is confirmation. The rest will be there in the absence of Mama Huyu, because it will be too difficult for you to have Kalonzo Musyoka to go to UDA, something UDA are trying to spend a lot of money through Mother Karua, and I don't think it's going to work. That is the clarity in my view, Themba, and I stand by that. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Themba, nimepata hiyo point manze. Kuna point.
Sema kabla nilete mzee Jakindu, ametulia pale, ametulia tuli kwa Kiswahili cha pwani.
Yeah, asante. Sasa uliuliza mbona Moses Kuria in fact hakupiga watu Azimio makombora, eti mbona hatuku attend because we were invited in that homecoming party. In fact ulisikia Moses Kuria akilia kuwa in fact he was removed from the committees of parliament because of associating with UDA. Okay, now UDA, in fact, Moses Kuria, for all this long, he has been involving himself with UDA, but to Azimio, because this Azimio ama Jubilee, because we are together, ODM na Jubilee, we are working under Azimio now. Kwani anaangalia anaona kuwa Azimio kuto attend maybe tuliogopa tukasema tukiattend na UDA wa attend kutakuwa na mvutano. So Moses Kuria aliamua tu kurudi chini aseme kuwa enyewe kama Azimio yani huenda waliogopa kwa sababu these are the people who fought me mpaka wakanitoa kwa ile kwa zile committees za parliament ambazo nilikuwa napata marupurupu mingi mazuri. So sisi angetupiga makombora sana kwa sababu tulimpiga makombora kwa hizo committees na tukamuwin. So lazima angekuwa na a soft landing spot kwa watu wa Azimio, lakini watu wa UDA aliwapiga makombora cause yeye kuassociate with them ilimfanya aka lose those packs ambazo zilikuwa zinaletwa na ile zile committees zenye alikuwa mkubwa pale parliament. Back to you Mr. Themba.
Thank you, Haron. Maybe when you'll be making your own presentation, you can also comment on this, because when I listened to Moses Kuria, he looked like he was trying to explain himself that he had wanted Ndindi Nyoro and Kabando Akabano to the core MCs, but they were told that it will be a political forum, so they wakasusia. So was he trying to sema munisame? And then secondly, is he overblowing his importance in the central Kenya politics? Because He had imagined that all the principals might come, maybe a Raila or a Ruto or a Kalonzo, those very big people would come in, but none of them showed up. Did it show that he's trying to blow up an image that might not necessarily be there, because he also has a party that he wants to sell? So was it a confirmation but that Moses Kuria baada hajafika kwa ligi ya kina Ruto to make Ruto stop his things to go to Moses Kuria? I'm imagining UDA, the way they like jumping onto things, that would have been an activity they would have planned to go and attend, and actually plan themselves to be, this is a UDA affair. So the fact that they didn't take it up, does it show that Moses Kuria is still politically, as much as he wants to say he's a serious person in Central? The competitive politics around Central right now might not necessarily be at a place where amefikia. Stone PK, unataka comment kwa hiyo kabla nilete Jakindu?
Yes, hiyo swali hiyo hapo blowing his ego. Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, again, ni vile ulikuwa kwa simu, I talked elaborately on what Moses Kuria is trying to, where he's trying to place himself. You see, in Central, they know who the Anjambas are. Okay, I'm sure. I don't know whether Mwaura is here, Kamau is here. Anybody from Central can attest to that. In Central, in Mulima, they know who they are. Call them heroes. Who they are. Jamba is the word. Yani who their men are. Let me use that word men. Men meaning, you know, those people who are assertive, people who can be leaders. And then they know also those that are trying to put themselves in that space. There was a time I presented here and I gave the 3 pillars of leadership in Central. They are very key. And you don't put yourself in that circle. No. You are brought in by the who is who, the people who run and manage the affairs of Central. Moses Kuria has been having a serious problem because he wants to pronounce himself as the kingpin. Even today, he made that mistake. When he switched to talk in Kikuyu, he made a serious mistake. And of course, people of the mountain, the elders don't reprimand you in a conference. They just either send an emissary to you or they summon you. And he knows he has made a mistake. You see, amekataana na elders, just like the way Ruto alikataana na elders wa Kalenjin. In fact, Moses cannot go anywhere. That's why he started by even saying the other day that he does not want to contest. His work is to mentor. I mean, to make leaders. Yes, he wants to do merchandise. He wants to buy and sell. So he wants to make money. And that's why he was trying to assemble new members, to assemble anybody who is an aspirant to market his party. Okay? But akuwe kingpin wa Central, hakuna. Because he even doesn't have the language. The language of a leader is when you talk nationally. You don't talk about, oh, you know, my people, but now we are very vulnerable. We don't have anyone who will fight for us. You know, that is very bad language. That does not come from a nationalist. And even the Central people, they know he can be the most dangerous person to be appointed kingpin. Same thing with Kiunjuri. Okay? Kiunjuri following yake tu ni yao makanga wa nini. You know, these people in the line of Matatu, you know, those guys. Yeah? Same thing with Moses. You never see Moses with serious people. You know, and in Central, it matters a lot who surrounds you, who comes to your meetings, when you are having dinner, who do you take tea with? Iyo nataka muobserve sana. In Central, it's key. You don't just sit with anybody. At Stone PK, walikuwa na tembo wanakunywa kahawa. No, they meet and sit for a reason. Yeah? Na Moses hakuna. The day alidifa na Uhuru, alianza kupiga Uhuru from kitambo, is when he lost it. Thank you.
And I will want you later, Stone Piquet, to comment on the Livondo on the stage prepared by Moses Kuria. Was Livondo the Linturi of the other side? Was Livondo the Linturi? Umeweka meza vizuri, alafu kuna mtu amekuja ametapikia hapo. Saa Moses Kuria ameprepare meza mzuri, alafu Livondo amekuja ametapikia. Did he spoil the party so that now people are more focused on what Livondo said than what is it that was going to be achieved by the prayer meeting that was supposedly planned by Moses Kuria? So I want you to think about that, and I know also Alex unmute anataka kutoa comment, lakini ngoja nimesimamisha Jakindu Bey hapa kwa muda. Patriot, acheni Jakindu Bey. Jakindu Bey, wacha aseme tu jambo alafu tutarudi hapo. Hatuendi mahali, tuko hapo.
Ni swali tu Themba. Just a question as Jakindu Bey continue.
Kanyaigo, relax. Wacha Jakindu aongee. Wata chi break nyange.
The last time I checked, the moderator was Themba, not Alex. So
tumemruka hapa kama dakika kadhaa. Wacha atoe jambo alafu turudi kwa nyinyi hapo.
Aulize hiyo swali.
Haya, sawa, kama ni kwa hiari yako. Haya,
aulize
swali.
Na kuheshimu Jakindu Bey. Thank you so much. Asante, nashukuru. Themba, ninataka tukuuliza swali lakini lisijibue. Keep it in your mind as we discuss. Look at a situation where Mount Kenya has 3 groups. Azimio la Umoja, the UDA, and the group that we saw today that is led by either Mother Karua or Kuria, right? We have Kuria, we have Mother Karua, we have Kiunjuri, we have Kabogo and the team. Because from where I sit, these guys, if they cannot be accepted into the house of UDA, they are going to mess the traction that goes to UDA. I just thought that I bring that to your attention, and that will give slightly a different meaning. So I'm of the view that if this group is left alone, I think they'll have UDA to run for their money. That's it's not a team you can dismiss. I'm just saying, if they were to come together, the Mother Karua, the Kuria, Kiunjuri, and Kabogo, there's a message they are talking of having something that is one of their own without going to a party that does not have identity. There's something that is going there. So I want you to maybe weigh into that as you continue. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Asanteni sana na wasalimia wote. Nimefurahi sana kuwa na ninyi. Isipokuwa mimi ninasikitika sana. Nasikitika sana hasa kwa mwangalio wangu kwa Central, watu wa Central. Kwa sababu mimi kwa maoni yangu mtu kiongozi, mtu kama Moses Kuria, Kiunjuri, Ndidi Nyoro, yule mwingine Gachagua, alafu kuna mwingine wa Nakuru anaitwa, mnisaidia, anaitwa nani yule?
Kihika, Susan Kihika, ule mama.
Hapana.
Ngunjiri. Kimani Ngunjiri.
Hawa ni watu ambao ni watu wa ukabila. Sisi naweza kusema Kenya kwa wakati huu inatakiwa tuwe waokofu. Yani kama wale wameokoka, tutoke kwa mambo ya ukabila. Hawa ni watu ambao ukiwasikia vile wanaongea kama wako na inchi fulani na kuna watu fulani hawapendi. Hiyo haiwezi kutupeleka popote. Hao ni mimi Moses Kuria kwa kusema kweli ni mtu na kuna mwingine Ichungwa, anaitwa Ishungwa. Hawa ni watu ambao ukikaa chini uwasikilize vile wanaongea na maoni yao, ni watu wa kabila kabisa. Hawa ni watu ambao wanatakiwa wale watu ambao wanapiga kura wawatupilie mbali. Hawa watu hawataki Kenya iendelee. Hawa ni watu ambao tukisikiliza maneno yao tunarudi kwa ile dhambi ambayo imekita mizizi kwa nchi yetu kwa muda mrefu. Hawa ni watu ambao kwa maoni yangu, Moses Kuria, saa zingine ukisikia matamshi yake kusema, wakati mmoja alisema ati Central Province kwa serikali ambayo itaundwa lazima wapewe 40%. Wanapewa 40% kama ni yao, Kenya ni yao, wengine hawako. Tunataka nchi, tuseme nchi ya Kenya ni yetu sisi sote. Kwa hiyo hakuna mambo ya kusema sisi watu wa Central ama sisi watu wa upande. Hapana, nchi ni yetu sisi sote. Kwa hiyo tukitaka kufanya kitu tunafanya kama wana Kenya, sio mtu kuja kusema sisi tupewe kitu fulani. Unajua hiyo ubinafsi inatuharibia. Mimi nasema kama kweli tungekuwa Wakenya wote wangekuwa wanafikiria vile nishasikiza watu kwa hii forum. Watu ambao wanazungumza hapa ni kama watu wameokoka. Kuokoka, unajua kuokoka kutoka kwa ile dhambi ambayo, yani hapa nimesikia watu wakiongea, sijamsikia mtu akiongea kama ubinafsi ya kusema sisi watu wa fulani. Hiyo haifai. Sisi tunataka nchi yetu ya Kenya iwe na uchumi, iwe na utawala mzuri kote, sehemu zote za Kenya. Sasa mtu kama Moses Kuria aliitisha hiyo eti homecoming. Kwanza mimi Moses Kuria ni mtu ambaye hafai hata kusikilizwa. Huyu mtu alikuwa anamkejeli minister wakati alisema kwamba hatutaki vitu ambavyo kuingiza vitu ambavyo havina kipimo maalum kwa nchi yetu. Alisema hapana, tutatumia tu chochote kile kitakuja. Sasa kimemchoma yeye mwenyewe kile alikuwa anasema, kwa sababu tunataka vitu ambavyo vimepimwa, lakini alisema tutatumia kitu chochote, na hivyo vitu chochote ambazo alitumia ikamchoma. Huyu ni mtu ambaye hastahili hata kuwa kiongozi, kwa sababu ni mtu ambaye hawezi kuongoza. Atatuongoza tuchomeke wote. Kwa mfano kama angepatia hiyo vitu, watu wengi wangenunua hiyo vitu ambavyo si watu wengi wangeumia, na watu wengi hawana mapato kama zake. Kwa hiyo huyo ni mtu dangerous kwa maoni yangu. Hawa ndio viongozi ambao tukiwasikiliza tunadidimia, inafanya tunarudi nyuma. Hawa ni viongozi ambao tunataka tuwaache washuke kwa basi, tuende na basi ambayo ina watu ambao wanataka kuendeleza nchi yetu. Kwa hiyo mimi maoni yangu, huyo Moses Kuria na hiyo kikundi chake ni mtu ambaye kwa sababu miongozo yake, wewe ni MP wa president, inatakiwa wewe uwe mwaminifu kwa huyo president wako, lakini yeye ndio analeta vurugu, anafanya vitu, anasema, yani ni mtu, kwa maoni yangu ni mtu afai, kwa sababu ni mkabila. Lakini hata kama alikuwa amepanga chochote ambacho alipanga, hata ameibomoa. Mimi namshukuru kwa kitu kimoja tu, kwamba amesaidia kubomoa UDA ambao hawana agenda zao zote. Wanasema wana agenda, lakini ukiwasikiliza wakizungumza hawana agenda yoyote. Kazi yao ni kusema wacheni madharau, msituletee mtu wa kitandawili, hizo ndizo vitu wanasema sisi tuna agenda, tuna mipango, tuna bottom up, lakini ukiwauliza waeleze, hawaelezi. Hawana chochote ambacho wanaeleza kwamba sisi tutafanya hivi, tutafanya hivi. Vile Azimio huwa wanaeleza kwamba sisi mkituchagua tutafanya hii, tutafanya hii, tutafanya hii, na matokeo ndio haya. Unaona, hawana kabisa. Mimi sijui kama mimi ndio nasikiza vibaya, lakini nimemsikiza hata leo Ruto akizungumza, sijasikia akisema chochote ambacho mtu unaweza kutoka nacho kwamba huyu amesema. Manake anawaambia watu tutafanya bottom up, lakini bottom up ni manake nini? Hawaelezei manake ni nini. Watu wanashangilia tu wakisema bottom up, sisi ni hasla, lakini kwa hiyo inanisikitisha sana kwamba watu wetu hatuulizi maswali, hatukai chini tukajiuliza hii kitu inatupeleka wapi, inatufanyaje. Na mimi nataka kuambia kwamba lazima mjue kwamba msijui kama ninyi mmesikiliza mazungumzo ya mwanzo wakati Raila na Uhuru walikaa chini, walirudi mpaka 1963 walirudi pale 1963 na kuona Kenya ilibomokea wapi. Mimi nataka kuambia jamani, Kenya 1963 ilikuwa nzuri sana. Tunatakiwa turudi pale hapo. Hao wawili wamerudi, hapo ndio inatakiwa. Na mimi nawaza kuambia ilikuwa nzuri kiasi sioni mtu gani atawatoa hapo. Na mimi sitaki kutoka hapo. Na mimi nawasihi tukae hapo 1963. Inchi ya 1963 ilikuwa inchi maridadi, na ndio tunataka hiyo inchi iwe hivyo. Na inchi kuwa maridadi ni lazima political stability. Hiyo number 1, hiyo ndio msingi, na hiyo ndio tunatakiwa tufanye. Kwa hiyo lazima tutoe watu ambao wanatuletea fujo. Mnaona, mnasema mtu kama Martha Karua. Unajua kuwa radical ni mbaya, kwa sababu huwezi kuwa radical to your own people. Wewe na brothers zako unaweza kuwa na msimamo, lakini ukiwa radical utachukua panga, utaua wenzako. Tunataka ndio unaweza kuwa na msimamo, lakini kuna wakati mwingine unaweza kuweka hiyo msimamo wako kando, ndio msikilizane, mpate suluhu. Kwa sababu ukifanya tu kuwa radical bila kurudi nyuma, inaharibu vitu vingi. Kuwa radical yani kuwa na msimamo ule unasema ambao hauna suluhu, huwa inaharibu. Bwana Raila kama angekuwa na msimamo ambao tunasema radical, hangekuwa anasikilizwa na watu saizi. Lakini ana msimamo wa kusema kwamba anasimamia kitu fulani, lakini ikifika kwamba ni ndugu zake wamefanya kitu, huwa anarudi nyuma. Ndugu zako ni Wakenya wenzako. Wakenya wenzako kuna wakati mmoja lazima wasikilize, hata kama wamefanya makosa, unawaambia jamani, hiyo kitu mmefanya ni makosa, lakini hatufai tuifanye hivi. Kwa sababu ukisimama tu, mwishowe mtapigana. Ndio unaona katika nchi hizi zingine wameshikiana mapanga, wameshikiana bunduki, wameuana, wamekuwa na vita. Ni kwa sababu ya msimamo ambao unaweza kusema ni radical. Mfano kama mimi, kama Karua, huyo Martha Karua, ni viongozi ambao mimi kwa maoni yangu siwapendi kwa msimamo wao. anaweza kuwa ndio ana msimamo lakini lazima ujue uko na wenzako. Hawa watu ni Wakenya wenzako. Kuna wakati mwingine lazima uwasikilize na kuambia ndio mimi nitatakana ninyi, lakini mjue hii kitu ni makosa, haifanyi kufanya. Uwezi kusema utakaa nao, utazungumza nao, hiyo ni makosa. Mimi hiyo sipendi. Kwa hiyo hao viongozi kama hao ni wanatupotezea time. Mimi nasema wanapoteza time na sio viongozi ambao wanafaa kusikilizwa. Kwa sababu kama mtu kama kwa mfano Wanjigi anataka kuwa president kwa njia gani? Na hata hafuati kanuni, yani hafuati hata kanuni za chama, anataka tu kuwa president. Hiyo ni ubinafsi, na hatutaki vitu kama hizo. Asanteni sana.
Okay, asante sana Jakindube. And Sam, are you there? Yeah, wale ambao wanajaza studio na kuna watu wanataka kuingia, tunawatoa kwa studio ndio at least wapatie watu nafasi. There are people who want to come to the studio and contribute, na wanapata studio imeshona. So wacha tukue na watu ambao wanasaidia, wanaleta value kwa studio, si kujaza tu viti. Nimeona Shiko amefika. Na kwa nini Shiko anakaa karibu na Alex?
Jameni,
hauna kitu ya kuongea hata wewe, you are not adding value sasa.
Nataka Alex uanze na ile swali ambayo Patriot aliuliza. Unapotoa mchango wako, kuna swali ambayo
mimi nataka kusema yangu.
Utaki kwanza na hiyo swali ambayo Patriot aliuliza ndio uongeze yako.
Patriot nitakutana naye private.
Haya basi. Karibu Shiko, alafu baada ya Alex tutasikiza kutoka kwa tutasikiza kutoka karibu Shiko, karibu Ziana, tutasikiza kutoka kwa Ziana alafu tusikize Shiko. Haya, Alex.
Mpe Shiko.
Nipe Shiko. Haya, sawa, hamna neno. Haya, Alex.
Nashukuru wazee sahi wako.
Basi nani goja Alex aongee, then nani Princess aongee, mimi takuja baadaye juu mimi wa mwisho.
Niko heri, hamna neno. Leo kina dada wamekuwa wazuri sana. Haya Alex, twende kazi.
Nashukuru. Sasa tuko wazee na nataka sasa tuiangalie ili jambo kwa makini sana. Mimi katika groups zetu nyingi za Kisii na Nyamira tumekuwa tukipigana na ndugu zangu sana, na hata kwa hii platform nimesema ndio ndugu zangu tumepigana nao, lakini iko wachache ambao nina support kwa sababu ya urafiki wetu na kwa sababu najua wamedanganywa, lakini mahali wako they have the heart and the love to serve our people. Lakini leo wametuaibisha sana, wametuaibisha hadi mtu yoyote ambaye atasoma yale yote wameandika, sio wamesema, wameandika, ni ya aibu sana. Mara nyingi tukiwa hapa, Mama Selina amekuwa akituambia huyu Ruto anatufanya hatuna wazee popote. Na leo nimegundua tungelikuwa na wazee hata mmoja katika groups ambazo za Kisii tuko nazo, haya yote hayangefanyika. Wacha niwasomee tu kidogo tu, sio yote, kidogo tu ambayo vile walikuwa wanapigana. UDA Kissi County, Anthony Kibagendi, rafiki yangu na ananijua, rafiki yangu sana sana. Huyu amewatuma mtukane mama yangu. Yeye amewaambia wazazi wake walipokufa ukimwi iliwaua wakifanya nini? Osoro akajibu akicheka, ndugu yangu, you have a long way to go. I might be second as you claim,
but at least nimekuwa MP. Wewe haki, wewe ukishinda itakuwa the 8th wonder of the world. Maze uko nyuma sana kwa maturity. And then one of their own, ambaye sasa hapa ndio tuliwakata tukawacha wasiongee anymore, akaandika, sasa wewe Kibageni, mtoto wa malaya, unaweza to direct kitu tunafanya hapa? These are the leaders we have from Kissi. These are the leaders ambao Vicky alikuwa anatuambia hapa tunashinda. These are the leaders ambao unasikia yule kijana ambaye alikuwa anajiita Manani Eric juzi amekuja akabadilisha jina hapa, anajiita sasa jina nyingine kuwa alijiita aje, kuna jina alijiita. Unajua ukweli ni kule kuwa Ruto segregated all people who are old. He put them aside. So the people that are leading, I will speak for us even in Kissi and Nyamira. Ruto was in Nyamira last week. And what happened there is that the person that is supposed to seek from the aspirant of UDA, who is Walter Nyambati, was segregated that he is too old. Sasa wamefront mtu anaitwa nani? Kiangwe. Unapoangalia hawa watu, ukweli ni ule, they are not ready to lead anywhere, even if it's a county assembly. Kwa maana wameleta vuruga, wameleta madharau, wameleta utoto, na of all things they have taken even the most little advantage ambayo Ruto alikuwa anywhere in Kissi. So ndugu zangu ambao kutoka Kissi bado wako UDA, nashangaa sana mmebaki na nani? Mumewachwa kwa mataa, mumeambiwa hata wale mulidhani wanaenda kushinda kama Kibagendi. Watu wa UDA wenyewe wanasema if you win it will be the 8th wonder of the world. Why are you still there in UDA? If Osoro is telling Kibagendi that if you win it will be the 8th wonder, what are you still doing in UDA? Hii ndio ule mtetemesho mlikuwa mnatuambia earthquake zinakuja. Sasa ma 8th wonder zinakuja. After that I don't know what is coming next. So what we are telling our people, especially, me I'm speaking from the point of information, ambao mahali tuko. Vile wakina Stone PK wanatuambia ukweli mahali wako, kwa sababu walituambia tu kusikia. All of a sudden tukaona Munya wameshikana na nani? Na Kiraitu. I don't know where he is going to go after that. Wameshikana. Hiyo locked. Kindiki is nothing. That is the truth. Nyumbani kwetu pia it's locked. Western nimeona imekuwa locked totally, completely, mpaka juzi Khaniri. Na yeye ndiye anatoka huko Sabatia, pia yeye ametoka akaenda wapi? Akaenda kwa DAP. So sisi tunapiga hii hesabu, tunauliza sisi sijui tunasoma gazeti gani na hao wanasoma gazeti gani? Kwa sababu gazeti tunasoma ni moja yenye watu wamedefect na hizi vitu zote tunasema hapa. Tunasoma gazeti moja na tuna watch TV moja yenye Livondo ameongea. Sisi hatukutuma Livondo. Livondo hayuko ODM. Livondo hajatuambia kwa Azimio, I don't know. Baya amekuja akaongea. Hawa ni watu wao. Wao wameenda juzi wapi? Kule Arab country, kule Dubai. Wakatuambia wako na Kuria. Leo hawajaenda kumuona Kuria. Kuria mwenyewe ameuliza, kwa nini? It's a prayer meeting. It was not a political rally. So wanamkataa hata yule ambaye amewatetea akawapa kiti kimoja tu ambacho wako nacho katika bunge. Haingekuwa yule jamaa hawangeshinda hilo kiti. So kitu tunasema ni hii. As I look forward, I pity my friends in UDA because the kind of leadership they have been given, it's a wrong leadership. Even if you are building a party, build a party with people with integrity.
There is no integrity in some of the leaders. Unaona huko Kiambu aliwapea the worst leader. You had even to impeach him, and even remember a governor you took away. So if this is what you are waiting, I think that's going to be an earthquake. There is no leadership that UDA is offering. And the truth is, as I suspect, even these kwambos ambazo nimesoma, these people wameangalia pools on the ground. They were creating a storm so that they can get out. Because amwezi tukanana, a few things like that in 20 minutes. This thing didn't go in 20 minutes. And then somebody says, I have resigned. When you resigned within 20 minutes. And 2 hours before, you were criticizing Livondo what you were doing. Go to Anthony Kibagendi's page for Facebook. 2 hours before he resigned, there was a message he wrote about Livondo should be arrested for what he did. 2 hours later, you resign. Do you think that is coincidence or by design? In politics, there is nothing that comes by coincidence. You create a storm out of a cup of tea, unaita tsunami, and then you die with it. Then you find a new land. And I think this is what they are doing. And it's going to find it everywhere. When you take, we have two kinds of pools. We have political pools, which are to maneuver our minds and make us think otherwise. But we have military pool. And I came to know about the military pool when we had the Kasarani seat. The president then was Kibaki. Sisi ODM tulikuwa na jamaa wetu Wangamia. Hiyo kitu ilikuwa postponed, ikakuwa postponed because they knew we are going to win it. Until they found a Somali guy who was formidable, who could win it. That is when they allowed it to take place. And politician, any formidable and any effective politician, always takes pool. He knows. Stone PK, you've been there. Unachukua pool yako, unajua where you're strong, where you're not strong, and you work your way out. If you find that literally all the time you are below 30% under this party, you have to do something. The only problem they did was walikula fare sio mara moja, si mara mbili, si mara tatu. Wamekula fare over and over and over. They don't know how to get out of that party. But I think they have created a very good storm, and they have Kibagani ametoka huko in a nice way. Hopefully, we will accept him in Azimio, hopefully, because ametukana watu sana, ametukana. Jamaa alitukana. Mpaka nakumbuka iko siku mtu alimwambia kwa Kissi, ona Kibagendi nobwate none ng'ombe yabekire sike abangina bomeroroteru.
Lazima abadilishe tabia kabla hajakuja kwetu. We don't want people of bad manners. He has to change.
So yeah, that is true. So that means Stone PK na Kinube na wengine hawasikii. Iko watu hata kama wako na kazi hawajaifanya kitu yoyote. Kwa Kissi mnasema huyu mtu hajawahi nunua ng'ombe, ifanye nini? Ikunie mavi, alafu tufanye nini? Tutengenezee that thing ambayo munapepea nini? Munapepea mahindi. Kwa sababu mavi ya ng'ombe ni bure, huwezi uzia mtu. So mtu kama huyu ambaye hajawahi nunua ng'ombe, iweke mavi ya bure mtumie, that's a very useless person. So and that is what they have done. They have given us nothing. They have done nothing. And you remember the last by-election in Kissi, ya Bonchari, the DP was so upset with them. When he was giving money for that by-election, he refused to give the UDA party. The DP went directly and gave the mama that was seeking the election. And he told the rest, we have been having a transactional relationship. We don't have any relationship. So I'm glad here today that the truth is being seen. These young leaders do not have any plan for our people. They are working for their tummies. And when their tummies are full, there is nothing as dangerous as a fool with money. And that is what we are seeing in the political scene. Fools with money. They can say anything and they can do anything. And we are glad they are coming out. But in the leadership of Kissi, trust me, they've been locked out. Kibagendi had his own people, trust me, in as much as bad he was. But if he gets out of UDA, it's a share. And we are happy for that. And God has answered our prayer. Not in the way we wanted, but quickly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex, what you're saying. As you're talking, my thought is rushing back to Plato. Plato was a student of Socrates. So Plato writes a book called The Republic. Now, in the book, The Republic, it is a dialogue of Socrates and some of his students. Now, inside that book, he talks about a very interesting scenario. I think in book 10, or it's different. You can try. I mean, if you want to capture the concept of how we developed, how societies move, different kinds of leaderships from a tyrannical leadership to democratic leadership to if democracy is the best, or we are still going to move into another kind of society. It is, if you read the book Republic, you'll appreciate, and why Socrates believes that democracy is not necessarily the last part of evolution. So a society still will move into another kind of leadership that is going to be ruled by those who are rich. Actually, I think Kenya, we're already there, where you cannot get leadership unless you have money. So we are thinking we have democracy, but we do not have a democracy, so to say. We have a leadership of certain people who have money. Tell me one person who doesn't have money who gets into leadership. So we are ruled by the few who have money in the name of democracy. They are taking advantage of the constitution, which is a constitutional democracy, but only those who have money can lead us. A poor person cannot lead us. But that is not the case. The case is where he talks about the allegory of the cave. Now, in the allegory of the cave that Plato talks about, people have entered the cave, and inside the cave, they are looking at the wall. And behind them, there's some light that has been put, and there is a reflection of certain things on the wall. So these people are being asked, what are you seeing on the wall? So there are several images that are passing. Now, what they are seeing on the wall, which is a shadow of what is being projected by the light, all of them are imagining a number of things, but none of them, a few of them turn back to see, but when they turn back to see, they see the light, they see nothing. But now none of them is willing to get out of the cave and go up. Maybe because they don't want to, maybe because they have gotten used to watching this shadow, maybe because none of them is willing to walk up the cave. Now that allegory of the cave has several meanings, and maybe for some of us who will bother to read, you can also think about reading the theater of the absurd and look at some of the concepts. Now, however much you get exposed to the light and the right thing, some of us are too obsessed with the shadows. Whether they make meanings or not, we will remain, we'll be left in that kind of thing. So even as you're saying that, I'm thinking, even as much as these things are coming out, such absurdity and several of these things, light is coming. Some of us are too obsessed with the shadows and we're in the cave, yet we do not want mental cave. We do not want to get out of that as much as the light is coming out. Instead of even going to look, there's light outside. We don't want to get out and see it. So it makes a lot of sense when we are having that discussion, and even when you're seeing what is happening in Kissi Forum. I might not necessarily agree with the way that information is coming out, because I imagine those groups are supposed to have been private groups. But somehow they say there's no privacy in groups. You can, ni Waswahili alisema a secret, hakuna siri kati ya watu wawili. Siri ni ya mtu mmoja. Ukiambia mtu mwingine, it has stopped being a secret. So when you put a group like that and then you start seeing some of those things, it raises a lot of questions about what people do, what they really think. Now, that tells me a lot about what Kibagendi thinks about HIV in the first place, because that is already a different thing, you know. First of all, you're talking about someone who has lost his parents, and then it means that in your mind you still have certain kind of insensitivity and a stigma towards HIV, which is something that is going to be part of what is experienced within your society. That in itself can kill him politically, because it shows that you are not, number one, a person who is sensitive to things that are that the members or the people that are going to vote for you, as much as you may pretend to want to mourn with them, but you think that their death through being infected by HIV is due to their own cause. You see, so it shows they say crisis doesn't add a new thing to you. It brings out the real you. So that scenario brought out the real Kibagendi that he was. And I want to call upon the people of Kissi. You do not want such leaders. I know in Kenya probably some of us haven't reached a point where we can call out people on the moral issues, because we probably haven't reached. That's why you find probably even some people being caught on issues that are morality. We don't seem to place a lot of sense to them. Our deputy president is earning for doing nothing. That's a moral question. It's not a legal question, but we are clapping for that. So probably we haven't grown to the point where we want to call out people on moral questions, not so much so things on that have to be proven legal. So I agree with you, Alex, and it brings out a lot of points of discussion. Are we going to see the light? Is the light going to show us the way? Are we going to find ourselves out of the cave as we move out, as we have this discussion? As the light is shining, do we bother to go to see what is the light showing? What are these things that are passing? What are these images? Those are mental thoughts that we can be having. Now back to Patriot's question. As I know probably Stone PK will also want to address himself to that. I think let me allow some other people to comment, and then maybe on our second round, we can start with Patriot coming in, and then we can respond to that. So Ziana and Shiko, whom did you want me to start with first?
Me, I'm listening, please. I'm just listening.
Hi, Shiko. Let me give you before I bring in Meg. Meg, how are you? Maggie, how are you?
I'm good. Hello, Kenyans. How are you?
We good. We thank God. At least we are here yet again. So
I'm happy to see you. I'm happy to see you.
All right. Shiko. Shiko, are you there?
Themba, I haven't given submission. If Shiko is not around, I can take.
And Themba should move you next to Shiko.
Alex, you see, as soon as Shiko moved close to you, she has stopped talking. Okay, Harun. Take it away before we bring Meg, and then we bring these ladies. Then now we start taking our second round. Harun.
Yeah, at least put another man in the middle of the ladies. Sasa, I'm with all the ladies down here, one.
Don't go to the curtain like they have. At least that way we will know that you are balancing the equation down there. So
unaogopa women.
Alex, shots fired. Shots fired.
Alex,
unaogopa women.
Too much for Alex.
Women are your mothers, women are your sisters, women are your wives, women are your sisters-in-laws. Call a woman anywhere, she's there. Why do you fear them?
Thank you.
Yes, don't fear us.
It's only that they're always next to me, and some people are complaining about it. You know, I don't want.
That means you are loved.
Thank you. I agree. Themba, you hear that?
Yes.
Very much loved.
I know your esteem has been lifted now. So let's.
And your ego has been downtrodden.
Okay, Harun, take it away, bro.
Yeah, asante sana Mr. Tempa. Ningeanza na kumwambia Jakindu Bey kuhusu when Moses Kuria was saying that he wants whosoever more so these presidential candidates who want Mount Kenya votes that he or she has to give 40% of seats to Mount Kenya region. I say Mr. Jakindu Bey, mimi ningependa kuambia Wakenya namna hii. Sasa hivi vile mwangaza umekuja hii Kenya yetu, tumeangalia tukaona hata ukipewa tuseme rais baba sasa Raila Amolo Odinga aamue kupatia one region 22 slots of cabinet ministers, ni tumbo tu zao wataenda kunini kuweka mbele pale. What will assist any community as we speak right now is a resource allocation. So watu wa Mount Kenya, Wakenya wote, ile kitu ambayo inaweza tuokoa, tuwe watu wa chini, tuwe wale ambao wako na mapato ya katikati, ama wale ambao wanajiweza material things, ile kitu yote ambayo inatuleta pamoja, it is equal distribution of resources. Hizo zingine about seats, hizo ni za tumbo zao na watoto wao na wale watu ambao wanawazunguka. So Mount Kenya region, ile kitu mimi in fact when Moses was talking of that of that issue, nilishangaa sana, nikasema Moses ni mtu ambaye amesoma. Hii one man, one vote, one shilling. Yes, sir.
Repeat your statement, Anna. I didn't get you.
Oh, yeah, about 40% of
the
seats.
Distribution of resources and the seats. I need to get that straight.
Oh, yeah, exactly, yeah. I was saying that the 40% of maybe seats ambayo Moses Kuria alikuwa anaitisha, hiyo haingeweza kusaidia the community ya Mount Kenya. Ile kitu ambayo inaweza saidia Mount Kenya, inaweza saidia Wakenya wote, it is equal distribution of national cake or resources. The one man, one vote, one shilling. In fact, hiyo inge address
Alex hapo na swali kwa hiyo kitu umesema.
Yeah, I think I'm sorry for interjecting. It was like a maiden speech, which shouldn't be submission, not to be interrupted. But I think Haron Jakindu Bey, Mzee Jakindu Bey, I hope you are listening. Wakati Moses Kuria alisema kile jambo alisema, it was a coded message. And I wish mungeelewa what Moses Kuria was saying. It was directed to the DP. He was telling DP, when we sat down and begged for you to be a running mate for Uhuru, you gave us an ultimatum. And this is the ultimatum you gave us. Minimum DP and everything half. And we gave you. So this time around, don't think it's time to joke again. You will have to use the same bar. So he was not asking for them. He was reminding the DP how he treated them then. So it was directed to the DP, telling him, do you remember when we were negotiating with you what you did to us? We told you Kenya is bigger than everybody. We told you we can't give you half of the ministries you refused. We ended up giving you. This is what you have. You have the DP and you have half the cabinet and you have half of the diplomat stake. So if you want, again, us to make you a president, that is what we will demand. He was not saying that he wants them as Mount Kenya. He was reminding the DP what he did to them.
Thank you so much for that clarification. I hope the point is at home. Siwezi kuiripato. Nimeshukuru sana kwa elaborate vizuri, and I hope Kenyans wamepata kuisikia vizuri. Jakinu Bey, naona
mimi naweza kusema kama ni coded, lakini vile alivyosema, alisema mtu yoyote. Unaona, alisema mtu yoyote ambaye anataka kuwa president apeane. So mimi nilichukua kwa mwangalio huo, lakini kama alicode kumujulisha huyo jamaa, hiyo mimi si kuiangalia hivyo. Mimi niliangalia kwa matamshi yake, na vile unajua matamshi inaweza kuwa wewe unajua ni coded, lakini watu wengi hawaelewi kwamba ni coded. Unaona?
Lakini in politics and politics of power, and that is where we go wrong. And I think when we brought this discussion, when Moses Kuria had said those words, I said there's nothing wrong in Moses Kuria saying what he said. You know, you when you're going to the table, you don't go kama unazingatia the other person. Yeye pia, they should make their demand. If you don't have someone to come out so strongly to say that, okay, this, because negotiation does not start from a point of giving ground. It starts from a point of, this is our demands. Now, from those demands, what is it that can be met? It is not wrong. It is not wrong for leaders, and either leaders of any group or political leaders. Like when they go to parliament, every leader ambaye anaenda parliament, akienda pale katika constitution, tumewapatia, because ours is a representative democracy, we have given the right of representation in parliament to our leaders. Now, there are counties and their constituents that got some things that other constituents didn't get, because these leaders went there and made demands. They say that we want this. Can it be made? They went to roads, they went to this. So them, they were going there to make demands on how can it be that in some places kuna roads, or so there are some things, and in some places there are no things. So your leaders are supposed to, number one, push for your interest. But now when they go to the table, then negotiations occur. Negotiations cannot occur when there's nothing on the table. So I don't think it was wrong, whichever way that we understand it. You need to put demands, and that is what is. And you see, the other person wako na right ya kusema we cannot meet your demands, and then of course you look for alternatives. Okay, so if this side can meet your demands, sawa. If this side can, ni sawa. Now, my concern about Harun's point was the point of resource distribution. In a representative democracy and constitution like ours, you are represented by parliamentarians. Now, those parliamentarians, the population that make a constituency, a sub-county and stuff, is represented by a parliamentarian, right? Now, these, unfortunately, are the people who are going to be given CDF, right? Now, if one parliamentarian has more people than another, then definitely those children will get lesser amount of bursaries. So when you talk about resource distribution, it is going to be skewed, and that is what was going to be cured by the BBI. It was going to create, more constituents. Of course, the constitution gives the IEBC the mandate to come up with other constituency, sub-counties and stuff. But now BBI was going to create, I say that we need 70 more constituencies, but now it's IEBC to do that allocation. Now, when you say that positions are not, when you say that we don't need more MPs, when you are given MPs, right? When you get MPs and they're representing maybe fewer people, that means that your bursaries go up. What is wrong with that, right? What is wrong with that? Because either way, the money is not going to come to you, but it's still going to be stolen. What if now you can get it and you guys are able to take your kids to school? And now the next thing that was coming from BBI was ward representation. So in the ward, your MCA was going to have money to give for certain development agendas in the ward, down there. So I think that is how I was trying to understand it. But now maybe with the explanation, there was a different perspective on what you meant with that statement. So you can continue.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Themba, for chipping in and making more clarification on that. By the way, BBI was a very, very good initiative, but we hope, inshallah, anytime it will come soon. Yani tunaomba irudi manzi, angalau Wakenya tupate haki. So I want to chip in into the topic of today. Na by the way, wakati nimekuwa kwa comment section before niingia hapa, nimekuwa nikilia sana manzee, nikisema rais wetu manzee astahili angushwe, mpaka nikaona wengine wanauliza rais inawezekana angushwe namna gani? I want to tell you that recently in Haiti, 7 months ago, Haitian people lost their president through assassination. Kuna president anaitwa Moise. Yeah, ambaye anaitwa Moise. In fact, mercenaries walikuwa hired from Colombia, na in fact wakakuja wakamwangusha. So hii mambo yenye Livondo anasema si eti haiwezi ikafanyika, inaweza, but tunaomba huyo shetani manze apate kushindwa. So Livondo statement siwezi mimi nikaichukua lightly, because Livondo himself, hii statement vile alikuja akaitoa namna hii kuwa there has been 2 attempts on President Uhuru's plane. Livondo anajua the consequences. Kama Princess Sabina Chege aliongea tu statement kidogo namna hii on Tuesday, ako kwa panel ya adhabu ya IBC, just slight statement. Now hii ya Livondo, yani hii ndio nasema it is more than an earthquake, sijui tutaita namna gani, cause consequences yake
inaitwa volcano. It's a volcanic eruption. It is a volcanic eruption.
Very true brother Patriot. Hii sasa hii manzee, hata wakati nilikuwa naifuatilia, wakati alitamka namna hii, hata mimi nilishtuka. Nikasema hii kitu iko aje? Nikaona mpaka ikashtua kafando manzee, nikaona anamwambia tosha. Nikashindwa. Unajua alikuwa na mambo mingi alikuwa anataka kuzungumza, but alikuwa cut short, asija akafanya nini, akaspill more pins, cause hii peke yake Kafando alijua hii imeguza mioyo ya Wakenya wote, irregardless una support UDA, irregardless una support Azimio. It is not a joke, cause president's life, in fact, kama hakika ilikuwa threatened, ni kitu ambayo inastahili ichukuliwe kwa makini. Na hii statement imekuja kwa wakati President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is about to go to a meeting in Sagana 3. Na sasa I'm very sure Wakenya, regardless, leave alone Mount Kenya, because President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is a president of all 50 or 52 million or sisi wa Kenya wote. So lazima to demand in fact answers kutoka kwa president mwenyewe, apate kutuambia, je, hakika hii maneno yenye Livondo aliyaongea yalikuwa ni ukweli? Na kama yalikuwa na ukweli, je, anaelewa watu wenye walikuwa na hii njama? Na kama anawajua, ni hatua gani alifanya? Nini alichukulia hawa watu? Na ikiwa hawa watu wenye walikuwa na hii njama wako ni viongozi, then kutoka hapo inastahili Wakenya tuambiwe bayana, na hawa viongozi tupate wakuwe blacklisted manzi, wasisimame uongozi yoyote, kwa sababu kucheza na maisha ya Mkenya mwenzako ni kitu ambacho si kizuri. Alafu I'm very sure, yani ile kitu nashukuru Livondo hakutaja mtu kwa hii statement, but kesho ama hii leo usoeva mwenye atatokezea na arais kuwa amekuwa hit na hii statement kuwa imemtaja kabisa, then kutoka hapo tutajua kuwa kosi hii statement tunataka itoka kwa horsemouth mwenyewe ambaye ni rais, aweke hii maneno bayana. Lakini kama kutakuwa na mtu mwingine kando na rais ambaye atakuja na aseme kuwa aanze kujiosha mbele ya Wakenya kuwa maybe mimi ndio mlengwa ama nini, basi tutajua kuwa hii maneno ni ukweli, then kutoka hapo tutademand asasi za kisheria zitake its course. Alafu niguzie mambo ya William Samoei Ruto. William Samoei Ruto is in a panic mode because anajua kuwa the president vile anaenda hii Sagana 3 president, haya maswali sasa, the likes of Livondo statement, lazima president mwenyewe atuambie kuwa, je, ni jambo lipi lilimfanya wakosane na deputy wake. But umeona deputy mwenyewe sasa ameenda Mount Kenya. I don't know, kwa wale ambao maybe wandani tutakuja kujua deputy president wakati ameenda pale, is he telling Mount Kenya people, Mount Kenya resident not to attend hii meeting yenye imeitwa na kingpin wao, ama iko namna gani? Na ikiwa in fact deputy president sasa hivi hizi meetings zenye anaendelea, yani hizi tours zenye anaendelea kufanya, hiyo ndio nia ama ndio maneno anaendelea kufanya pale, then kutoka hapo tutajua hakika all ile case yenye president Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta ama zile statement zenye ataweka kuwa mimi nilipitana na my deputy kwa sababu ya ABCD, tutajua ni ukweli. Kama hakika sasa hivi vile anaenda vile ametangulia president, if is inciting ama anajaribu kupiga Mount Kenya resident wasiattend hii Sagana 3 kwa sababu maybe anaogopa kuwa hiyo meeting itafanya wale wa Kenya kutoka Mount Kenya ambao hawaja make their decision wa make a decision instead of supporting the deputy president, wa support Azimio, then kutoka hapo tutajua kuwa hakika huyu deputy president alifanya makosa ABCD. So let's wait and see vile tuone vile kutajiri. Alafu na baba leo najua Tononoka is going to kwa hiyo meeting itakuwa mzuri. Mimi what I know, the stronghold as a baba ziko intact. Sasa mahali ambapo tunataka kumega ni pale mahali ambapo tuliscore vibaya in 2017, so that in fact we raise our stakes, ndio William Samoei Ruto in fact kama ni kumshinda tumshinde na kitu kama 2 to 3 million, whereby baada ya Chebukati kutangaza mshindi apeane mkono na kuambia baba, wacha tusaidiane tusukume hii gurudumu ya Kenya yetu. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Themba.
Asante sana kwa kueleza vizuri sana. Kuna mambo ambayo umeyasema hapo ambayo pia nimeona yana kidogo umeyaeleza kwa kina zaidi, ambayo ni vizuri sana. So I think wachanganuzi, acha nitumie Kiswahili ambacho Jakindu Bey hata toka hapa akisema la Themba. Wachanganuzi wa siasa tumekuwa wachanganuzi kibao. Jakindu Bey, kuna watu ambao hapa inakaa umewapatia mentorship kwa Kiswahili na si haba, tutazidi kukisheheni.
Bwana Themba.
Naam, Megi, sasa ni wakati wako.
Okay, si wakati wangu, lakini sasa mimi nataka kurectify something.
Yeah.
Which nimesikia sana kwa huyu.
Huyu Harun
Unajua? Huyu Harun. Mbona mnataka kuwekea the president Uhuru Kenyatta mzigo mingi sana kwamba aonyeshe what happened between them, him and Ruto. You know, there's no blame to Uhuru Kenyatta. Ni kama baba na watoto wake ama mtoto kwa familia yake ana decide kutoroka. As a parent has anything to do with that child to answer any question, hiyo ni kutoroka kwake. I think it's such a huge question you are giving the president. Hiyo question should go to Ruto, because it is Ruto who just decided to run away, roaming around, tanga, whatever, starting campaigns immediately after they rigged elections. And nobody has been concerned about all his kutanga and kusema maneno mingi hivyo. So at this time, I think leave Uhuru Kenyatta in peace. Ataretire in peace, amefanya mambo zake in peace. Hata hiyo handshake alifanya akifikiria ataleta nchi together, which really we see the result. Kenya now, as we speak, it is a Kenya. We have started to see Kenya what we want. But hii question ya baba Uhuru aende aseme ni nini iliwatenganisha, ni Ruto ndiye alijitengana na President Uhuru Kenyatta. Yeye ndiye alitoroka. Uhuru hakumfukuza. In fact, Uhuru alijaribu kumleta wafanye kazi, and Uhuru has been saying this keenly. Badala ya kuja tufanye kazi, wewe unatangatanga nje. Yeah, and I think that is where kutangatanga ilikuja from. Yeah, Uhuru has got no answer for that, because he doesn't know why Ruto decided to move away from the job he was given. In fact, mwenye tungeweka chini na maswali ni Ruto. Ulipewa kazi na hujafanya chochote. Are you going to pay back? And he should really pay back because he's earning from our taxpayer, so he must pay us back this money. He's done nothing for the last 4 years. In fact, it is heading to 4.5 now. He's done nothing to Kenyans, lakini yeye ndiye alitoroka. So wenzangu, hata kama mnasema ati Uhuru has to say, Uhuru has got nothing to say. It is Ruto to tell us ni nini ilifanyika mpaka ukatoroka babako. Yeah, what happened? He has to tell us, not Uhuru to tell us. I'm sorry, because this thing I've been hearing, but it is like you don't get this thing. Nani huyu Ruto alitoroka akaanza sijui nini, hata ameanza UDA na watu wa Jubilee bado wanamsustain tu. Ni nini ametoroka, bado mnataka ati alifanya nini? Yeye ndiye atuambie what happened ndio ilifanya atoroke. Sameni. Pole.
Okay, Maggie. That is very. I agree with you. I mean, personally, I don't think Uhuru owes me any any explanation as to what happened.
The guy said Uhuru has to tell them. You scare that sentiment. Uhuru has to tell them what happened between them and Ruto. So
yeah, that is I think it's
Uhuru has got nothing to tell anybody.
Yeah, I think it's
Arun is a politician. Yeah.
Arun is a politician, so he's just making a political statement.
Yes, Arun, hata mimi nitakuwa politician soon. But your statement ni mbaya sana. I don't like it.
It's a political
This is a head of state, baba wetu. Mtoto akitoroka sio haja ya baba, sio haja ya mama, ni haja ya mtoto. Ametoroka kwa nini?
Arun is making a political statement because he's a politician, so he's trying to but Arun, unataka kusema nini Arun?
Yeah, hapo Megi amenigonga, but anyways nimempata. So Megi, William Samoei Ruto ukisema kuwa apay back na si mi naona akienda kwa mikutano anagawa pesa, huenda is paying back through hiyo pesa wakati anapozunguka hivi, because nasikia ni project by the way ni project za gava anaenda kukagua. So wakati anaenda kukagua, maybe wakati anapeana pesa kwa mavijana, huenda is paying us back, kama iko aje Megi?
Have you eaten that money? I've not. So he's not paid me. Have you eaten that money? Have you earned that money anyhow? Have not myself. So he's not paid me. That's my tax paying money. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so kama basi zile pesa zenye anapeana kwa mikutano pale Megi, kama basi hizo pesa zenye anapeana kwa mavijana pale wakati anapoenda kuangalia hiyo miradi, kama sio kutulipa anatulipa back, then kwa pilot inastahili tumkatae.
Yeah. Exactly. So kura ni nyinyi sasa, na tutangaze, lazima tutoe Ruto nje, tuchague mengine.
Mr. Themba, unmute.
Sorry, Harun. Personally, I don't think the Uhuru owes us anything, any explanation as to what happened between him and Ruto. I don't think he owes us anything. Ruto owes me an explanation as to how he could work for 4 years and not report and still earn the money that was given to him, and he owes us to tell us that the development he promised us, he has not given us. So for him, he owes me. But the president doesn't owe us anything in terms of what. I don't even think, as Stone PK is saying, anything will come out of the Sagana 3 that the president is going to say this is what Ruto did to me. I don't think he's going to do that, because as a person who wants the country to remain united, any statement that is going to say, that is going to suggest, like even Moi never said why he didn't like Ruto, all through. And I don't think it's wise for even the president to come out and say that this is what the deputy president wanted to do to me, or whatever it is that it was. I don't think he should, and I doubt he's going to say if he has good advisors. You would rather leave it to speculation, because whatever it is that happened, if it was indeed something that needed state intervention, it would have asasi za kisheria zingechukua mkondo. But because it was more of a personal difference, you don't bring that in the state. I mean, in a political stage, and especially when you are still the president. If he wants to do that, probably later he can, when he's writing his autobiography, maybe we will read in his book, So when he has already retired from presidency and been out there, then he can write his memoirs and we can read it. We can buy the memoirs to read that. But as at now, it is not wise for him to go, even if he's going to Sagana, and say that this is what the deputy president did to me. It will not happen. We will wait. He will come. They'll go to Sagana. They will finish. It is not the purview of a president to do that, because it is going to cause division. And the president is a symbol national unity. And Ruto and many other leaders are under him. So these things that they know what they're doing. The UDA guys are trying to set up the president. When they're saying that, can you wake up and tell us what the deputy president did to you? Now, what do they want? They want to paint him as a person who has personal vendetta with him, and therefore use that as a political tool to go and wipe up emotions. So if I was the president, that is not an invitation I would go to. He shouldn't play in their league, and he shouldn't play in anybody's league that is telling him, come out and explain. You don't explain. Finish your mandate that ends on 9th, get sworn in, go out. If you must do anything, write it in your memoir so that it will be a book that it will be written. There are so many leaders who have gone through a lot, but most of those they captured in their memoirs, and the people bought books, and even some of the things that happened, people come to know later, when you read their memoirs. So I don't think Sagana 3 will be anything about Ruto, and it shouldn't be. It should be about Jubilee and campaigning. Nothing about what happened between the president. It will change the dimensions completely of politics if the president could lie that low to start explaining what happened. So I don't think he should, he should lie to that. So that's my comment. That's what I think. As a statement.
So, Mr. Themba,
Mr.
Themba, allow me then hiyo statement ya kusema kuwa president aende kueleza Wakenya nini ilifanya wakosane na deputy, allow ikue expunged from Mutembei Hansard, na ni apologize for that. Hiyo statement nimeitoa kabisa, itoke kwa Hansard ya Mutembei.
No, you don't need to apologize. It's not. It's an okay statement. It's an okay, in my opinion.
No, the statement is okay, but that's how you feel. But I mean, for us, for me also, that's what I'm thinking. It shouldn't be something that the president is going to do there. So I want to bring in Maggie so that Maggie can also give her comments. Then we'll listen to Princess and then Mulumbu. Then we start tracking. Patriot, umelala. Huyu alienda kitambo, acha tumtoe hapa aende kalale kabisa. Watu wakianza kulala kwa studio tunawapunguza. Haya, Maggie, karibu, toa maoni yako. Is Maggie here?
Yes, Mr. Temba.
You wanna talk? You wanna give your views before we start taking the last round of closing remarks? Kama una jambo ni sawa tu, utasikiza.
Sina jambo anyway, lakini I still love you people. Continue with the good work you're doing, but spread the gospel of chukweni kura.
Safi.
Because bado hawajachukua. Me, I do my research and do telephone calls. This area, is it equipped? Not yet. So spread the gospel.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you
Diana,
very much.
usiongee kabla Mulumbu. Ama unataka kusikiza tu bado Ziana?
Na mheshimu Mulumbu, wacha Mulumbu azungumze.
Ziana.
Wacha hiyo ukora yako sasa.
Unangoja tu wakati wa kufunga. Haya, Mulumbu huko. Unmute Mulumbu, ama hata huko kazini.
Ndio naingia kwa nyumba, nipatie 5 minutes. I set myself.
Haya basi. Wacha tuanze kuchukua closing remarks. Tumefika we have about 30 minutes. So wacha tuanze kuchukua closing remarks ndio tuweze kumalizia. Naanza na Stone PK.
Thank you,
dakika
Temba.
zako 2, Stone PK.
Asante sana, na utanichezea kamuziki nimekutumia hapo.
Sasa mimi unajua siwezi cheza muziki huku. Labda wale wako na radio.
No, ni meeting. It's a meeting ya baba. It's wewe ifungue utaangalia ya kuaga ya kuonyesha watu the way it's going. Thank you very much. Let me do this. I first of all begin by making some announcement here. One, I mean, regarding progress ya baba, because we are here because of baba. Baba is making very good progress. The worries that we had in Ukambani, strategically inaonekana the 3 governors are doing very well such that tumengoa nanga already. Ukambani tuko na 60%. That is from very reliable scientific research. As of today, with the governors working the way they are working, we can maintain at 60% of the votes.
And organic.
Yes, thank you. So what does that tell us? These guys engaged the high gear. Walipoona our baba mudogo Kalonzo anaregarega, then they have engaged full throttle. So that is very good for us, such that when Kalonzo joins us, then the 40% will fill up. So with 60% entire of Ukambani, we are doing very well. Then the other thing is Kirinyaga. There is also something drastic that has happened yesterday and today. The senator who has been on independent, Kibiru, declared immediately after Ruto left yesterday. It was a serious one. He immediately called and he had a meeting with the clergy, with people, different people, and they resolved that there is no way they are going to support Ruto. In fact, they are saying, while it resolved, they are not going to support Mwizi unless akuje arudishe mali na atubu dhambi. Those were their words. And they even said that they welcome Raila. When Raila will be in Kirinyaga, they will mobilize approximately 50,000 people. That was very good from such a leader, a senior person, who is a senator. Those were his words with the people they met. They met with some very important people. So for me, why am I bringing this? I'm bringing this because it shows that, the mountain has changed, just like we had estimated. And as I said earlier, we had thought they would start changing from the the month of March, but it has happened early. Ruto's crowd are falling, and Mountain is realizing that yeye ni mchezo tu na ni karata na kamari anacheza na maisha ya watu, which is very good. So the small percentage that you remain with ni kawaida. Binadamu, you can't get 100%. Then lastly, I'm one of those who will sue Ruto after the 9th. Aturudishie hela yetu yote hiyo mshahara amekula bila bila kufanya kazi. That is not a joke. We will mobilize citizens and we will go to court. And we have good lawyers, because we should put this to a stop. You cannot go for all these years campaigning and you are earning the salary with all the benefits. Atajua ajui, that you can take to the bank. We will sue them in the capacity as citizens. Thank you very much.
Oh, Amina.
Niongeze kwa hiyo petition.
Asante. You will be among them.
Stoni wewe.
Temba naenda. Oh, Ziana finally unaongea.
Sina
Ziana, hata wewe Ziana huko kwa hiyo petition.
PK umemaliza?
Yes, nimemaliza dakika 2. Nimewaambia tunasue president because I will be in office. In one of the offices.
Deputy president.
Which I will announce very soon.
Haya, Arun dakika zako 2, alafu Jakindu Bey, alafu Alex nitampatia dakika 3, alafu Megi dakika 2. Sijasema Alex, nimesema Mulumbu dakika 3, alafu Megi, alafu Alex dakika 2, alafu tumalize na Ziana.
Nyanganya tena.
Ulikuwa umefurahi sana. Haya, Harun.
Asante sana. In fact, hata mimi nitafurahi sana ikiwa deputy president atakuwa sued, aturudishie hii pesa yetu ambaye ame waste kwa kutofanya kazi. Alafu tena jambo lingine, ningependa in fact wale members wetu ambao tutawavote in, wabadilishe sheria pale bungeni ya kusema kuwa in fact kama wewe ni deputy president na unataka kuwania urais, what you are supposed to do is to ensure that you fully cooperate with the president. Hii mambo ya kufanya early campaigns wakati inastahili uwe kazini, it must come into a stop. Alafu then kutoka hapo wahakikishe tena in fact, yani huyu deputy president in fact hii ofisi yake amepata kuipaka matope sana, cause how can you be able to in fact use government resources kujikambeinia to an extent au fanyi justice kwa these other opponents. Kwa sasa angalia William Samoei Ruto anatumia magari ya serikali, anatumia nyumba ya serikali kufanyia campaign, au wengine they have to dig into their pockets ndiposa kunini, lakini yeye analemea hao wengine, which is something wrong. Playground inastahili iwe sawa, iwe wewe ni deputy president, iwe ni mimi mtu wa kawaida, whereby kila mtu akifanya campaign atoe pesa kwa mfuko yake, asitumie pesa ya government vile deputy president in fact anavyoitumia sasa hivi. Alafu nikimalizia mimi nasema namna hii, the motto ya baba, it is gather all, scatter none. Hashtag inawezekana. Thank you. Back to you. Is it Jakindube? Yeah, because Mr. Themba is not it's not there. Themba is back. Back to you, Mr. Themba.
Jakindube.
Mr. Themba.
Jakindube.
Mr. Themba.
Jakindube dakika mbili.
Mr. Themba.
Mengi tutakuja kwako.
Magi anajaribu kuongea.
Kabla Jakindube hajaongea, wacha niseme kitu moja. It is good. Aaron amekuja at his senses and now he wants to sue Ruto. I think that motto is good because Ruto is really exploiting us in front of our eyes, in front of our face, and we are seeing how stupid are these 50 million Kenyans. We are not stupid and we are not going to say yes to him. Come 10th August 2022. Me and Aaron, because Aaron has said, we are going to sue Ruto the following day because Agwambo is going to be announced President of the Republic of Kenya on 9th August. Thank you. I'm still with you.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you, Maggie. Alex, why are you kicking me out of the studio? Sawa tu, lakini niko hapa, niko na right. Jakindube dakika mbili.
Anakuonea Themba.
Asante sana. Mimi nimefurahi sana na Azimio kule walikuweko leo, wamefanya vizuri sana. Sehemu ile walikuweko, niliona watu wengi ambao wengine walikuwa wanajaribu kutangatanga, wamerudi vile inatakikana, lakini kitu ambacho ninataka kusisitiza sana ni kwamba mimi na maoni yangu president, nafikiri vile president ana handle hii mambo yake na Ruto, nafikiri anaifanya vizuri sana kama baba, kama mtu mzima. Manake yeye tayari alishadokezea, alishatuambia wananchi wa Kenya. President sidhani kama nataka aseme chochote, kwa sababu alishasema wakati mwingine, alimwambia DP, we resign bwana, toka, kama upendi vile nafanya, kama hii kazi inafanyika utoke. Lakini ni DP ambaye amekataa kutoka, alimwambia. Jambo la pili, president alisema wakati ule mwingine tukiwa Bomas, alisema huyu jamani nilikuwa nimpatie kijiti ili akimbia, lakini yeye anakimbia opposite, mahali siwezi kumpatia hiyo kijiti. Badala mimi kumpatia kijiti amegeuka anakimbia. Sasa kijiti hayuko, yule nimempata karibu ndio nampatia kijiti. Unaona? Tena hatuwezi tena kumuuliza president nini, kwa sababu mtu ambaye anatakiwa atuelezee ni Ruto, kwa sababu kusema kweli Ruto ndiye anamuita president ni tapeli, anamkejeli. Yeye ndio hutumia maneno ya matusi kwa president wakati wote. So atuelezee, manake mara anasema amenyang'anywa kazi, mara nyingine anasema wamefanya kazi vizuri. Sasa yeye ndio anatakiwa aeleze. Mimi nafikiri president mimi sioni time ya kumsumbua president kusema mambo kama hayo. Mimi nataka president aendelee na kujenga political stability vile ameamua. Maanake mimi namuunga mkono kabisa kwamba hiyo political stability ambayo anataka kuunga, ambayo watu wengine wanapuuzia ile BBI. BBI ni kitu ya maana sana kwa nchi yetu, ni msingi, hiyo ndio msingi wa nchi yetu, lakini watu wengine wanaidharau vile tu vile watu wengine walidharau ukatuzi, na sasa hao walidharau ukatuzi, sasa ndio wanafurahia, sasa ndio hawataki. Unaona, tuko na historia ya watu ambao kazi yao ni kukataa. Mkiambiwa tufanye hivi hawataki, na wao ukiwaambia leteni tufanye nini, leteni kitu ambayo mnaona inaweza kufanya tuendelee, hawana. Lakini wewe ukileta wanapinga, na ikifaulu wanafurahia tena. So tuko na watu wa namna hiyo, na hao watu tunajua ambao wamekuwa wakiongozwa na, unajua hiyo ndio kitu inanishangaza kwamba mtu kama Ruto anatudanganya machoni mwetu, open, anatudanganya machoni mwetu, na Wakenya 50,000 milioni 50 tunacheka tu, tunampigia makofi. Unaona, ndio maana mimi simpendi Kuria, huyu Moses Kuria. Siku moja alikuwa anasema kwa kanisa kwamba anaweza akipata Raila kama amepigwa risasi kidogo anaweza kumpiga zaidi kama, na yuko kanisani na watu kanisani wanashambulia. Hiyo ndio kitu inanifanya saa zingine na tofautisha na kabisa na mambo ya kanisa. Saa zingine watu wanajifanya ni wa kanisa, ni wa ni wadaku mtu. Unawezaje wewe, mtu anasema hivyo kuwa mwenzake, na huyu ambaye anasema ni kiongozi tu kama yeye na ni Mkenya kama yeye, alafu ninyi mnacheka na mnajua kabisa watu wameuawa hivyo. Unaona, kama kwa mfano vile Sabina Chege alisema, unajua hii mambo ya ubinafsi, si Msando aliuawa, alikufa kwa nini? Kwa sababu ya uchaguzi. Hizi ni vitu hatutaki kwa nchi yetu, hatutaki vitu kama hizi. Inatakiwa sasa tuokoke, kama sisi kweli wa Kenya ni watu wacha Mungu na Waislamu, tuokoke, tuacheni mambo ya kubaguana. Ndio maana tumekuwa tukiuana ovyo ovyo. Maana ya kusema kwamba president alikuwa anataka, mimi nasema hiyo sidhani kama president anafaa kuingilia vitu kama hizo, kwa sababu yeye ni baba wa taifa. So nafikiri wale ambao wametajwa wao ndio washughulikia hayo mambo. Yeye hana haja ya kushughulikia hayo mambo. Wale ambao wametajwa ndio wanatakiwa washughulikie hizo mambo. Kwa hiyo mimi namuunga mkono sana rais, aendelee kujenga taifa, kujenga political stability. Hiyo ndio itatusaidia. Hizi maneno mengine yote haitusaidii. Lakini mimi najua ile timu ya president na Raila, sidhani kama ni rahisi kuishinda, haiwezekani. Na sisi na mimi ni ngumu, sidhani kama mtu atatushinda. Mimi najiamini kwamba tutashinda. Kwa hiyo mimi naomba sana Wakenya wote, sisi wote tuwe na mipango ya kuendeleza nchi yetu, tupigie debe azimio la umoja, tutangaze umoja popote tulipo. Kwa hiyo mimi nasema kama tungekuwa na mafikara zetu na vile tunaviona Kenya, tafadhali tutangazie kila mtu yoyote ambaye unampata umtangazie kwamba sisi tunataka Kenya mpya, na Kenya mpya ni ile ambayo iko chini ya azimio la umoja. Tuwe wamoja, tufanye kazi pamoja, tujenge nchi yetu pamoja, tuache mambo ya kubaguana kikabila, kijinsia, kinini. Tufanye kazi pamoja. Hiyo ndio suluhu, hiyo ndio suluhu. Hata kama sio, tujaribu for 5 years tuone kama itatufaa. Kama haitufai, turudie ukabila basi. Lakini kwa sasa tujaribu. Ile nyingine tumefanya ukabila for 59 years, tumeona haitusaidii. Sasa tufanye ile umoja, tufanye kazi pamoja, tuone kama tutaendelea ama tutaendelea. Lakini mimi na hakika tutaendelea, kila mmoja atafurahi kwamba tutakuwa na maendeleo makubwa. Asante sana.
Jakindu Bey, asante sana. Najua masaa dakika 2 kwa lugha ya Kiafrika, hata kama uko wapi. Wewe Mulumbu, hivi hauoni kamera yako iko kando?
I was just waiting for you, man.
Sasa mbona umetuwekea kamera kama unatusumbua tunaanza kuinama hivi?
No, inanama because nilikuwa nimeweka kwa charging, ni kama nimeweka charging siwezi weka straight. So una understand that?
Unasema na mwingine huko eh?
Yes, nikwambia niko hao.
Oh, manake nimeona unafanya explanation mingi sana. Dakika zako 3 hapo basi.
Okay, naweza chukua bila wasiwasi wowote. Niko tayari.
Najua wewe Jakindu Bey na Ziana hapa Kiswahili mnatupiga kabisa, lakini tunang'ang'ana. Sawa, karibu tu.
Ni vizuri kuangurane nayo ukiwa na wale wazee wajuaji wenye wanajua Kiswahili, si wasikilize na utajua mengi kutokana kwao.
Alafu kule AUA ama nini? AOU walipitisha kwamba Kiswahili ni lugha ya Afrika.
Kiswahili yafai iwe lugha ya Afrika, lugha ya kitaifa, kwa sababu hiyo ni lugha inaunganisha Central and Eastern Central mpaka Southern mpaka iende kwa West, na it's better to be a very the major lugha ya Afrika.
Hivi watu lazima sasa wajikakamue, wajifunze kwa kiti chini ya Mulumbu, Jakindu Bey na Ziana hapa mara moja. Haya, twende kazi, tupatie mawazo yako. Wewe Alex, wewe Kiswahili chako bana. Alex wewe.
Lakini hivyo ni mapendeleo, hivyo ni mapendeleo sana. Kiswahili
unajua
ya kila mtu.
Hata Megi
Kiswahili ni cha kila mtu, na tena sio ya Kiafrika peke yake siku hizi. Unajua hata wa China wako na syllabus yao siku hizi wanafanya Kiswahili.
Asante mama.
So sio Kiafrika peke yao.
Asante mama.
China wanasema Kiswahili sanifu hata kushinda Waafrika.
Kushinda Alex, kushinda Alex hapa.
Alex ana Kiswahili, hajui.
Alex ana Kiswahili yani.
Asante mama, Kiswahili ni ya watu wote, wachana na temba.
Tukuze Kiswahili, manake ni lugha ya taifa.
Mulumbu bwana, Mulumbu ameshafika hapa bwana, huyu ni mkwasi wa Kiswahili. Mulumbu jamani, karibu, endelea.
Na ufupishe dakika 3 Mulumbu. Dakika 3, not 3 minutes.
Mwenye anasema dakika 3 hiyo yuko kama njiwa. Anapepeta hata aachili nafasi yoyote. Sasa nataka mimi nifungiwe, nipewe tamati. Acha kukereketa bana.
No wonder.
Okay, wacha nichukue nafasi hii.
Sasa wewe unakereketa watu.
Wacha nichukue nafasi hii nipepete na tujuliane hali vile mambo yalivyo. Kiswahili kitu ya kwanza yazi mjue Kiswahili kina wenyewe. Sio hakiko na wenyewe.
La.
Sababu niseme hivyo.
Mulumbu, Kiswahili cha kwetu.
No, wacha nimalize.
Tutukuze Kiswahili.
Yes. Ndio nasema Kiswahili kina wenyewe. Wenyewe ni Waafrika kutoka Afrika Mashariki. Ndio sababu naona wazungu dunia mzima sasa wanakanganyana na kutaka kujua Kiswahili kwa sababu kina wenyewe. Na ubaya wetu sisi watu wenyewe wenye Kiswahili wengi wetu hatujui, hatushughulikii. Unapata Kenya wanakanganyana hata wanaongea Kiswahili hakieleweki. Waganda hawakielewi. Wa Rwanda pia walipitisha nao siku hizi wanaongea Kiswahili lugha ya kitaifa ya kwao. Au kipata wa Kongo pia wanakanganyana na wale pia wao walipitisha Kiswahili lugha ya taifa kikwao saa hizi. Kwa hivyo mkiwa wewe ni Muafrika, jifafanue na ujikanganye na ujikwangurane, ujue Kiswahili ni lugha yako. Nikimalizana na hayo sasa tuingie kwa imada kamili yenye inatufanya tu hapa tujulishe watu wa kwetu na tuwafunze wajue wapate kujua ya kwamba Kenya ni nchi yetu, tutafaa tuishughulikie na tuilinde. Kufuatana na mada ya leo, mimi nitaenda kwa ufupi kulingana na vile Alex anipatia muda mfupi na yeye anakuangurana naye kwa muda wote, nitachukua hivyo hivyo. Kulingana kufuatana na vile mada ya Livondo, nakumbuka nilipokuwa hapa mwaka uliopita nilizungumzia kuhusiana na hiyo jambo la kwamba huyu jamaa wetu Jupiter hakuwa na jicho mzuri kulikuwa kwa rais wetu wa nchi. Wengine wengi wakasema hapana, Mulumbu usiingilie hapo bla bla bla. Nikamwambia basi lisemwalo liko, kama haliko linakuja, silishafika ama halijafika. Niliwaambia, nilisikiza kutoka kwa jamaa moja kutoka huko Uganda, alikuwa ni askari wa huyo jamaa wa Uganda, ambapo alikuwa mkali sana. Wale walikuwa wanavunja wale wa ndugu zao. Ilifikia akaanza kutafuta, akakimbia akaenda nchi za mbali za nje, kwa sababu alikuwa kichwa yake kilikuwa kinatafutwa. Nikamsikiza kwa programu ya kutokana na wale wenye waliokimbia wako kwa nchi za mbali. Alipoelezea vizuri sana vile jamaa wetu yeye aliendea kichini chini jamaa wetu akitaka kumaliza uhai. Akasema ya kwamba huyu jamaa kwanza huko Ukongoni penye alisema hawana ng'ombe, ana ekari 4,000 hupanda mahindi. Na hiyo mahindi ndio alifanya nafilisisha mahindi ya nyumbani, basi inapitia Uganda na kujia wati na penyeza naingia Kenya. Wengi wenu mlisema hapa na watu UDA wasema Mulumbu unasema nini? Nikasema okay, kama sisemi kweli ni sawa, lakini lisemwalo lipo, kama halipo laja. Jamaa alisema kabisa, akasema huyo jamaa vile mnamwona ni rafiki mkuu wa president wangu Mr. Museveni. Na kuna kile kitu walifanya na akalipa ile jamaa akamaliza achukua uongozi wa nchi. Lakini jamaa wetu akakuja akagundua hiyo, ndio sasa baada ya kugundua ndio alimweka sideline. Hapa wengi wenyu mlinipinga sema hiyo Mulumbu hiyo ni uvumi. Nikasema sawa. So kilichoko ndio sasa mmeshaingiana, mmepata uliopo. Sasa ndio sasa kinapikika jikoni. Kisha unajua kidonda kivimbe kikiwa bado kinauzaa ndani yake, huwezi jua ile jamaa nakanda, lakini kijapotobolewa kinaanza kunuka. Kikinuka kinanukia wengi. Sasa kwa sahizi kinatunukia na kila mtu anachukua kwa mnuko wake mwenyewe. Ndio hapa tunatoa mawaidha tofauti sasa, kwa sababu vile unakunukia tofauti. Kuna mwingine anamnukia vizuri, kuna mwingine anamnukia vibaya. Lakini huyu jamaa ana tamaa kubwa ya uongozi, anaweza fanya chochote. Na alikuwa anatumia njia ufupi ya kwamba fupishe bila kujua huyu jamaa pia ana ufasaha wa kuangalia kila inchi inavyokaa. Vile alimuona ni kama jamaa mlevo haelewi. Bila kujua jamaa alikuwa analia huku mkono na kibombezi kutaka kujua vile anavyokimbia. Ndivyo alisema, mbia marathoni lazima uende polepole, usiende mbio. Na anapozungumza kama mafumbo hamumuelewi. Kumbe anajua panapoenda. Sasa ndio hizo kinapikika, kinaiva. Na aliwaambia jua siasa tunaijua, imefika wakati wa sasa tutaipiga. Na kuna zingine hawezi piga mwenyewe, anasukumiza wakando wake ndio wanaipiga. Sasa ndio mwanze kukanganyana naye na anawasikiza vile mbio mnakanganyana. Sasa ndipo ninasema dunia hii ukitaka uongozi nenda pole, sikiza wakuu. Mwenda mbio uvunjika guu. Upiga ngumi ukuta uvunjika mkono. Na mwenda pole hufika. Raila ameenda aste. Kikienda kikiumana anapiga break. Ni walisema ya kwamba ukienda vitani, ukiona vimewaka wote wanapiga break, wanafanya plan nyingine. Ukienda wanaona watu wako wanakufa sana, wanafanya plan hii, una retreat, unajipanga. Ndio naona jamaa mmoja ametufikisha mahali tumefika sasa. Kwa sababu hataki watu wake wakufe sana. Hao watu ndio wanawataka. Na jamaa wenu huyu hajali hata kama unakufa, hajali, hana. Yeye kila anachotaka ni ile uongozi. Sasa ni huyu nyinyi wenyewe mujiamulie. Mnaelekea wapi? Nchi yetu ya Kenya mtaipeleka wapi? Ndio yenye atatokezea. Sasa wacha tukanganyane, tukanyagane nayo. Tupepete vile unaweza pepeta mpira ndani ya kiwanja. Na tupepete vizuri tuufunge. Najua tuko hapa na wazee wazuri kama Mr. Kindubey, na tukuna vijana pa wengi, kuna Patriot na wale wengine wanakuja, kuna Alex, ingawa anakuanga na maspidi sana mpaka anasumbua wale wa host wakubwa. Anawasumbua kwa kuwakanganya na mambo mengi.
Kijana, hii ni time ya wazee. Hapa ni wazee wadogo na wazee wakubwa.
Mimi ni mmoja wao, niko katika udogo na ukubwa, niko ndani kabisa, ndani. Kwa hivyo ndugu zangu, sitaki kuwachosha sana, dakika zangu tu zimeisha. Na washukuru sana. Kilichoko ni kile nilichoongea, niko nafurahi sana. Wakati tu mlipoanza hii kitu, yale maombi nilikuwa naomba ndio hii naona inakuja. Matunda inakuja. I'm very happy about this. Actually guys, I'm really happy. When I can see you guys, most of them now you are coming up to understand what Kenya we want. Let's go that direction. Don't be scared what's coming out. What's coming, we expected this one will happen and will come out. Thank you so guys. I'm just mengia, wacha nikule kidogo nikiwasikiza. Asanteni.
Yani Alex, umepata Kiswahili zile vitu Mulumba amesema?
Hiyo speech haikuwa na full stops.
Aya, Magi dakika zako 2.
Ni zangu sasa?
Magi bana, wewe nyamaza kwanza.
Okay.
Magi vipi? Yupo? Basi Magi ampotea tena. Aya Alex.
Yangu yalikuwa mafupi. I think maneno ya Moses Kuria. Honestly, I don't trust Moses Kuria. I mean, I think politically Moses Kuria has done more harm in our politics than many people who are alive. I think let what happened to him be the trajectory forward, whereby he can know what to say and not what to say. At some point, hizi vitu zote unasikia Rigathi anasema, Moses Kuria said them. And to some point, even when he was arrested, na akina Junet na akina nani, Raila went to see them, akawasaidia wakatoka ndani. They had fish, and I thought he was going to change, honestly, but he didn't. So this whole issue of Kuria, I mean, Kuria must know that people don't grow in body. At a certain point in life, we stop growing in body, and we grow on how we think and how we participate in a larger essence of our lives, on how we articulate ourselves towards the younger generation, because they look unto us. And the guy has a lot of influence. You have to know that. How he got it, it's because he loves his people. One thing you cannot take away from Moses Kuria, he loves his people. And I like that about him. So, but he needs to check on his rhetoric, because as a country, we also look at him as a divisive figure at some point. What Livondo said, he knows what he said. He knows what he said. He knows why he said it, and he knows why he said it where he was. So I don't think it was out of mere coincidence, because he knew that it was the main thing that's going to be taken out of the entire Thanksgiving. Because by saying that, he changed the trajectory to a point that today we are speaking about what he said. We forgot, like Dr. Machage died. Dr. Machage, the ambassador or the high commissioner to Nigeria, the former senator for Migori, passed on. And you remember last time when Baba and Azimio went to KURIA'S, they had a very good conversation. And one Nelson Marwa gave apologies for Dr. Machage. And now you can see the few people who could welcome the DP to even KURIA'S by the act of God, now Amanda. I don't know if he has strong people, elders that we are talking about, people who are elderly, who can stop storms, who can talk to people, who can redirect a conversation. And I think the DP has really lost that. If there is anything the DP has done, is to lose the wisdom of the older people. And I wish he knew how that was important. Building a young generation is okay, but in itself, I don't think it's able to palliate the very difficult moments. You can even see with all the wit and the acumen that EFF has, it has reached a stagnant point. EFF and Malema, they're very wise, and even you look at their debate, I mean, you are mesmerized by them. But I think the South Africans who fought for a very long time for their liberation, I think they fear a certain kind of leadership. They know a leadership they can trust. As much as ANC is too corrupt, you can see because it has a few elders, they can be trusted. So today we lost Machage, and I hope the Kuria nation tunawapigia pole because they are our brothers from Nyanza. We cannot ignore kuambia pole. We cannot finish the whole Kipindi and ignore that one of their senior-most statesmen in the country has perished. So for the people who are here from KURIA'S and from Migori, your former senator, poleni sana. The guy also was fluent and fluid in Swahili. He was a shrewd negotiator. He was an academician, and he put the Kuria people, Abakuria people, on the front line in terms of negotiation, especially in the Kibaki administration. I know a few Kuria people. When affirmative action was taken by Kibaki, by the way, Kibaki, I love him mostly because of affirmative action. When they did the radical surgery, the so-called radical surgery, they brought a few Kuria ladies who today are who is who in Kenya, who were never there before. So, and that was in negotiation also with Machage. Machage is one person who negotiated for his people because he understood that the county they were coming from, they were the minority. Even if they were to vote 100%, they can never produce a governor, a senator, or a women rep. It's a bad situation to be that, you know, as a community, you can be in a county whereby you can never produce anything unless you negotiate. But also it's a good thing to know that when you sit on the table and negotiate, you can also produce one. So I think Machage has rested, and may God rest his soul in peace. And the Abakuria people, Pole Sana, it was also an ODM member at one time. So we respect him so much. Lastly, finishing, we want to thank Mtembei for giving us a platform. We don't come here to waste time. We learn a lot. Whether we learn by laughing, ama saa ingine, you know, we throw jabs at each other. But when we go to rest, we are happy because we know we love our country. And the truth is that if we can't speak to each other, we will fight, as Temba says. But at the same time, those who read, those who converse, those who dialogue are the ones who lead. If you want to be in leadership but you don't want to talk with people, you don't want to read, or you don't want to go out, I think you are on the wrong field. You should just go and become a researcher somewhere. We can pay you for that when we get in the government. And I know somebody like Themba, he doesn't want to read, he doesn't want to be with people. We will pay him do research and read for us Plato here and Augustus Augusto prayer and Plato's apology. I love listening to that. Thank you so much.
Must you fire shots? There's a person who said plus ça change, plus ça la même chose. The more things change, the more they remain the same. That's how you you fire a shot, I fire back. I know you haven't come across plus ça change, plus ça la même chose. Plus ça change, plus ça la même chose. Alex, have you come across that?
No. The best I've come with is adakabraka. What do you get?
What's happening?
Adakabracadabra ama what?
Oh, agracadabra. You see, hata hiyo pia.
Hata hiyo tunaachia researchers kama nyinyi.
Na Bagi, Alex hapa nitampatia shots nini kidogo, nampatia anaenda at least anaenda kusoma apology. Sasa anaenda kusoma I want you to go read Republic by Plato. That's a very
I've
good
read it. I've
yeah.
read it. Actually, I've read it, and the person who made me read it is Cornel West. If you can go to YouTube and see where Cornel is arguing with another guy when he was in there's this college in New York before he left there and went to Harvard. There is a nice episode of they are narrating it. You will love it. Cornel West, Professor Cornel West.
Actually, I was even saying one day we need to just come here and help people understand the theory of politics, and you'll understand some of these things that are happening. They are not new stuff. They are things that have been studied and have been researched. They are global politics. You understand what is happening. And most of these leaders have actually, their advisors have read these books of getting power, protecting it, and increasing it. So these are things that have been studied globally, and you see their manifestations in our politics right now. The moves that these people are making are moves to protect power. They are moves to acquire power. They are moves to be the ones who are distributing the resources. So these are things that have been studied, and you can appreciate even what Napoleon Bonaparte says, even when you come and say, do not disturb the enemy when they are busy making mistakes. You need to leave them and let them keep making mistakes. Now, Maggie has just disappeared when we needed to give her time, but no problem. We can have a debate with Alex here. I want you to come here one day. We discuss Machiavelli, the Prince, and we also discuss The Art of War by Sun Tzu. And of course, we discuss many others. I know Stone PK will benefit because he's a politician going to get some seat anytime soon. We need to discuss how to be a lion and how to be the lion and the what? And the fox. How to be a lion and the fox. Ziana Barigani. Someone is also telling us we need to come and discuss 48 laws of power. Ziana.
Nzuri sana. Sina neno Temba leo. Leo nashukuru sana kwa
kwani kanisa walikupatia message mpaka sasa hata siasa haipo?
Nani?
Kanisani
Livondo ndio nimemsikiza mpaka nikapoteza siasa. Kwa hivyo nashukuru sana kwa mambo yenu ya leo. Na nimeshukuru yote ambayo nimeyasikia. Yanatuelimisha. Kila wakati mkija hapa ni elimu tunachukua. Na tunaenda kuelimisha wale wadogo. Wadogo wetu wale hawawezi fika kwenye ukumbi huu kwa sababu hawatakikani kuonekana kwenye ukumbi, ila hali tunawafunza nyumbani. Mimi wa Kenya nawaomba tu, tukienda kwenye uchaguzi tuchaguane kwa amani. Sina mengi leo Themba, ni amani tu ninaomba, tuchaguane kwa amani. Ni hayo tu kwa leo.
Haya, inshallah. Kama kuna asante sana. Naona wengine pia kule kwenye comment kuna watu ambao pia wamejaribu kusoma vitabu. Kuna Not Yet Uhuru by Jaramogi Ajuma Oginga Odinga, vitabu ambavyo unaweza sema tuweze kuangalia. Alex Alex amerudi kwenye comment sasa kunichapa. Alex umete Princeton, kuna watu ambao wana I've done political philosophy. Yeah, that's my inclination. The political scientist, to read all that, you know, you have read all that, kuchambua siasa. I also read political voter behavior, and so on and so forth. So wacha tuwashukuru wale ambao wako pale chini. Revolution in the Zanzibar. Hey, we can, if we find a team of people who are willing to come tuchambue vitabu ambavyo vimeandikwa ambavyo vina shape the thought of leadership and general politics in Africa. Themba, you can come on. I mean, yeah.
Tunaomba siku hiyo muwe hata watu 10. Mutufunze hizo vitabu ambavyo mnavisoma. 10 mjaze hapa, kila mmoja aseme yale anayojua.
Alexa,
sisi tunajua tu Kiswahili, zile vitabu kutoka kwenye Kiswahili. Hivyo ndivyo tunajua. Kwa hivyo mtufunze.
Kuna riwaya ambazo zilisaidia sana katika kushape opinion ya understanding politics, like kuna kusadikika. Kuna riwaya nyingi ambazo zilishape.
Kusadikika nilisoma, nimesoma.
Kuna pia Mui Huwa Mwema. Kuna mingi sana ambazo zilikuja zikashape our thinking. Themba, I requested we yes, we can have a book club here. People come and we discuss some of these books. I mean, people that have written, that have shaped the way we think about politics and leadership and many other things. You know, political strategy. You know, these have been already documented, and people have written, and you can easily make them easier for us to discuss. One that I would want us to come and even discuss and even see its applicability in our current political environment. You know, the Prince. I mean, if you can come, Machiavellian, the Prince, and we can show you how Uhuru is basically Machiavellian in approach. Of course, with a mix of other approaches, but you can see he's typically Machiavellian in many ways. And of course, we can analyze all of them. Yeah. Megi Odengo, poleni, nimejaribu kuingia tena na nikashindwa. Pole, hamna neno. Andika mimi kwenye list yako Themba. Kuna watu wanataka kuja. Mnaweza kusema siku moja tuje hapa tupatane, watu wa kuchambua the vitabu, tukuje hapa tuweze kuongea. We look at the characters, tubadilishane mawazo, watu waweze kulearn kidogo katika ukumbi wa. We can even come and read political philosophy for some of us to understand, you know. Uhuru is a prince, and also The Infidel. Yes, The Infidel is a good read. The Infidel is a good read, and many others. I mean, there are many other books. You can come and even study the theater of the absurd. Look at some of those. You can also look at many approaches that we can come and even consider. The Battle of Troy, it's a very good read, so that you capture even how people fight for power and stuff like that. So I can see we have a reading society, and we want to start having people who are more informed, well reasoned out. You know, when you reason from a point from a point where you have a base where you're reasoning, not just reason. Someone says that theory without practice is sterile, and practice without theory is both blind and dangerous. So if you practice and don't have a theory, you are just struggling. You're blind, but you're struggling to find. But if you have a theory of explanation, it informs how you make out the sense of your world. A theory without practice, those who have too much theory, but they are not practicing, also, that's also sterile. And you know what sterility means, that you are a man who cannot do something, even an opportunity. But if you have practice, you need both. Yes.
Temba, ulisoma ukweli ni kitu gani? Hiyo umesoma kweli?
Nini hiyo?
Ukweli ni kitu gani? It's a book also.
Sijasoma, lakini ningependa kusoma.
Swala la Pilato.
Okay. Mimi napenda sana kusoma vitu ambavyo vina watu ambao wameweza kufikiria, wana filosofia ambao
inahusika na filosofia.
Naam. Nitalitafuta kabisa hilo nilisome. I will come teach Alex and Patrick Ombati Madiasi bottom up economics. Hiyo bottom up tuliacha bana. Kuna masaibu ya Bunwasi pia. Kuna vitabu tu. We want also to, we can even consider biographies ambazo zinaweza tusaidia. Alex anasema, remember your thought process is interesting and annoying at times. Yes, I see annoying in a challenge. Yeah, Social Contract by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Yeah, you know, a social contract, like a constitution is a social contract. When you start living together, you need to find some contract that will make you stay together. So yeah, I mean, I can see we have a very informed people with us. We can have a nice, educated engagement. Other than that, thank you so much. We want to appreciate you staying on up to this time. And always you want to make Mutembei channel a place where you can come and find concise, precise, and also very exact discussion about how we are governed and the process of leadership. No one is thrown, forget about what we are saying right now. No one is thrown out from coming in and sharing with us. This is a process that we really want to appreciate, and we really want to know that all of us can participate. You can participate. You only need 4 things. 1, you need a working gadget, computer, or a phone. You need connectivity, and also you need something to share. And finally, you need a willingness to learn. That is all we need. When you come here, anyone can join. And when you come to the studio, you find Atuko Atukumi. Just click on the link. You will be allowed in. Then you will share your thought. That is the most important thing. We must continue talking as Kenyans, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight. So we have to continue talking. Thank you so much, our panelists, Ziana, Stone PK, and Harun. I really appreciate your time and also staying on up to this time. Kindly subscribe to Mutembei TV. We're on our way to 300,000 subscribers. Share among your people, share among your relatives, share among your friends, so that we can be able to reach as many people with this information. We want an informed citizen. If you are informed, you can make informed choices and effective decisions. We want you to make good decisions, leadership decisions at the place when it comes on 9th August, when you're going to vote, so that you vote the leaders that are going to serve you, not people who are going to take advantage of you. Do not sell your vote, do not sell your conscience. Thank you so much. And even as you're subscribing to Mutembei, kindly pass by my channel, Themba Ondiege TV. Get to see me there, having some moments. It's a journey. Themba Ondiege TV, it's a journey. We are working with my daughter. Kindly pass there. Subscribe, get me to at least 1,000. Get me to 1,000 before end of this month. Tafadhali, just go there, share, subscribe, link, like, comment, and so that Facebook one kuna activity hapo kwa nini yangu pia. Themba Ondiege TV, there's content for those who are looking to bond with their children, their daughters, fathers, daughters, a father-daughter conversation, just go there and check me out. You want to see my daughter? You want to see how we talk, how we engage? Go there. Thank you so much. Now, kama kawaida, tukimalizia hapa, huwa tunamalizia na maombi. Na maombi yetu ni kama kawaida, the first answer of our national anthem. The first answer of our national anthem. And it is a prayer. If only tunaweza kuzingatia maombi kama jinsi ilivyo katika wimbo wetu wa taifa. The first answer of our national anthem. Na tunaisema kwa Kiswahili. Hivi leo, jana nafikiri Ancestor alisema, Stone PK ashaisema. Sasa leo acha tumpatie Ziana tuseme.
Ee Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Correct. Inshallah, nimeona umesema vizuri Ziana. Na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru. Ombi letu ni kwamba kila wakati tunapokuja hapa na tunapoishi pamoja kama Wakenya, tutakaa na undugu, amani na uhuru. Na tutafanya haki, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Kila wakati tuweze kutarajia na kutamani kufanya haki kwa ndugu yako. Aliye ndugu yako hautamfanyia mabaya, utamfanyia haki. Hivi basi tunapoenda tuonane tena katika kipindi kingine ambacho kitaanza leo wakati wa saa 3 masaa saa 3 saa za Kenya, saa za Afrika Mashariki. Naam.
Demba, hujachambua hiyo. Hiyo nataka uwachambulie vizuri sana. Hiyo nini yetu, anthem yetu hiyo. Wachambulie moja kwa moja. Kila asikize moja kwa moja ili wajue ya kwamba ukiwa na undugu, ukishaita mtu ndugu yako, utapata kuwa na amani.
Kweli kabisa.
Hapo ndipo raha. Tutapata raha.
Yeah, kweli kabisa. Ziana, ndio hapo, acha nirudie tena. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu. Tunaanza na baraka, tunataka baraka. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Na tukae na undugu. Ukimwona mtu kama Harun hapa ni ndugu, Stone PK ni ndugu. Sasa tunapoongea hatuongei kama labda ukabila, hatuongei kama chama, hatuongei kama rangi, tunaongea kama ndugu. Sasa sisi ni mandugu. Tunapokutana hapa katika Mtembei, sisi ni mandugu. Hata kama we ni huyu jamaa anaitwa nani hapa, Pen Nyagaka, ni ndugu.
Ndeto.
Unapomwona ndugu, tutakaa na undugu. Undugu sasa ndio ndugu, lakini sasa kuna undugu. Inamaanisha kwamba utamtunza vipi yule ambao unamwona ni ndugu. Utamwona kwa ukaribu, utataka awe na raha, utamsaidia anapokuwa katika tatizo. Kwa hivyo hapo, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru. Wawe na uhuru wa kuchagua, uhuru wa kusema, uhuru wa kutenda, uhuru wa kusema kwamba mimi nimechagua chama fulani. Lazima tuwe na uhuru. Mwisho tutapata raha na tutasitawi. Tutasitawi inamaanisha nini? Tutakuwa na mazuri matamu. Hiyo ndio kustawi. Kustawi bana ni kuwa na matamu. Hivi tukiweza kuzingatia hilo ombi katika wimbo wa taifa, itamaanisha kwamba tutaweza kuishi pamoja hata baada ya kura. Kura haitatutenganisha. Mandugu hawatenganishwi. Kuna wale ambao wako na vyama tofauti katika nyumba moja, lakini hawatenganishwi. Kuna damu ambayo inaunganisha. Sisi Kenya na Ukenya inatuunganisha. Asanteni sana jamani. Tuonane tena baadaye. Inshallah, hadi baadaye.
Tumeshukuru sana.
Continue, but we have to leave.
Tumeshukuru sana. Amena.
Asante, asante.